15 minutes time. England won the toss just a little while ago, and Harry Brook, his first toss as captain, opted to bat first, and he told me why.
Yeah, try and put some pressure on them in the first innings, get a big total.
Good start as a new England captain. What's your philosophy and approach going to be?
Look to put as much pressure on the ball in attack as possible, try and take as many wickets as we can, as quick as we can, and chase the ball hard to the boundary.
Now, what would your headline team news be? Have you got any ODI debuts today?
We've got Jacob Bethel in today, making his debut. Geoff's in, Livy's in, all sorts going on.
Jacob Bethel so far, have you been impressed by what you saw in the T20s?
Yeah, he batted beautifully down at Cardiff. He looks like a very nice player, good lad as well, so I'm looking forward to how he goes about the ODIs.
And Liam Livingstone wasn't in the ODI squad originally, but of course he put his hand up in a big way, didn't he, in the T20s?
Yeah, he did. He played beautifully. He looks like he's in good touch, so hopefully he can bring it into the ODIs, and we know how much of a match winner he is, so yeah, hopefully if he comes off 1 or 2 times in this series, it'll be really entertaining.
Good luck today, and good luck as captain.
Thank you very much.
Mitch, you are going to be having a bowl first. What would you have done if you'd won the toss?
We were going to have a bowl, yep.
What was the reasoning for that?
I think it's a pretty high-scoring venue. We're missing Josh Hazlewood and Mitchell Stark, so bowl first and chase down as many as we need to.
I was going to say it's good to see you back because you were ill, missed that second T20. Can you give us a bit of an illness report in the camp? And first of all, on Stark and Hazlewood, is that illness or is that managing injury?
Stark is ill, Max is ill, and Hoff, precautionary after his illness last week, giving him another session to get right. We know how important he is for us, not only for this series but moving forward, and we take that approach with everyone. So, we've got a really good team put out there today. Obviously a few guys missing, but we'll welcome them back in when they're right.
We saw a cap presentation to Ben Dorcius. What do you hope that he will bring?
I just hope he enjoys the day, to be honest with you. Representing Australia, whether you play 1 game or 100 games like Adam Zampa, there's always nerves, it's always exciting, but I just want him to enjoy it. He's a real talent, he bowls a really heavy ball, bowls fast, can swing it. He's got all the makings, and hopefully he has a great day.
And who keeps wicket for you today as well?
Alex Carey comes in. Josh Inglis pulled up a bit sore throughout the T20, so not risking him either.
Okay. Good luck today, Mitch.
Thank you.
So that was Australian captain Mitch Marsh, imposing figure of Mitch Marsh. Plenty to talk about with those two teams and what they look like. Both captains then have got to do what they wanted to do. Mitch Marsh very happy to be having a bowl first. I'll take you through the England team and then bring in Michael Vaughan and Geoff Lemon, who are down here with me as well, boundary side now. So England open with Phil Salt and Ben Duckett. Then it is Will Jacks. Harry Brook, of course, is the standing captain for Joss Buttler for this series with Butler's injury. He is still here around the camp, of course, at Trent Bridge. Jamie Smith keeping wicket will bat at number 5. Livingstone due to come in at 6th. An ODI debut then for Jacob Bethel at 7. And then Bryden Carse, Jofra Archer with the pace, Matthew Potts and Adil Rashid make up the England 11. For Australia, they open with Mitch Marsh and Travis Head. Steve Smith is at 3. Cameron Green, the all-rounder, at 4. Marnus Labuschagne returns here at number 5. Alex Carey in at 6 to keep wicket, as you heard. Inglis has that sore quad after fielding the last T20. Matt Short is at 7. Then Aaron Hardy, Sean Abbott, ODI debut for Ben Dorcius, and Adam Zampa, the leg spinner. So those are the two teams. Michael, Ashes winning captain, and Geoff Lemon, who's commentating with us throughout this white ball series. Welcome to you both. Quite different looking lineups. I mean, Geoff will talk in depth about the Australian lineup in a moment. But I mean, one thing that strikes me, Michael, from this England lineup, some bit of excitement about seeing Jofra Archer bowl at Steve Smith again, potentially for the first time in an international since that famous game at Lord's.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jofra obviously played in the T20 game at the Ageas just a few days ago. Looked in fine fettle. They rested him up. They're obviously wrapping him in cotton wool, which they need to make sure that he comes back gradually into the international arena. But you always look at contests, don't you? Yes, England, Australia, but individual contests. And Archer to Steve Smith will be one that we keep a close eye on. From an England perspective, I think we'll have a close eye on the captain. Harry Brook, first time out as a captain. He captained the Superchargers in the 100. He looked like he was a natural. I think he'll be quite creative. I think we'll see a few fields that will go, ooh, what's happening out there? Because I think he'll just think out the box in very much the school of a Ben Stokes style captaincy kind of model. A lot of power in that batting line. If you look at someone like Bryden Carse, I'm really interested with Bryden Carse. I think he's a cricketer obviously has had his difficulties this year with his ban, but he's certainly a cricketer that I think can play all formats of the game, and I'd have half an eye on someone like Cars in a year's time in Australia, potentially sneaking into the Test team and maybe being that number 8 in Test match cricket as well.
Yep, there is pace there, isn't there? Guys who can hit 90 miles an hour in Cars, Archer, and if he's playing Ollie Stone, of course he's not in the team today, and Reece Topley, we're told, is unwell, so he wasn't in consideration for the side. On the Australian lineup, Geoff, the bowling attack, Hardy, Abbott, Dorsia, Sampa, that is pretty unfamiliar to most England cricket fans. Tell us more.
With Cameron Green coming in to bowl some overs as well. Yeah, it's not what you would pick as your fullest strength Australian attack. You know, Hardy, Dwarshuis, Abbott wouldn't have been who you'd be expecting to see a couple of weeks ago. Australia have gone through about 7 different bowlers, have all ended up injured. Josh Hazlewood and Mitchell Starc are still with the squad, but Mitchell Starc's sick. He came in and caught whatever flu was going around the Australian team. Glenn Maxwell's out with that. Josh Inglis was supposedly ill, but has also apparently got a quad injury, so he's not playing. There have been so many outs for this Australian side, so it's a pretty inexperienced bowling lineup, as it was last time they were here in 2018 when England took 498 off them. Travis Head's the only surviving member of that side who's here today, so I don't think anybody else will be thinking about it.
They're still the world champions, though.
Yes, still the world champions, and even though most of those players had not much to do with it, Travis Head did. So, look, he's so much rides on him at the moment. Interesting the way they've rejigged their order. You had Smith and Labuschagne going 4 and 5 through the World Cup for a lot of that time. Labuschagne's at 5, but Smith is going up to 3 so that Marsh can open, Cameron Green at 4. They rejigged their whole Test side to get Cameron Green at 4, so I don't know if it's just the same vibe running through the one-day team. Green needs to be at 4, but that's where he is today.
So illness for Starc, Hazlewood and Glenn Maxwell, injury for Inglis, or Hazlewood injury management. So that's why the Australian team looks a little bit off what would be their best. But the batting, though, is still pretty much their number one, Michael, when you look at that top 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the power play, really, with Marsh and Head at the top of the order. We saw that in the T20, that that's just been that they've just got players that naturally from ball one pretty much can strike it, make maximum use of that power play. But I'm also looking at Ben Duckett, at the top of the order. We've seen him in Test match cricket. He came out of the traps. It was here, actually, against the West Indies. I can't remember what he got, but he seemed to hit 5 of his first 6 balls for 4 in the Test match. And I think it's a good move to put him to the top of the order. Again, he's got that skill level to just manoeuvre the ball into the gaps. Obviously, Phil Salt's a powerhouse. Will Jacks, looking forward to seeing him. He's a destructive player. I'm just looking at this lineup when you've got Harry Brook, James Smith, Livingston at 6, Bethel. Jacob Bethel, who played so well in Cardiff in only his second game with that 44 off, 24 balls. He looks like a nice fan. But both teams, as you would find in this modern era of white ball cricket, lots of depth, lots of players that can clear the ropes. What was that score that England got back in 2018?
498.
498. I don't think they'll get 498, but I expect big scores today.
And they've gone with Jamie Smith to keep wicket, which was a decision taken. Well, he said that Brendan McCullum told him he'd be keeping wicket in the ODIs some time ago, which, again, is a very McCullum thing to do, to just give a player that confidence, say, we're giving you this role, you've got that certainty, you go ahead and prepare for it, think about it, be confident about it.
Yeah, that's what Brendan brings, doesn't he? He brings pure clarity on players. You feel with Brendan that when he likes a player and he really wants a player, he'll just give absolutely 100% belief into that player to just go out and play. And if they fail 1 or 2, 3 times, it won't be a change from Brendan. He's decided upon Jamie Smith with the gloves, and obviously he's such a destructive player with the bat in hand. You look at Josh Butler when he comes back in, where does he fit in? Obviously he gets into the side, but where's he going to play? What role will he fill? England's white ball team, yes, they've had an iffy World Cup in India. They got to the semi-finals in the T20 World Cup in the West Indies, but people are starting to say, they need a complete tinker and they need a reset. I think they've got a huge amount of talent. It's not going to take a lot for Brendan to get that white ball team competing, potentially to lifting trophies quite soon.
Yeah, he doesn't start officially until the new year, but you can already sort of feel his presence and his impact on this 50 over side, and indeed the T20.
It's quite amusing, everybody talking about him before he's got there. I should clarify, I think I misled you. The 498 was the Dutch score, wasn't it? That was when England broke the world record.
In Amsterdam.
Against Australia, which was more like 482 or 484. Anyway, Phil Long, our scorer, is upstairs. We'll check with him.
It's a lot of runs either way.
A lot. 400 and plenty. Close enough to 500 that it doesn't really matter.
The mascots are starting to appear down in front of the pavilion, waving the mostly England flags, maybe one token Australian flag down there to welcome the Australian players onto the field. And we welcome our listeners to ABC Grandstand as well, as we're getting ready for the start of this first of 5 one-day internationals here at Trent Bridge, with the crowd coming in and the stands really starting to fill up now as we reach the start of this match. Alex Carey, of course, is back. A little bit of a sideshow will be the fact that he's keeping wicket on English soil. Of course, he played through the remainder of that Ashes series, but there might be a little bit of anything from the crowd, do you think, when Alex Carey has the gloves?
How long are the memories of the English crowd? Are they going to remember that Alex Carey's there when he comes out?
Without any question, they will remember, yes.
Yeah, well, he doesn't have Pat Cummins with him for moral support at this point, which was important through that Ashes series, and it did shake him up a little bit. He's such a well-liked person, a well-respected person and player in Australia, that he's not used to being disliked. So, but I think he's had time to put that behind him, and he'll just be relieved to be back in the team. Hasn't played since Chennai in the World Cup. I
like the fact that you're asking whether the crowd would have been, obviously we've just reminded them.
I
they
apologise
probably
for
have
that.
Forgotten.
Alex Carey's spoken about it very eloquently recently on ABC Radio about the impact that it had had. But today is about the cricket. It's about getting this ODI series underway, and Australia are coming down the pavilion steps all in yellow. That team: Marshhead, Smith Green, Labuschagne, Carey, Short, Hardy, Abbott, Dorcius, an ODI debut for him, and Zampa. Lots of illness in the Australian camp. The England batting lineup, they'll come out and they'll want to make hay against a more inexperienced Australian bowling attack. It is a bit of a new era for England's 50-over team then, their first ODI since December last year. The two openers are heading out to the middle, and that means time to hand up to you, Jonathan Agnew.
Thank you, Alison, very much. Good afternoon, everybody. And where are we in Australia? I guess it's good morning over there, is it? Or whatever. Lovely to have you with us. And welcome to Trent Bridge, where the sun is trying its best to come out. We've had thick cloud all day, little bit of brightness about. There's not any blue sky at the moment, but it feels quite warm and humid as soon as that cloud burns away a little bit. The crowd coming in, and I have to be honest, I'm really excited about this. It's been a bit of a low-octane summer in lots of ways, the international cricket at least. And this feels like it could actually just be a nice end to this summer over here in the UK. Alistair Cook alongside me. Do you agree with that? I mean, the tests are a bit low-key, and England-Australia, I mean, it doesn't really matter when or where you play it. It's got a buzz to it.
Well, good afternoon, Aggers. I agree. Yeah. For once, I agree with you, Aggers.
that is rare.
But it's even in those two T20 games, I know we actually were robbed of the decider. Just suddenly watched some cricket, which just went up a notch, didn't it? Went up a level, and of skill, and just the fact that sport needs a bit of meaning behind it. And I think we'll see it here with certainly some, not experimental players, but experimenting with the side, trying to work out more on the English side than Australia, although this bowling attack Australia is, as spoken about, very inexperienced and probably won't play again many times together as a bowling unit.
Yeah, there is a lot of illness around. I saw Josh Hazlewood. He'll chat with him, actually. He seemed to be okay, but whether that's illness or actually a bit of fitness, I think, maybe with him. But anyway, Mitch Starc, as we know, is not well. Aaron Hardy's going to bowl. It's only his 5th one-day international, and he's bowling from our end. There's that very short leg side boundary. People who know Trent Bridge, that stand that's been there, I keep calling it the new stand. It's not really, it's the newest stand. Really has shortened that boundary that Johnny Bairstow peppered so famously a couple of years ago. So the first ball of the series, Hardy right arm over the wicket, runs in bowls, the ball swings away, and Salt has a bit of a swish and a miss, aiming to get the ball down to third man. And there's no run. There's a couple of slips, and 3 in that offside circle. Third man way in the distance. Mid-on, square leg, long leg. Australia world champions, of course, let's not forget that.
And on a bit of an unbeaten run, aren't they? They've won, is it 14 games on the bounce? 12, giving them 2 extra.
Second ball of the game. Hardy again. Doesn't run in very hard. Is there any bowls? That did swing, though, and it's driven away by Salt. Very well stopped down here by Abbott at mid-off, diving to his right. Definitely some swing. It is that sort of day here, and if you can get that length right, and it is muggy, and there's cloud cover.
It's also these balls, aren't they? These white balls, which in the 100, those first 4 or 5 overs did a lot. Yeah. So actually, England have to just be a little bit careful that they respect the first 5 or 6 overs and not setting their sights on that 480 or whatever's always banged on about. But it will do a little bit, but just you can just see from that first shot there from Salt, which was an away swing, and he's trying to hit it almost to the leg side. Ball's coming on nice, doesn't it? You get such good value of the white ball here at Trembury.
Yeah, it looks a good pitch. Interesting slip field here, I'll tell you about. We've got one slip and then a short third man on the edge of the circle there. It's Hardy bowls with Duckett. His first ball as an opener for England in this format. Plays away and gets off the mark first ball, as is his wont. And that's picked up in the covers by Marnus Labuschagne. So a little bit of thought there about that field, wasn't there? An orthodox slip and then a squarish third man. That Duckett shot off the back foot that he likes to play.
Yeah, on the boundaries. Almost like deep backward point, but 10, 15 yards behind. And then you got third man on the third man line just on the edge of the circles. If you'd see right at the end of the game, be absolutely right. That is for Ben Duckett and how strong he is, so square the wicket.
Salt, very high backlift, waits for Hardy, who bowls to him. He feels for this rather, guides the ball away out to backward point. Goes straight to the fielder there. And there is no run. Animated chatter. People I saw actually walking quite a long way in this morning. They've obviously parked right on the edge of town, carrying drinks and the usual sort of assortment of things. And actually quite a lot of woolens too, because it might be a bit brisk come 8 o'clock this evening here.
Where did you park?
Well, I managed to... I know exactly where I parked. 2 for no wicket. In goes Hardy again over the wicket bowls. And that's the in-swinger this time. Tucked away out into the onside. And picked up by Travis Head. And there's no run. Yes, you've stolen my spot again, Alistair Cook. I've had serious words with the car park attendant. Because you gave him his autograph, which was all he wanted last year when he stole my place. You've already done that.
I was actually surprised I was in before you, and actually he was looking the other way when I sneaked in. And when I got there, he told me off.
It's disgraceful. I've had a word. 34 years I've been parking there. In goes Hardy, bowls. Oh, it's a thick edge, and it just lands wide. At the diving backward point fielder, it's that outswinger again. Salt's got to be careful here. It's a bit loose there. Again, aiming leg side, and he's seen enough of that outswing now to know that ball is swinging away, but he offered a very healthy leading outside edge there, almost carrying to Smith at backward point. Picks up 1 for it.
He's trying to play like a glorious on drive on the up against the away swing. He needs to be hitting that almost through the covers rather than to the right of the bowler. You just fear if these two can get through this first 4 or 5 overs with the ball moving like it has done. There's a lot of runs to be had, it looks like, on this wicket.
Now the debutant, Ben Dorhouse, or actually Dorshus, I think is his correct pronunciation. He's a Dutch extraction. I thought he might have been South Africa with a name like that, but language similarities, aren't they? But Dutch parentage. Dorshus is how it's pronounced. He's got a sort of a Travis Head-like moustache. Quite an obvious moustache. He bowls left arm over. I asked Ricky Ponting for one sentence about him earlier on. We're having a bacon sandwich. He gave us about 5 minutes, didn't he, actually? So his left arm over, and in he comes. His first ball is driven up towards mid-on. A bit of swing there again. Salt's got to be mindful of that. But, of course, left arm over, it's coming into him. And he flicks that away out to Marsh, the captain, up there at mid-on, just inside the circle.
Well, he said he bowled between 130 and 140, swung it, and had tricks with slow balls as well. Sounds like a perfect bowler.
It sounds, yes.
I wonder why he hasn't played if he's 30.
Ricky very rarely underestimates, particularly Australians, does he? 3 for no wicket. Dorshus past the umpire, left arm over, bowls. That's a nice looking stroke. It's easily played down the ground to long off. Abbott is the fielder there, but plenty of time just to get a bit of a sighter with the ball swinging around.
They've got the same field as for Salt as they have for Duckett without... I mean, I don't quite know where to say where Short is fielding there, apart from it is third man on the
edge of the circle.
Fine third man on the edge of the circle.
It's very unusual, that. Dorshus bowls, is edged and lands just in front of Green. The towering Green there. It goes down as he fields that, but it landed about a yard in front of him. Gathered that with both hands. Yeah, another loose shot from Salters coming up and prodding the pitch.
You wonder whether he might as well just go into third slip.
Especially the ball swinging round.
On the exact same line there, and just say, I'm going to go and catch for the first, for the first 4 or 5 minutes. You're not really...
He's trying to cover a few bases there, doesn't he? Dorsius runs in a loping sort of a run. Bowles, that's driven for 4. What a handsome shot. And try and hit it too hard. Pick the gap. And a very nicely timed square drive from Salt. And that gets a bit of momentum into England's innings. 7 for no wicket.
A bit disdain, really, wasn't it? The stand and admire.
It's actually quite a Johnny Bairstow shot, that.
Yeah.
The stand up, the square drive, bang, don't move. Bit of Bairstow about that shot.
For both, and for Salt as well. Got backward point. Steve Smith is 10 yards from square, and Marnus Lavishane's pretty much on square. Very square field.
Cautious Bowles, bit of width there. He missed out this time. I think he tried to hit that a bit too hard. He was asking for the more the extra cover drive this time.
They left a massive gap, haven't they, between mid-off and there. So if they almost want Salt to go there, as if you might nick it.
It's a very unusual field. There was someone has been tinkering around, trying to work out what they should do. It's not quite the real old planning days. Jardine and the salt and pepper pots. It's the next one, the leg stump turned away out to mid-wicket. There's no run. That famous meeting that he had with Harold Larwood and Bill Vose.
Actually, I haven't heard.
Hotel in London. Oh yeah, he was explaining his theory. Body line.
Were you there?
I wasn't actually. But he illustrated it with all the paraphernalia you find on I think in those days quite a posh, knowing Jardine, quite a posh dining table. He laid out exactly where these fielders were going to stand. So I don't think they've quite done that here. But
you'd imagine the iPad might have come out.
Yeah, a bit of thought gone into this. But it's an interesting theory because again they're doing it for left and right-hander.
No, because I understand it for Ducky. I don't quite understand it as much for Salt. Whether they've just looked at where the runs are scored here and how many boundaries actually got there. I think that is more of a run-saving place. Because it's not for the short boundary. That's a fairly decent-sized boundary from when they're batting this end.
It's Hardy then starts the third over. Duckett defends. Plays carefully. The ball rolls down towards mid-off. Philip, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Aggers. Good afternoon, Alistair. Phil Salt, we're talking about the field they're setting to him. In terms of strike rate in ODIs, no one has scored more than 500 runs across all countries, across all time, at a better rate than Phil Salt.
There we go.
And what does he strike out in this?
133.4.
Hardy goes over the wicket, bowls. Duckett feels for that, plays the ball away for Smith to field at back. Point. I realise I made a very large error when I welcomed our Australian listeners with the time. Obviously, it's not good morning, is it? I mean, it's actually sort of evening time there, isn't it? So a bit of stamina required down under to stay with us all night, but I'm sure many of you do. And it's lovely back on your airwaves again.
I was just thinking about Salt's strike was almost double mine when I first started.
Yeah, no real surprise there.
Not really, but...
There goes Hardy over the wicket. Bowles, and Duckett gets a bit tangled up here, looking to work the ball away into the leg side. He got his bottom hand off the handle. It's fielded by Marsh. A solid figure these days. Fielding a bit on. 7 for no wicket. There are some Aussies here. I've seen them. There's a few flags draped over the railings, that sort of thing. So
Murphy's got his normal touring party.
I don't think so. There's a few sort of yellow gold shirts up there in that stand. There's the next one, and Duckett gets that away into the offside. Chase for Abbott, picks up not cleanly, so Duckett can take 2 and England go for 9 for no wicket. They chose to bat first. Harry Brook chose to bat first, winning the toss for the first time as England captain. Bit of illness in the Aussie camp. One or two familiar names are missing, so it's an inexperienced attack on what looks to be a good pitch, and that short boundary over to our right-hand side. It's Duckett's offside as he faces Hardy, who's there now, and bowls. Duckett drives, and again Abbott chases this, picks up cleanly this time on the edge of the circle, and Duckett takes 1 run. And England goes to 10 for no wicket with a ball to go in the 3rd over. Wonderful scene here on Sunday, 2 o'clock. The Lancaster bomber came over at about 300 feet.
What were you doing here on Sunday?
Actually, I wasn't here. But, I knew it was coming, so I told some friends to come and have a look.
Right.
It went over Nottingham Airfield, just beyond the trees. Fantastic. I saw a bit of picture of it. Actually came over our house on the way. I heard it, didn't see it. 10 for no wicket. Goes Hardy again, bowls. Nice little out swinger, pushed away by Salt. He steals a single. The ball rolls away out to wide bit off, and he'll keep the strike. So 11 for no wicket. But that sound, it literally came straight. It did a little left turn over the house on the way here, and you could hear that noise. You know, it did not sound like anything else that ever comes over our house. And quick, got the app out. Yep, that was it. It had gone. It had gone.
Do you reckon, I know you talk about your flying, do you reckon you could fly that? How long would it take you to learn how to fly one of them?
What, Lancaster?
Yeah.
I don't think they'd let me loose in one of those.
I know.
A bit of a mess of it.
I wouldn't be out there with you, but
No.
But it,
Quite a long time.
Very different to what?
Yeah, I think so. Wait, a week? Don't think so. Dorshus on his way, moves in bowls, and it's an inside edge this time from Salt, looking to hit the ball away. I think straighter down the ground. He's going to get 2, as that's picked up there, nicely fielded by Hardy on the deep square leg boundary. Bit of a wayward throw comes on, but they've taken 2 runs. He's certainly aiming straighter there again. This little bit of movement that Salt hasn't really got to grips with yet. Got enough bat on it, but there was a big gap there between bat and ball.
It's just the movement of the white ball. We're so used to the white ball doing absolutely nothing, and you just hit through it.
It's not, I'd like to see.
Yeah, I agree, actually.
It just makes it a bit of a contest. Dorshus bowls, driven, well fielded though. Hit hard out to Labuschagne at point. Could quite thread it through the gap.
Yeah, I don't think you want it swinging all the time, but I definitely think the first 5-6 overs, just to give the bowlers,
it makes it interesting,
something to get, to get through it. And then if you are good enough to get through that little period, then you've got 4 or 5 overs of non-power play, or power play, where it's absolutely perfect to bat.
You shouldn't just be cannon fodder, should you? Dorshus lopes in, bowls to Salt, who plays that good length ball on the off stump away more gently this time. And Labuschagne fields at point.
Can't be nice if your bowlers, you feel like cannon fodder, could it, Agus?
No. It's a feeling I know too well. But it makes it interesting cricket. The bowler's doing a little bit. Marcus just Gothic, I see. I had a good chat with Joss Buckler today. I said, you and Ben Stokes are these like the old-fashioned gentleman captains. There's Dorshus bowling, and that's played by Salt back up the pitch. You both just travel round, have a nice lunch, bark some instructions from the balcony to your charges, and off you go.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Like a war general.
Yeah, exactly. Over the top, boys. And,
see you.
Yeah. See you later. General Haig. 13 for no wicket. 2 balls left in the 4th. Dorshus bowls. Salt wants a single. He'll get it as well, because the fielder there's just lingering somewhat on the edge of the circle.
Was he out? I actually didn't. Was he out on the outfield, Joss? Was it?
Yes. He was helping with marking out bowlers' run-ups, that sort of thing, with the tape measure. But no, he's doing all right. He's obviously got a rather aggravating calf. But, talk about the winter and his hopes and plans for that and so on.
Yeah, I did see him recently. He said it's a proper old man's injury. But it wasn't doing like Stokesy doing sprinting.
Yeah.
He just did it jogging.
Dorshus left arm over, bowls, and he's got away with that. A bit of extra bounce, and again that bit of movement away. Stuck it there, looking to play out away, maybe even leg side. Got a thick edge. The ball was in the air. It would have been caught gully in a test match, but nobody there. 15 for no wicket, with 4 overs completed. I saw Ben the other day actually. ado here for his bat sponsor. Not sure how fit he's going to be for the start of the Pakistan tour. He's got a bit to go still yet.
I didn't like the thing on the website saying he's going for another scan.
Well, he has.
I know it's a bit of like, you know, what
how's it getting on to the scan?
It feels like if there is that announcement, there is an article. You think there's that underlying message somewhere that the kind of the media, the ECB are kind of preparing everyone that he might not be fit for the first test. Which is
absolutely.
Like kind of bit of, you know, sometimes you manage the media a little bit.
Yeah.
And manage everyone's expectations that we're not expecting. So
suggesting we're gullible, Alistair.
Pardon?
You're suggesting we're gullible.
We certainly were in my time, but
I'm not convinced he'll bowl in the first test match in Pakistan. I mean, he might play, but then that's quite an interesting balancing settling they have to do, isn't it? Right, here's the start of Abbott's first over then. So change. These moustaches are rather in with the Australians, because of course he's got one.
Just very quickly on that Stokes, if it is, and he can't, he just shouldn't play for that one game.
You think?
Well, just because why would you risk it at all with what's coming up?
The only thing I'd say is because his captaincy in Pakistan was so brilliant last time, so innovative. That was a big part in England winning that series. Abbott bowls a bit slingy down the leg side, that's a wide. And he'll want to play, won't he? But I totally get your point, because also they've got to get a bowler in there somehow. They were flat pitches last time. They weren't the sort of pitches that we've had in India recently. They were pretty flat.
They went 5 days pretty much, or didn't they?
Yeah. Quite short days, but then it's a slightly different time of year this year. 16 for no wicket. Abbott bowls. That's forced hard. That'll beat the field. And once it beats the field here, it's 4. Stood up there, cracked it off the back foot. Nicely played. 20 for no wicket in the 5th over. I must say, for people who are getting frustrated about this Pakistan tour, I know many people are wanting to go out on tours. They've booked places. I promise you, we don't know where this Test series is being played either. I mean, it's just a really poor situation, actually, to be honest. 20 for no wicket. And Abbott bowls on the off stump. Not much of a follow-through there. Duckett pats it away. I mean, how can you have a Test series starting in 3 weeks' time and no one knows where it is, which country it's in?
Just thought the groundsman, right, would want to know.
Well,
because, I mean, 3 weeks, you'd have thought they'd have started some kind of preparation with it, surely, or not?
The practice.
Or is he just getting a phone call in a week's time saying, oh, by the way?
Yeah, well, absolutely right. Yeah. It's pretty crazy, isn't it? Abbott bowls driven out to mid-off. The problem is the furnishing, refurbishment, probably a better word, of the grounds pre-Champions Trophy, which is happening in February in Pakistan, or at least part of it is. And so they're trying, I think a number of the venues, Karachi being one, is rather a building site at the moment. So that's part of the problem. But there's a lot of people I know who've booked to go on tours there. No one knows what's going on. Here's Abbott bowling, played by Duckett back up the pitch. It's a shame, it's a great tour. Well, yeah, wonderful time there last.
They haven't booked their flights, though, because they don't know where they're flying to.
Oh,
Pakistan's a fairly big country.
Yeah.
You'd be fairly annoyed if you're like landing in one, and that's where you thought the Test match could be. And it's go and drive, or you're not driving Pakistan in the day, are you?
Well, we just
one end to the other.
You go Islamabad, Multan in 7 hours. They've got a very nice new highway, and that's not all the way down to Karachi, of course. Now, here's the next one. Duckett drives, hand on it there from the fielder, takes some pace off it. But look at it going towards that boundary. Very nicely saved there by Hardy, though. Dragging the ball back, making sure it stays in play. Abbott takes his sweater, having conceded 8 for that over. Looked a bit slingy there. 23 for no wicket, 5 overs gone. Alistair Cook. And then we're going to have Geoff Lemon. Welcome back, Geoff. Good to see you.
I'm glad you mentioned Abbott was a bit slingy. I have seen a little bit in the bowl. I can't remember him having quite such a, I don't want to say like a low arm, but it's certainly lower than I remembered it. As if he's almost looks like he's had a shoulder issue or something, which is affected. But the man will definitely know. Would you? Hello. press the right button, I reckon. You on?
I might be on.
Yeah.
There we go. We'll find out one way or the other. Oh, we're still on. We're still on.
Still there.
Fantastic. The buttons have been pressed. Yes, here goes Dwarshus with the... he's got the real evil villain sort of moustache, doesn't he? Left arm over outside the off stump and just driven away by Duckett down to mid-off. There's no run there. Which shoulder injury are we getting to the bottom of?
I don't know. I'm not sure he has had an injury. I say about Sean Abbott sort of slinging it lower arm than I...
You remember seeing
him, which is...
It's hard to tell sometimes because he's such a variable bowler. He shifts. Okay. He has so many different ways of delivering the ball, particularly from being schooled in T20 cricket. Dwarshus coming up and bowling to the left-hander. He's getting a run, just driving it wide of mid-off. Scuttling through, 24 for none.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's had a shoulder, but anyone's saying he hasn't had one. I'm not saying he has. I'm asking, has he? Because it looks a bit different to... I remember, anyway.
Not to my knowledge, but...
This is our debut, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. Yes.
Our partnership's up and running. We're going to see how it works in the next 10 minutes, whether we're a bowling partnership or a batting partnership.
A little bit of awkward first date energy, a little bit of getting to know you. But we've got Phil Long here as a chaperone, so he can fill in any awkward silences.
Well, I know about your dress sense already, so that's fine.
You know, it's roughly adjacent to Phil Long's. So you're outnumbered at the moment. With
a very bright red.
I don't know if it's tiger print or zebra print. I don't know. Maybe you could tell me. But...
With a gorilla or monkey on your yellow T-shirt.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
It's a clash of colours season. I thought if I dressed as though it's summer, I would manifest summer in England. It hasn't worked so far, but
you must be deeply unimpressed with my white shirt and chinos. Very plain and boring.
Straight down the line, as is Ben Dwarshus in line with the stumps, and coming forward is Salt, just pressing it into the covers, no run. Well, I'm just looking to shake things up a bit. The male wardrobe is a pretty boring thing most of the time, so why not live a little? Give ourselves licence. This has been relatively straightforward, conventional one-day international cricket. It's strange coming back to this from the T20s where, Travis Head's coming out and scoring at a strike rate of 250, and now we've got players patting a single, driving it to cover, dot ball, etc. Here goes Dwarshus. Coming up again to Salt, who's flicking it off his pads for one, out to deep backward square. He wants the second, turns and takes on the throw, and gets back comfortably in the end, 26 without loss.
It's been a good battle, actually, hasn't it, between bat and ball. There's been a bit in the pitch in terms of swing for the ball, a tiny bit of movement. You do feel it's an absolute belter. But it does feel like even, where sometimes we've seen the white ball over the last few years just been absolutely up and down. You just hit through the line of it. And you've actually got to have a technique to play the right shot to a swinging ball, you feel.
Dwarshus. Couple to come in the over and reaching for it, steering it on the bounce to short third inside the circle is Salt. There's no run.
Yeah, Alistair mentioned there the scores that we've seen in Trent Bridge over recent years. Geoff, I don't want to remind you of one of them.
Walk us through them, because from memory we've got, is it 482 England racked up against Australia? There was
481 for 6.
481.
Back in 2018.
There was England made 350-ish against Pakistan when they lost here in the World Cup, is that right?
That's right.
Dwarshus coming up to Salt, almost bowled inside edge as he flings the bat at it, thick edge, runs down towards fine leg, he'll get 4. And that was very streaky indeed, nearly lost his leg pole in the process. They're 30 without loss at the end of the 6th over, and those are the only 2 I can remember from Trent Bridge, Phil. So
2016, 444 for 3 against Pakistan, England. So 2 of the 3 highest scores ever made, both been made here at Trent Bridge. Yeah, that 481 for 6 against Australia, 2018, 444 for 3 against Pakistan in 2016. The highest of all time is England's 498 for 4, which was against the Netherlands out in Amstelveen.
What happened in that last over in that game, in the Holland game? How close were they to getting 500?
They should have got it. They should have got it. It ended up being, 8 off the last over or something like that? Somehow. Was it Bastelita bowling the last over? I'm ransacking my memory. I did watch that game. It was an unexpectedly quiet last over, put it that way. Sean Abbott is looking for a quiet over, pitching up, driven down the ground. That's not too quiet to start with. Racing back, the chase on, the ball will win. Down through long on. That was nicely struck by Duckett. That was a classic punish the over pitch in a test match sort of mould, and Aaron Hardy with the long chase back can't retrieve it, 34 for none.
You feel this is that swing which was very prevalent in the first 4 or 5 overs. It's just gone. He said this could be moving into a bit of advantage to the batsman.
Abbott up and bowling to Duckett, who smacks him over deep backward square for 4. That was a skimmer. That ball went very flat, square of the wicket, just in front of square in the end. And Abbott's gone for consecutive boundaries.
It's mad because Ben Duckett scored 21 or 17, and I reckon he's only those last. Played a cover drives in it for 4 where he timed, and those 2. But apart from that, he hasn't timed a ball. I just wonder whether he's just found the pace of this pitch.
It seems almost everything's been off the inside half or the outside half.
Yeah, lots of singles rather than him timing. Yet he's still striking at 120.
Abbott up to Duckett, who's cramped for room. It almost beats him on the inside edge. Just gets the bat across the front pad and manages to squeeze the ball out, and then in risky fashion hooks it back in with his bat, picks it up and throws it to the fielder. I hate that.
Yeah,
I don't like seeing any player do that. Don't take the risk.
He did ask, but I would have ignored it.
Just leave it alone.
Just on his strike rate, stuff I could only dream of, striking at 120 and not timing.
I suppose it's his mode, isn't it? He's got that test match mode of never leaving the ball, always feeling for it, getting bat on ball, and that enables you to find gaps and run ones. He's forcing a length ball down to mid-off again.
But that doesn't always mean, you're a great one-day player.
Right.
Because he's so hard to bowl in Test cricket because you bowl channel. And that is just his super strength, isn't it? Actually, through the offside. But in one-day cricket in general, you bowl a lot tighter. And actually, where in a Test match, if you want to stop Ben Duckett scoring, you bowl tight at him. So it doesn't necessarily... Someone like Matt Pryor is a great example of that.
Right.
You know, like how very hard to stop scoring in Test cricket because you bowl 4 stump.
Abbott up to Duckett, who thinks about charging, stays where he is and plonks it through mid-wicket for 4. 3rd boundary from the over. Duckett more than up and running now, up and sprinting. They're 42 for none. He's gone up to 21.
Someone like Matt Pryor was so good through the offside channel, but as soon as it came tighter, he struggled.
Right.
So he scored as freely through the onside. He does.
He enjoyed having the width to reach for the ball and steer it like
Duckett. Made it very hard to bowl.
Yeah.
Ben Duckett, I'm not saying he's not, but I'm saying it's interesting because he will have to see more of those shots than you see in Test cricket. He's so offside dominant, really, in Test cricket.
Abbott up to him, bowls outside the off stump, but it's still pulled for 4. This time through wide long on. Well, the length was there, but it must be so frustrating as a bowler. You've got that width outside the off stump. You're expecting to force him to play it to the offside, and instead he hauls it back to the leg side and pulls it much straighter than you'd normally play a pull shot. 46 for none at the end of the 7th, and Duckett all the way up to 29.
Yeah, it was a strange choice for Mitch Marsh to remove Hardy. He only bowled 2 overs, didn't he? And he bowled okay, and then obviously Abbott's come in. First 2 overs gone for 20. Is he on 24 for the first 2 overs? And whether it was a bit pre-planned that you were only going to do 2-2. It didn't feel as if he needed to make that change.
Yeah, it does tend to be something that pops up in the Sean Abbott career is on days when he gets got, he really gets got.
Really?
He has some excellent days with the ball, but he's also had some very expensive analyses. I suppose any bowler does, but somehow it seems a bit more pronounced with the Sean Abbott oeuvre. Anyway, we're going to start another over, and Ben Dwarshuis is bowling a longer spell, and he's beating the outside edge of Phil Salt, who reaches for the ball, has a little feel for it, doesn't make contact outside the off stump. Duckett and Salt come together and have a chat halfway down. Lots of furious nodding in agreement going on out there, whether they're talking about their style. Duckett's shadow batting with no bat at the non-strikers end. I haven't seen that one before. Tucks the bat under the arm and uses the forearm to practice where he would play the ball. And he received that one. This time Salt's getting a little outside half and just running it to green at backward point, getting through for a single. 47 for none. Alistair Cook partnership has suspended for the moment, retired hurt. He's off for a break. Michael Vaughan's in for the first time today. Good morning.
Afternoon, everybody. What a start for England. It's a good pitch. You can see already there's not a huge amount of pace in it. There's no real lateral movement. There's certainly no seam movement. maybe 3 balls swung just slightly in the first over, but I think we're talking a big score here, Geoff.
Well,
not too sure whether it was that score back in 18.
481.
481. I don't think it'd be 481, but it's looking like 300 plus on the cards.
Well, 367 the average of England's last 6 games, so that could be in the firing line at this point as Duckett punches from a length. Dwarshuis has bowled pretty well so far. Labuschagne at cover does the fielding. Dwarshuis has conceded 16 from, 21 balls. He's an interesting one to bring in. He's been a real fixture in Big Bash cricket. He's played 5 Big Bash finals, I think, for the Sydney Sixers in the last few years. A couple of significant performances in those. Played 3 50-over finals for New South Wales. Up and in and bowling straight, and they're taking a single. Just tapped out into the leg side and dashing through, 48 for none.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously like the boundaries and the crashes through the covers, the pull shots, but I equally enjoy that little dink and run, because the way that Ben Duckett has played, he's played with some quite decent power, so the fielders just went a little bit deeper. And it was a decent ball, and when you're hitting the best ball just for a single, it can really frustrate the bowler.
The
dink and run.
Difference between a tidy over and a more expensive one. Dwarshuis up, and he's bowled him! Gone straight through Phil Salt, and he punches the air. He's on debut in one-day international cricket, and there is his first wicket for Australia in the 50-over format. Ben Dwarshuis has gone through, hits middle and leg. A little deflection on that. 48 for 1 is the score, and Salt is walking off for 17.
Well, he's looking at the pitch, and he's asking Ben Duckett. You can see it on the screen when he walked by him, asking him, did it keep low? To me, it looked like he was just trying to stay leg side of the ball to whack it through the offside, and it just kind of cramped him up. I don't think it kept low. I just think it kind of just skidded on slightly. He got himself in an awkward position there. He's not happy, Phil Salt. He's still shaking his head. 17 from 24. I think sometimes with the left arm over, when you kind of shaped it through the offside, we call it getting closed off with that front shoulder. So when it becomes a leg stump ball, it almost feels like, the ball can do things that necessarily it hasn't done off the surface, because of the shape of your body. He's looking to kind of whack it square the wicket on the offside. I just thought he lost his front shoulder. Closed off he was, and it was a good ball straight through.
And at that awkward sort of length, top of the stumps length, where I suppose that front arm gets cramped and you don't have that full extension of your top arm, try to come through the ball or catch up.
He hit a nice drive through cover point in Dwarshuis' first over. I think he was looking for that. Trying to get those boundaries off and running. Will Jacks in at number 3, another dynamic player. Most teams have many of them these days.
Well, he didn't have a very happy time in his couple of T20 hits. He looked like he was really trying to force the pace in those T20 innings and trying every shot in the book and heaving after the ball and popping up catches. So he's got a bit more time in the 50-over game to settle in a little bit, work out what he wants to attack. He's marking his guard furiously, scraping away. Will Jacks, a player who there was so much talk about early in his career, a lot expected of him. He's had the difficulty of bearing that. It hasn't always been as easy as it looked like it might be when he was smashing around domestic attacks. He's waiting for Dwarshuis, right-hander, facing the left armour, and just getting off the mark with a push to mid-off. Comfortable, simple, safe. 49 for 1 after 8 overs.
Yeah, I just looked down there, and they put a slip in place, Australia, for Will Jacks' first ball, and then I kind of looked down and thought, he's a big chap. And then I realised they've probably got one human being covering 3 spaces in Cameron Green. So they've got 1 slip, but they've got 3 slips.
Effectively, yep.
Has he grown, by the way? I saw him hitting some balls in the net, and I walked by him. I thought, I'm sure he's grown an inch or 2.
I think it's a bit like seeing the Eiffel Tower in person. You've seen the pictures of it. You don't really appreciate how massive it is until you go and stand underneath it or stand at the top. And I think it would remain impressive at a repeat viewing at a later time. Every time you see Cameron Green, it's like you're seeing him for the first time.
But I mean, seriously, with the way that he can cover 2
Yeah.
2 kind of field placings in one with the cord, and it just offers Australia another fielder.
And he's so agile that he can take catches at the full extension of that arm, leaning or diving either way. So he's genuinely good enough to cover that ground as well as just being big enough. We've seen him take some absolute blinders in the gully in Test cricket especially.
Another sellout today. Here at Trent Bridge, always get good support here.
So Green at that 1.5 slip sort of position. Abbott gets a third over despite being expensive, coming forward and pushing the ball to cover for no run. It's Jacks. Yeah, sellout crowd. It was a sellout at Old Trafford for the washout, which was sad. I spent a fair bit of the day wandering around, chatting to people, hiding under eaves and so on.
It's been glorious all week.
Oh, I really felt for that crowd. They showed up. They stuck it out. They waited for hours and hours in the rain with little hope, and they still had the patience and the optimism to stay there. Abbott bowls width, and it's slashed away, but well stopped in the gully. Good diving slap down Smith there.
Yeah, I think this is what you get from Australia. You know, they're so good in the field. You go back to that World Cup final in India. They made a couple of the catches. Travis Head took a beauty.
Rohit Sharma, the one sliced over cover running back.
Yeah, you go to the semi-final against South Africa. How well they fielded in Calcutta.
Abbott up to Jacks, who can't get a run third time in a row as he's playing the ball a little squarer to Labuschagne at point. No run there.
Yeah, it's a point of difference. I mean, Australia have always had great fielding sides, but I think in this era it almost gets exposed even more so. All teams have power. They've all got different skill sets, and obviously 1 or 2 teams have got world-class bowlers. But I just think fielding can be a real point of difference. No ball, free hit. Abbott's struggling here. He's 0 for 24 from 2.3, and he's now got to bowl the ball where Will Jacks can have a swing.
Well, a lot of the time the free hit doesn't go for many. You see players try to hit it too hard, so Jacks needs a clean swing at it. Abbott bowls the free hit short into the pitch, and it loops over, and it's called a wide. He's dug it in about 3 metres away from his own feet, that one, and trampolines it over the batter. So the free hit will be extended to the next delivery as well. It's 51 for 1 with the no ball and then the wide. Not a good sign for a bowler if you're struggling with extras this early in your spell. Abbott. Free hit number 2. Bowls length, slam down the ground for 4. Straight past the standing umpire, just to his right, and there was serious power on that from Jacks, who goes to 5. England 55 for 1.
I tell you what, Geoff, I tell you who played that nicely. That's Ben Duckett at the non-strikers end. He just swayed out of the way. He came back at a ferocious pace. Length ball in the slot.
Baseballed it.
Yeah, you just see Ducky. He just swayed out of the way, nicely manoeuvred.
Living up to his name. Abbott needs to try to get himself together. None for 30 for him already, and he bowls a full toss low on the leg stump. It's clipped out through mid-wicket for a couple of runs. None for 32, Abbott. He's halfway through his third over, 57 for 1 England.
Yeah, I like the fact that England have won the toss and decided to bat. Pitch is good. So often in this era, you go back to the 50-over World Cup in India, where so many teams were bowling first because they felt they could chase later on, and they came unstuck. When you get on a good pitch, just get them on the board.
Abbott up outside the off stump, steered away to Smith in the gully again. It's a little blast from the past seeing Smith in the gully. We're so used to having him at slip in Australian Test teams, but he used to field a lot more gully, backward point, cover at times earlier in his career when he wasn't required as a slip, and he was so good there, so agile.
Just on the Aussie team, Geoff, Jake Fraser-McGurk's got a little niggle. If he had been 100%, would he have played? And if so, for who?
I would have said yes. Abbott bowling length on the stumps and dropped down at his feet. No run, 57 for 1. But they've been a little bit oddly conservative at times. It was odd they played Cooper Connolly the other night and batted him at number 9 and didn't give him a hit and gave Stoinis and David the chance to bat ahead of him. So I just wonder whether they would have been adventurous enough to get Jake Fraser-McGurk into the team. I hope they will, and I hope he'll come back as soon as he's fit, because he's got so much to offer and this is a big canvas for him. Anyway, I'll leave you to think about that, and Alison Mitchell will take up the conversation.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the Dorsh's 8th over of the game it was, and Dorsh's 4th that did for Phil Salt. He took a couple across. And I think Salt thought that the ball was going to be going across with the angle, and the ball that gets him just nipped back slightly and just kept a little bit lower than the previous couple of balls. So no surprise that he was kind of looking down at the pitch. Matt Short, the off spinner, going to have a bowl. Generally likes to fire them in, Alison.
Hello, Michael.
How are you?
Very well, thank you. Good to see this sellout crowd at Trent Bridge and full game in prospect. Short then, so around the wicket here, gives it plenty of air, low full toss, clipped along the ground to square leg. They think about one. Ball's fielded securely and back into the gloves of Carey, who's now up to the stumps with the spin on, helmet on as well. 57 for 1, England.
Yeah, just looking at the two fielders out, mid-wicket quite square on the boundary, backward point on the boundary for that reverse sweep that Duckett likes to play. So the conventional sweep is on the cards.
Short moves in again, a little quicker. Duckett's pressing forward defensively, and they'll take a single into mid-wicket. Gets through comfortably. So Duckett 31, he's been batting very well aggressively, hitting the ball hard, as has Jacks when he's had the opportunity. 31 off 25 for Duckett. And a strong start for England with the bat. They have, though, lost Phil Salt for 17. Bowled by Dorshus, a maiden one-day international wicket for him. Short is tinkering with his field now, with Jacks on strike. The right-hander swinging Steve Smith around to square leg. So still got the deep mid-wicket, but no backward point here for... Sorry, deep backward point for Jacks. Big gaps on the leg side. 5 in the ring on the off. Carey squats down behind the stumps. Short is in. Forward, he'll flicker the wrist to try and work it into the leg side. Finds Travis Head at short fine leg, and there's no run.
Yeah, good start for Short so far. Just the 1 from 3.
Just needs to calm things down, doesn't he? That Abbott has been so expensive. Short moves in again. Last over of the power play here. Forward. A little tickle back up the pitch to the right-hand side of Short. He picks it up. He's got a little white towel poking out the back of his trousers to keep his hands dry, keep the sweat off the ball. And he waits. Low cloud over Trent Bridge, but it's dry. Moves in again here to Jacks. Flick of the wrist to work it down towards long on. Fielder's back on the boundary, so it's a comfortable 1. Just tickets over the strike with 1 more ball to come in this 10th over, and the field will change again for the left-hander.
Yeah, I think he'll be happy here, Matthew Short, if he can get away with a single, just to be hit for 3 in the final over of the power play.
Again, that deep backward points on the boundary here for Duckett, but Short's in. Use of the feet on inside edge onto the boots. He really went for that, looking to loft it away over the leg side and probably aiming over the head of mid-on, but it's Carey who picks up. Dot ball to end the over, so Short has brought back a semblance of control with just 2 runs coming from that over. 59 for 1 then after 10. 59 runs off the power play. Duckett 31, Jacks 8. England will be pleased enough with that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they'd like to be obviously no wickets down, but when you've got 59, it's been quite low risk as well. They haven't really played too many expansive shots. They've just played good, hard cricket strokes. And Duckett, obviously this move up to the top of the order, he's made a good start. 31 he's struck already, and he's just played the Duckett way. He's played very similar to the way that he plays in Test match cricket. So that's a good start for Ben Duckett at the top of the order. Big Cameron Green into the attack. He is a monster. Look at the size of him.
He is tall, he's strapping, 25 years old. He's got 26 one-day internationals under his belt now. England 59 for 1 then. Here is Jacks facing up. Green moves in, bowls full. It's drivable, but only as far as short extra cover. And there's no run, straight to Labuschagne. It's 1:15, Michael, we're just after, which probably a bit of an update on the county championship, because Somerset have been set 393 to beat Lancashire and keep their title hopes alive. Surrey, meanwhile, are closing in on victory at the Oval against Durham. Remember, if Surrey win and Somerset lose, then the title will go to Surrey, their 3rd consecutive county championship title. Green in full, driven straight by Jacks. Great shot, but a good bit of fielding. And Marsh getting down on the edge of the circle, so it's only 1, just to the onside of straight, back past the stumps.
Yeah, I reckon already the Aussies have saved 4 or 5 in the field.
And it makes a real difference, doesn't it, just those fielding percentages. Let's remind everyone that the commentary on the County Championship continues. Every match on the BBC Sport website and app, and you can listen to that via your smart speaker as well if you've got one. So if you want to listen to the climax of Surrey against Durham, just ask BBC Sounds to play Surrey v Durham Day 3, and you will be there. And of course, you can stick with us as well, and all the clips of wickets and key moments of this match on the BBC Sport website and app. Duckett facing up around the wicket here, tall figure of Green, and it's defence from Duckett to a full ball, honing in on that off stump. Well bowled by Green. He's had a little bit of an up and down sort of time of it, hasn't he, Cameron Green?
Yeah, he has.
A lot of expectation placed on him. In the Test arena, he lost his place during the Ashes in England last year, earned it back again towards the back end of last summer, and there was the rejig, wasn't there, in the Test side with Smith then going up to open because they just wanted him in the side.
Oh, I think he's a tremendous cricketer.
A great asset in the field.
Yeah,
as well.
still so young.
Duckett on 31. Green moves in, slightly back of a length now, dropped into the offside. They're taking a quick single because the keeper's standing well back and halfway down the pitch. Jacks was almost at Duckett's toes by the time he realised where the ball was and responded and got down to the other end. So a safe 1, taking it to 61 for 1 in this 11th over.
Yeah, I think with his batting, I think he's still such a talented player, but he's a work in progress. I think when the ball moves around, like a lot of players, he still is wary of his off stump. He's not quite sure where it is, but batting higher up the order, he'll obviously have to work that out quite quickly.
Moves into the right-handed. Jack's full straight driven back up towards mid-off. They'll take 1, cut off inside the circle by Travis Head, who throws the ball back in on the bounce to Carey.
But when you can bat in the top 5, you can catch pigeons and you can bowl near on 85 plus from such a huge height. Particularly in Australia on those wickets, it just bounced that little bit more off length. He's going to have a big say in not just next year's Ashes, but probably 3 or 4 more Ashes series if he can stay fit.
Running in up to the stumps, past the umpire, into Duckett, who's straight driving again, and Green's fallen over at his follow-through. Whether he got a hand to that, there'll be no run in the end, because actually at the non-striker's end, there's a bit of a slip from Jacks, and he couldn't respond. And the ball's picked up inside the circle. So a dot ball to end the over, 62 for 1 after 11, after Harry Brook won the toss as England's interim captain and opted to bat first. Mitch Marsh, the Australian captain, said he would have bowled first, so both captains getting what they would have wanted at the start of this match. Just 3 off the opening over from Cameron Green, who I was talking about it a little bit during the T20 series, but Green suffers from kidney disorder, which is quite a serious condition that he has to manage, and he does so sort of remarkably well. Chronic kidney disease is no small illness to manage, because there's no cure for it. It's a regressive disorder, and he went public to really talk about it last December, and he's really doing a lot in that charitable space as well now. But he's at stage 2. Stage 5 is the most severe, and I think it's quite inspirational to anyone who's suffering with that, to show that you can have what somewhat on the face of it looks like a really debilitating illness, and you can be an international athlete. So all power to him.
Yeah, and an outstanding one as well.
Yep, short in with the keeper up and over, extra cover. This has been launched out to the stands for 6. What a shot that is from Will Jacks.
Well, he's going with the wind. You can see the flags at the far end that they're going from, as we're looking out, left to right, and he just goes with it. There's not a great deal of spin out there. It's just a little bit of slight width, perfect length. He just gets it up and over. Wonderful strike.
A wonderful extension of the arms to get through that shot. Big follow through over the wicket here to the right-handed Jacks. A flick of the wrists, and it's fielded by Smith at mid-wickets, and a dot ball.
Yeah, you've got the ability to just move your left side out of the way and hit one over extra cover for 6.
Incredible shot. Short in again, outside the off stump, worked his way through the vacant point region out to the deep, and moves in off the boundary to field. And they come back for a single. So Jacks is on to 17 from, a run of ball now. And Duckett 32 off 29. It's back on strike. Short's tinkering with his field.
I was just looking this morning, Adam Zampa's record. He's closing in on Shane Warne's white ball wickets.
Is he?
Yeah, and he's got a better average
in white ball cricket than Shane Warne.
You know, I think because he's not in the test side for Australia, he's sort of he's a very under-talked about bowler. I mean, you know what his value is, but
I think he's only a 15 away, or
doesn't quite get the same limelight, does he? Here is Shorter around the wicket now, and Duckett will swish of the bat and follow through. Can only work it up to mid-off for a single.
Yeah, Adam Zampa playing his 100th ODI today. He's a 32nd Australian to reach that. In terms of Australian players who've got 100 wickets or more, he's got the third best strike rate, 30.7. Shane Warne's was 36.4.
Over the wicket, short. And this has been almost sort of played down towards fine leg. Chase on here, sort of like a chop shot, as if he was bringing the bat down like a bit of an axe. Not really not a sweep or a paddle. He went a bit from high to low.
Phil, how many wickets has he got compared to Shane? And I'm pretty sure his average is 25.04. Did I read that correctly online today?
Jack's facing up again. Short is in. Tickle to mid-wicket. Finds Steve Smith. Dot ball to end the over. So again, Short trying to keep things quiet, but was on the end of a Will Jack's tremendous six, which you can see if you follow the BBC Sport website. It'll be up there on the live text commentary. 72 for 1 after 12.
Adam Zampa 169 at 28. Australia. Shane Warne.
He's got all the skills, hasn't he? In the control, he knows how to set his fields.
Just out of my online site this morning.
What sites are you looking at?
It was on X. And it just flashed up there. I went, oh, it's a good record.
Oh, maybe a...
Yeah, Shane Warne 291 ODI wickets. They were at 25.8 apiece.
He's a little way off.
Yeah, is it all white ball cricket?
Shane Warne has played 193 ODIs compared to Zampa's 100, so he's one on course if he's to play that amount of games to get there.
Well, Zampa's 32. Still got a lot of time in him. Rashid's 36.
What's the... Phil, I'm asking you a lot of questions here. What's the duel of T20 and 50 over cricket? And maybe that's what I was reading.
Aaron Hardy is back at the Radcliffe Road end. He bowled the first 2 overs of the innings. Tickled to the square leg. Vacant region here. Man comes in from the boundary. A single taken by Duckett. Moves on to 33 from 30. England 73 for 1 in this 13th over.
Yeah, the good thing for England here that Duckett just looks so natural, doesn't he? In this format, just at the top of the order, just playing the way that he does, being nice and busy. He's got obviously those boundary options. He's moved to 34 from 31 without really breaking sweat. It's been a good start for him.
Plenty of time to hit and accelerate. You sort of feel it's coming. He's laying a really good foundation at the moment. It's Jacks on strike to Hardy. Angles it towards backward point. No run. Steve Smith is there again. Well, this for both these teams now internationally, it's a working up to the Champions Trophy in February, which will be the sort of first indication, won't it, about how sides are starting to shape up in this cycle leading up to the next World Cup.
Well, clearly these two teams will be there or thereabouts probably for the Champions Trophy and for the next World Cup in South Africa.
Hardy moves in from wide of the stumps, and this has worked out towards the deep at mid-wicket by Jacks. Just the one. Scoops up in the outfield.
Yeah, I particularly think the next World Cup in South Africa on those pitches
should suit them better.
With a bit of pace, you'd think that England will have quite a few seam bowling all-rounders. Australia will have very similar.
How will South Africa fare at home? I mean,
very,
given
very
how well they performed in the T20 World Cup, they've got...
Could that be the one?
Yes. Well, they've been waiting to make it
got close,
final.
didn't they, in the T20 final in Barbados.
Hardy into Duckett, past the umpire, bowling full, a little bit of late swing there almost. And fielded at extra cover. Labuschagne is there.
Yeah, in terms of white ball international, Shane Warne 291 in those ODIs. Adam Zampa 169 in ODIs, 111 in T20s, which makes 280, so he's 11 behind.
There you go, that's...
And I reckon his average, I think in the combination, I think his average maybe... I'm going to trust my sight.
Hardy at the end of his mark. Overcast day here at Trent Bridge. Moves into Duckett. It's off the pads. Flicked away towards deep square leg for 1.
I think the challenge for Duckett will be around now when the fielders... we can have more on the boundary. He's such a good, skillful, I'd say a 4 hitter. He doesn't hit the 6s that often. So it's how's he going to work a way of getting the boundaries when now Australia can have more fielders on the boundaries. I think inside the first 10 when there's only 2, he's so skillful, he's got plenty of gaps to work with. There's not as many on the boundary for him to hit now.
It's Jack's on strike, and he defends one, fullish length outside the off stump. Up towards extra cover, no run to end the over, so Hardy has gone for 10 now from his 3 overs bowled, 75 for 1. And the wicket was after 13 overs. The wicket was out of Phil Salt, and Ben Dorshus on his ODI debut shot a ball which just cramped him. He was backing away towards leg as if he was looking to try and get that ball up and over the offside, and the ball actually passed the inside edge and went on to hit middle and leg. And he looked a little bit perplexed as he was walking off, as if to say, well, what did that ball do? But I think he just got cramped and was beaten.
I think it did. It kept a little bit lower, but I still feel his body shape was shaping up to whack it square of the wicket on the offside. It just nipped back slightly, so it kind of shut him off.
That's a change of ends from Cam Green then. So Hardy replaced him, having just bowled the 1 over. Let's see if the pavilion end will help him. I mean, Duckett here, the left-hander, he looks out towards the leg side, and that's the direction that the wind is blowing. There's one fielder there at deep square leg, so around the wicket, Green width there, and chopped into the ground up to cover. So the fielder's back, we've got deep cover at the deep square leg. Zampa is on the boundary at fine leg, and at deep third he's back on the boundary as well.
I think it's a day for the seamers to bowl all the tricks. There's just nothing through the air. There's no swing, there's no seam. I think all the variations, the knuckle balls, the out the hand slower balls, I think we're going to see them all today.
When T20 cricket comes into its own, all the skills they use there. Outside the off stump, a more defensively angled bat, but earns a single. Just forward of Steve Smith there at points, 76 for 1 in this 14th over. It's going to be a test for the seam attack, which, as we said before, quite a more inexperienced attack from the usual Stark, Hazelwood, Zampa type combo that we're used to seeing. So Cameron Green obviously bowling, and Matt Short bowls some of that. It's Aaron Hardy, Sean Abbott, Ben Dorshus on debut make up the seam attack for the Aussies today. Illness to Stark and Glenn Maxwell as well, missing because of illness that's been going through the camp. Green over the wicket here to the right-handed, Jacks down the leg side, wide signalled by the umpire. One more for the England total.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of series, isn't it, that you're almost just tinkering slightly with a few different combinations, and maybe playing the odd younger player or two if you can possibly do so. I think it's probably more of a sensible series, if you like, in selection for England, to try and get a bit of stability with their team. Whereas Australia, I think we'll probably see different combinations in every single game.
Well, even with the likes of Hazelwood, that's someone they're sort of managing through injury, isn't it? Green, that was banged into the pitch. Down the leg side, it's another wide. They're just struggling a little with his line here. England then 78 for 1.
They've got this young quick, haven't they? Beardman that's in the squad.
Yes,
he's from the under-19s. He's sharp.
Yeah.
Seen a little bit of him.
6'2". He towers at the age of 19.
Yeah, he's sharp, and they are talking of this little crop of younger bowlers that have come in through the under-19 system for the Aussies.
Green, tall figure himself, moves in, bowls full to Jacks. Strikes it out towards extra cover along the ground. Short's there, and there's no run.
Which is not really what the England team need to hear. When I think
well, England are doing their best at shepherding their own crop of quicks, aren't they?
Yeah.
Certainly, I mean, it's going to be exciting to watch Archer here, because he hasn't played a game longer than a T20 in 18 months. So seeing how he comes through if he bowls, and I think the idea is he'll bowl the full 10 overs.
Yeah.
And of course Ollie Stone is in the ranks, not playing today. There's Green outside the off stump and steered by Duckett out through backward point, out to the deep, takes a single. Pace of Bryden Carse we'll see today, and well backed up by
I like Carse a lot. I think he's a tremendous cricketer, and just very much the modern style of play, can whack it.
And how significant,
all quick.
Again, he's not playing today because we're told he was unwell as well, but Reece Topley with the left arm angle to complement your attack. And Australia have got, obviously when he's fit, Mitchell Stark as that left armour, and now of course Ben Dorshus is potentially that second left armour when you need. Around the wicket here, Duckett gets a little bit of width and jabs it out towards deep point. jogs another one. So they're ticking over the strike in this over from Cameron Green, 80 for one.
It always makes me laugh with the modern kind of selection process, and I completely get it that they all want a left armour. It creates a wicket-taking angle option. Obviously, there's certain fragments of the ground that you can protect more with the angle from left arm over, or you can take the left armour around the wicket. So you've got lots of different subtle angle changes. So I was going, why don't you just pick a load of left armers then?
Well, then it'll be the same, won't they? In goes Green, blocked back up the pitch by Jacks into the hands of Green to end the over. So we've had 14 overs, and England are 80 for one, having lost Salt for 17. So Jacks 21 from 24, and Duckett, a very good foundation here for his 37 from 36. Plenty more to come from England with the bats. You feel good partnership developing between these two. A sellout here at Old Trafford, Trent Bridge. Overcast skies. It's cool, but not too cold at the moment. It might be later on. And I think we're having a double change in commentary here. Ebony Rainford, Brent's had a bit of an adventure today. I haven't seen you at all yet, Ebony, but I'm very glad to see you. I will let you settle in, and then Aggers is joining you.
Cheers, Ali. Yeah, well, look, England, first of all, have had a great start here. I've just seen and Duckett play one of the best and most enjoyable sort of extra cover drives to that short boundary. So, as we know, Aggers, they like this ground, and I'm glad to have made it, to be here.
Yes, you've had a bit of a mishap, have you?
Well, yeah, a bit of a nail going into the tyre on the way up. Luckily just before the motorway, and then, as you expected, I was not intending on changing it myself, so...
Did you not?
No chance.
Didn't jack it up?
No chance. I was remember because me and Henry actually had a flat tyre a few years ago, and he did the hard yards. He got stuck in, but...
I thought you'd have probably got...
You would have done it, right?
So you phoned somebody. Well, at least they fixed it. Zampa's on now, and he comes in and bowls to Duckett, who hits him with the spin out into the leg side. Zampa, of course, a leg spin bowler, so that's hit with the spin to the left-hander out towards Cameron. Green out at deep mid-wicket. Oh, poor old you, so a bit of a hold-up. Yeah,
a couple of hours, it was all right. Had to convince the guy who was changing a load of other people's tyres, and he was like, sorry, lads, it's going to be like 3 hours.
Was it front tyre or back tyre?
Back tyre.
See, this is the thing, because I had one go on the A1 going up to Chester Street for a game 2 or 3 years ago, and my back one went. I said, why is it the back tyre? Because you'd think the front tyre would hit it first, wouldn't you? Here's Zampa again, he's hit high. This is 6. Absolutely no doubt about that. Up into the second tier, I would say, of the stand here. And Jack's not bothering for a look. Just smashed him over long on for 6. 81 for 1.
Brilliant shot. He saw that early. As soon as he saw the ball above the eye line, you could just see that bat raised quite high in the full float. He looks set for some runs today.
A long way. He's a good cricketer. I think he took 6 for our testings in Pakistan, of course, last time we were there. Zampa bowls again. It's pushed away for a single. So anyway, I said, well, why didn't the front tyre go? And so the chap who very kindly fixed this, somewhere up there, one, said that apparently the front tyre hits the nail and then spins it up.
Oh.
And that's when your back tyre goes over.
Gets done.
That was the theory.
Okay.
So that's interesting, because if your back one went.
Back one, yeah.
It goes Zampa. And that's tucked away by Duckett out to mid-wicket. Think about a single, but it's not there. It's picked up by Steve Smith, bustling around there at mid-wicket. But there you go. I mean, whichever one goes, it's a pain, isn't it?
I would have had you down as changing it yourself, I guess, but...
Well, I managed to limp into a garage there. I think something showed on the dashboard, you know. Goes Zampa, bowls again. Trying to himself a little bit of room, finds Marsh at cover. But he's pulled out the nail and basically carried on. There was no...
You didn't have to buy a new one?
No.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah, no, it's quite lucky. 88 for 1. Zampa scuttles in, bowls, tucked away out towards square leg. Duckett runs the first one hard. Fielder comes in, picks up. It's Dorcas who throws it to the keeper. Alex Carey, and they take 189 for 1. So 15 overs have gone of the 50. England's run rate just below 6. At the moment, brown-haired Zampa at this occasion. He's somehow a bit blonder than that. He's got his sunglasses on. It's not really a sunglassy sort of a day. The sun's trying its best to come out, but it's quite muggy, and so the new ball did swing around a bit, which was nice to see. It Salt in particular, think about things a little bit. But 6 bowlers already used by Marsh, and actually not even himself. So he's juggling around. He's got a very inexperienced bowling attack here. So short spells. Trying to move people about. Hardy's coming back. He actually started off at our end. He's switching to the pavilion end now. 3 out. So is it 4 out? Let's have a look down here to our left. I can't see him. Hardy comes in, bowls, and Duckett plays rather a clubbing sort of a shot here down the ground up towards mid-off.
Yeah, 4
out. So deep square leg, fine leg, third man, and deep point, but that might change a little bit for the right-handed jacks. 90 for 1. He's got 28. Duckett 40 from 41 balls. Phil Salt was the man dismissed, or by Dorcius, to give him his first international wicket on his debut. And Hardy on his way now, comes in, bowls to Jack, slower ball tucked away out to mid-wicket. Fielder can pick that up, and there is no run. 90 for 1.
England do like this ground, don't they? Scored a lot of runs here, so this start just feels like with the lineup they've got, a real opportunity to capitalise.
That boundary's so short, isn't it? I mean,
Offside,
on the right,
yeah.
but even down towards third man. I mean, they've cut off all the practice net area down there. Hardy moves in, bowls, and Jacks wants a single. Yes, he'll get it as well, just defeating the diving Labuschagne there at mid-wicket. 91 for 1.
You know the way that Ben Duckett plays as well. At some stage, even though he's going to run a ball, you know he will flick that switch. He's got plenty of time. He just bats one way, really. Doesn't have to adjust too much between any format.
There, he plays the same way, doesn't he? 91 for 1. He's over his bat. Now it's raised. Hardy trudges in again from the far end. Bowls a bit more effort this time. And Duckett on the back foot. This time finds Labuschagne at cover. And there is no run. Phil, did you come to the ground as sort of orthodox means? Or is it only in India where you go completely sort of off-piste?
I did get the train this morning, so yeah, keeping that theme going.
Yes, not quite the same as some of those ones that you...
22 minutes from Leicester this morning, not...
no, that's okay.
I think it was 37 hours was the longest I did during the World Cup.
22.
Which I know you were impressed by.
Well, I was actually. There's the next one, pushed away off the back foot firmly, and picked up there by the bowler himself. So did you come on the sort of the chugger one up through I don't know, Barrow on Saw? And,
no, I got the quick one this morning. I like the chugger one.
Yeah.
But no, got the quick one this morning. So we flew through Barrow upon Saw and Sile being Sice.
Straight through.
Yeah, straight through. 22 minutes.
Because there is what's the name of the line there? There's where they have the nice old steam trains go up and down and so on. Central or something Central? There's Duckett on the back foot. Grand Central plays out to cover.
Great Central.
Yeah, almost.
Came under the Great Central at Loughborough.
Is this like Midlands knowledge, is it? Is this...
Well, we're Leicester folk, you know.
Leicester.
When you're from round here...
You born and bred Leicester? You, Agnes?
No, not born and bred. Well, I think Phil might have been born and bred. No, I migrated there. But no, all of, from the Shires up here. It's a lovely part of the world.
Can't wait.
Ebony keeps inviting herself, Phil. What do you think? How is the beaver ready for Ebony?
She seems underwhelmed by it.
Well, what is up there? There's obviously in London you've got theatres, and what are we going for? Is it a nice local pub?
Nice, very nice local
some
pub.
Fields?
They'll make you feel very welcome. Yes, we have some fields.
Dog walks?
We have some cows.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Dog walks?
We have a nice castle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The Beaver Castle?
Yeah.
I think I might have been there.
Beautiful part.
It's cricket. Yeah,
there is.
Yeah, I've been to Beaver Castle.
Actually, it's a very beautiful castle, which masqueraded in one of the episodes, having a drink, by the way, is why we're rambling. It masqueraded as Windsor Castle in at least one series of The Crown.
Oh, really?
Because I was watching it, and someone said, the Queen arrives at Windsor Castle or something, and I said to him, that's the Beaver. That's the Beaver.
You recognised it?
Yeah, because it is very recognisable. It's a beautiful, almost slightly pinky coloured castle, up on the hill.
It's
anyway,
spelled Belvoir or something, isn't it?
Well, it is.
How's it be? Yeah.
It's spelled that way, but it's not pronounced that way.
Oh, okay, I recognise it. Yeah.
It's beautiful. So there's lots to do around here. It's a lovely part of the world. People travel far and wide to come and see. Anyway, Phil, I've interrupted you because you had something important to say, but I got distracted about trains.
I was going to tell you about, you were talking about Ben Duckett and the way he's approached this innings. 4 fours in Sean Abbott's second over, but since then he moved to 29 there. He's moved from 29 to 40 solely in singles.
Has he?
Well, I thought they just bowled at him, especially Hardy, in that last over quite nicely. He looks like he's trying to hit that back of a length, and it's not been as easy.
They're cramping up a little bit.
Yeah,
not giving him any width.
Not giving him any width, like you say, and then just making that awkward length. So maybe they've just worked out a little game plan. I suggest, though, knowing him, he will have a drink and then maybe start using his feet or trying to do something different.
Well, they're going nicely. 6 and over at the moment. 91 for 1. And, the ground staff is finishing off what they have to do. Usual equipment. Well, that's a slightly larger bucket than usually. That's quite a large bucket to manhandle off the ground with his white paint in it. In fact, it can't run all the way. He's got quite a large plank, but a particularly large bucket. White paint and sort of sploshing all down the sides.
Always shorts.
It's a great job here, yeah.
Always in shorts, groundsman.
It's a great job. And when it's a nice day, you can just sit there and watch the game. That's rather nice. I mean, when they earn their money is when it's raining, isn't it? And there's on and off at the colours and so on. But a vital part of cricket. Zampa pulls up his trousers, or just hitches them up, for a better expression. And he's well to Jacks, who looks dangerous. 29 from 29 balls. I mentioned that. It was 6 foot that he got it in. It's in the first test match in Pakistan last time we were there, in Rawalpindi, I think. And he's an all-right off-spinner, isn't he? But I felt the 6 foot was being slightly flattering, to be honest, because I don't think he played again. Did he play? In fact, that's a good question, Phil. Did he play in the second test match? And in which case, how many bowlers take 6 foot in a test match innings and then get dropped for the next? But he might have played in the next one, so I might be preempting that. But
no, he's a serious player.
Yeah.
Especially in this kind of modern era that they want to continue. He didn't quite get going in the T20s, but you feel he's always only a couple of games away from a big score.
So he's played 1 or 2 tests. I guess that probably answered it. So he's played 2, so he did play the next one then, probably. 91 for 1. Zampa scuttles in, bowls as he starts the 17th over. And the first ball stroked away by Jacks for a single.
Yeah, it was a strange series, that, wasn't it, in terms of people going for lots of runs but taking wickets. Will Jacks' figures in that first innings: 40.3 overs, 5 maidens, 6 for 161. Jack Leach, 2 for 190 off 49.
It was a very flat pitch, but a brilliant game of cricket and superb capture by Stokes to just manufacture that win. England had to get the wickets and the sun was going down. It was beautiful, really. Here's Duckett playing a reverse. I'm not going to call that a reverse sweep. That's a reverse clobber. He just really smashed that in reverse. So he's hit it out to our right-hand side. His cover boundary, but he's hit that hard. It's not like those dinky reverse sweeps that you sometimes see. He's really hammered that.
Yeah, I like how he's hit it in front as well. It's often when you see the reverse come out, it's a bit squarer because you don't get it so flush. But like you say, he's flat batted that in front. Takes some serious skill there.
It really does. He's hit that hard. Zampa spins himself a catch. He's gone for 14 from 8 balls so far, and now Duckett plays the orthodox sweep, swings that away into the deep. Dorsius will throw that back from deep backward square leg. England moved to 97 for 1, so he did play in the second game, did he?
Just looking at the scores from that first test last time England were in Pakistan. England made 657, Pakistan 579, England 264 for 7 declared, Pakistan 268 all out.
Zampa tossing it up, flicked away by Jacks for a single to long on.
And the man of the match was Ollie Robinson.
Was he? Is that right? So he got 4 for 50. Oh, so he helped bowl them out in
on that final evening.
Yeah. So 100. I mean, Crawley's 100 was incredible. 111 balls. Duckett 107 for 110. Pope 108 from 104, and then Brooke 153 from 116 balls. Here's another single to Duckett, sending ball away out the deep backward square leg. It was a very flat pitch, but it's one of those when you sit there and you watch the game and you're commentating on it, you've just got to be there because it was getting dark. You know, the sun was going down to our right there, and you could hear the
No lights.
hear the prayers. No, the prayers for the mosques were ringing out around the ground. You know, it was incredible, incredible. Zampa on the back foot goes Jax. Plays down the ground to long off, and the 100 comes up.
Yeah, the first day in that game was restricted to 75 overs because of the light in the part of the world. At that time of year, England still made 506 for 4.
It was an incredible day. A wonderful series, actually. I said, all up against the light, shortened days. Fridays is an extended lunch because of prayers as well. So you are really up against getting the results. To win 3-0, never been done before by any team in Pakistan. It was a fantastic effort, and a lot due to Ben Stokes' very imaginative captaincy. Harry Brooks batting. I mean, it was all lots of things come into it, but looking forward to getting back. A couple of weeks to go.
It's quite a quick turnaround, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
What's the latest? Is there anything?
No. I think they've narrowed the series down to being played within Pakistan. In comes Green, and that's lofted away. That'll be 4. No, it won't. He hasn't really got hold of it. And it's a bit of a dribbler in the end, and they'll come back for 3. He opened his shoulders, and looks as if he'd really smashed that. But the timing wasn't there. It was perhaps a slower ball. He just got a thickish edge on it. He's playing the shot again now, so it was well bowled. If that was a disguised one, 103 for 1 in the 18th over. That takes the run rate to exactly 6 runs per over. You're not coming, Ebony?
I'm not going to be there, unfortunately.
Oh.
But I'll be tuned in, obviously, listening intently.
I suspect Alex will be buying all her pot noodles again.
Should be good fun. So what's it? How long is 3 tests?
103 for 1. Comes Green round the wicket. Bowls short. Oh, well, the fielder there almost had it. And he stood there. If it had been a yard squarer, he would have caught it. But, well, maybe Duckett wouldn't have hit it there. He picks up 2. But it was Short who just stood there at square leg. The ball whistled past his right hand.
He'll be gutted here. There wasn't a huge amount of pace on the ball, so he almost scuffed it, having to wait for the delivery. So he'll be looking to put that one away.
105 for 1. Duckett looks around the field. 48 now from 48 balls. Green towers over the umpire. Bowls round the wicket. A slower ball again. Sliced away. This should be his half century. Played away down to deep backward point. Fielder picks it up. And Ben Duckett, at his adopted home ground, raises bat for his first half century as an England opener in one-day international cricket. So that'll be a nice start for him. It's his 4th in all. And he has 100 in his career in one-day international cricket of 12 games at 50 not out from 49 balls. He's hit 6 fours, so a nice platform for him. It's Green. Lumbers in again from the far end. Bowls, and that's sliced away to third man. The fielder directly below us here. Travis Head. Throw it back in again. 108 for 1.
Yeah, what I like about Ben Duckett is because his game is so simple, he doesn't have to change it too much between formats. So he just now seems to be one of those players that you can see inked in all formats if he wants it, and has that simplicity. He's had to work a little bit today. They did sort of tie him down for a little while bowling straight, but he's chipping away as he does.
Green again bowls. Jack steps away. That goes right over his stumps. He tries to uppercut that, really, over cover and out into that stand, that short boundary at deep cover. The one that was peppered by Johnny Bairstow a couple of summers ago, but that was mainly hitting him into the leg side. They kept bowling slightly short at him, and he just kept smashing into that stand. It was a start.
When he gets in that mood as well, Bairstow, isn't it?
Yeah. 108 for 1. 1 ball to go in the 18th. England's run rate just above 6 at the moment. As Green bowls to Jacks, it's short. That's dangerous. He pulls it away out to deep backward square leg again. Hasn't quite got hold of that. And comes scurrying into his ground to complete a second run. So 18 overs gone. 110 for 1. Jacks has 37. He's nicely primed. Duckett set up on 51 from 50. And And Geoff Lemon's coming in after thoughts from Ebony.
Thanks, Aggers. So at the moment, it doesn't look like the Australian bowlers are being hugely threatening. There was just a little period where it felt like Hardy found the sort of back of the length and was hammering it in and keeping the ball tight. But equally, it's not been a huge amount of pace for a little while, not much spin for Zampa, so this feels like a little period England can take charge. Geoff, how are you? Good to see you, Mr. Lemon.
Nice to see you again as well. In the daylight too. We've been living nocturnally at the T20 internationals. Or the IT... Why do they call them IT20s
International
in England?
T20.
Yeah, the T20 international. It's a one-day international. It's not an international. Okay. Here's Zampa floating the ball up, and the low full toss is swept out to deep backward square for a single. On the left-hander, Ben Duckett, who's got 52, 111 for one.
International IT20 versus T20I.
It's a T20 international. It's a one-day international. There are the two different kinds of international.
International T20.
Is it? Is it an international one-day match? Is it an IOD? Just pondering. Pitched up, a little over-pitched by Zampa, driven down to Matt Short at long off, who's doing his best Glenn Maxwell impression with the beard and the hat and the loping run. 112 for one.
A huge amount of turn today. Well, like you say, Zampa's not the biggest turner either way, but seem to be navigating him quite well.
Zampa floats it up, a little ramp shot from Duckett, gets down low and flicks it over his back shoulder. The ball's running down towards fine leg. It is stopped inside the rope because it was a spinner. There wasn't that much pace on the ball to begin with. They get a couple, 114 for one. Dinky sort of stroke. Ben Dwarshuis almost fell over as he went to collect the ball there. Might have the half spikes in.
It was the right one as well, because there's a bit of pace on that one, so I was able to work with it nicely.
Zampa. Right arm over. A little bit of air driven down to long on by Duckett for one. 115 for one. Felt like that big six from Jacks against Zampa was an important early. It was England saying, we want to take you down today.
Little 1-2 punch straight down.
Like Jacob Bethel did the other night in Cardiff. 3 4s and a 6 in succession off Zampa, which pretty much ended that chase. Zampa flight again, and it's muscled down the ground by Jacks, and that one goes through long on, who was set quite straight. But Jacks, we saw that straight drive that he hit earlier from the free hit from Sean Abbott, and that was a similarly powerful shot. So even though the fielder was there, it burned through him, reaches the boundary.
Yes.
Very straight indeed.
It was a little bit full actually, but there was just a slight adjustment to be able to hit that ball right under the eye line. Just open up that front leg and then drilled it gun barrel straight.
119 for one. That front foot, Jackson's front foot, skidded sideways onto the side of the boot. That's how hard he was swinging at that ball, but managed to connect before he lost the stability of the base.
Oh, those sixes have got his run rate up. He was kind of ticking along at a run a ball or even a fraction less, but now just creeping over the other side, and since these two are going to, since that drinks break, want to accelerate a little bit more. We've seen the reverse come out, the hits down the ground.
Steve Smith, dropping back into captaincy mode, has come over from cover and had a long conversation with Zampa about the last ball of the over, which he delivers now flat and coming forward on the stretch. Jacks just defends the ball, happy that he's done enough damage from the over already in concert with Ben Duckett. Duckett 55, Jacks 42. England 119 for 11, going along very nicely at 6.2 and over.
Steve Smith still gets in the mix, do you think?
He's very good on the tactical stuff, and Pat Cummins uses him that way as well when Cummins is captaining in Test cricket. Oftentimes with the on-field, slight field placing adjustments, things like that, Cummins says, just go for it. You know, you have an ability to read the game. I'm happy to trust what you're doing while I'm bowling. So it's an interesting partnership. Cummins very good with the off-field stuff, the team leadership, setting tones, talking in dressing rooms, all the rest of it. But sometimes he's in the middle of doing what he's doing as a bowler, and if you need to shift fine leg 3 metres to the left, he's happy to let Steve Smith do that.
Yeah, it takes the right kind of environment to be able to do that, because sometimes you've got too many captains, too many people saying things.
Yeah, well, Mitchell Marsh is a very laid-back leader as well. At the start of a new over, coming in to Duckett is Sean Abbott. And Duckett's playing the pull shot. Not sure if he got any glove on that or if it was just off the body as it rolls towards fine leg. Umpire signals leg by in the end, 119. 120 for one.
Like a slow ball there, set down at mid-70s. I think it'll be interesting to see how Abbott bowls here, because there hasn't been a huge amount of pace for a while, but will he look to change up that speed with a few quick deliveries and then that slower variation?
He tends to lean on the slower ball a lot more than the pace deliveries. Mostly we see him as a T20 operator, and he has so many mix-ups and variations. He's used to bowling those death overs, and every ball's coming out at a different pace. He's coming over the wicket to the right-handed Jacks. No run there as it's just dabbed to Smith at backward point. So he's already going at 10 and over. Abbott went for 32 off his first 3. So maybe he goes to death overs T20 bowling already.
Yeah.
Just to see if he can try to regain some control over his contribution to the game today. They've got 3 specialist quicks, I suppose. They're treating Hardy as one of those, plus Cameron Green's overs. Zampa and short with some spin. In goes Abbott at the leg stump. Flicked away to deep backward square for one. 121 for one. Phil Long.
You mentioned Cameron Green, Geoff. He's bowled 3 overs today, all in single over spells.
Right.
It's that change up. They're just trying to get some momentum here, aren't they? It just feels a bit flat with the ball. There's not a huge amount happening in terms of off the surface or on offer for the bowlers.
Travis Head is an option. Usually turns it more than most. He puts more work on it as a part-time off-spinner. Abbott around the wicket to the left-hander, keeps changing up, and another run pushed down to mid-on by Duckett, 122 for one. And Mitchell Marsh bowled a lot in the warm-up as well. So he was hoping to not bowl basically until the Australian summer, because he's banking on being called upon during 5 tests against India and wants to avoid it. He's had such an injury history that he was trying to avoid bowling, but he seemed to be preparing to be used today, or to allow himself to have a go today. He's just changing the field around as well, swapping himself in from mid-on to come into a mid-wicket for Jacks. He sent Labuschagne down to long-on for Abbott. Right arm seamer over the wicket. They've got short third inside the circle now to let that long-on go back, and it's glanced through fine leg for 4. No fielder there. The runs keep on coming. They're leg byes in this instance. Still a poor delivery down the leg side, and just needed that slight deflection off the thigh. England keep racing, 126 for 1.
Yeah, he's got a little bit leg sidey on the last couple of deliveries. You can see he was frustrated, but that one was the effort ball, so it had all venom in the ball, and so with that width was just able to be capitalised on. So I'll just have to find that line.
So the leg byes don't go against the bowler's tally. That's the only good news for Sean Abbott, but they still go against the team's bottom line. He bowls leg stump again, this time turned away off the bat to Travis Head. And long leg for 127.
Every ball he's like, you can tell when he's frustrated with himself. It's like after he bowls it, he puts his hand on his head, and you can just see that frustration when you can't find your line.
He's not having the most enjoyable day so far, Sean Abbott. None for 35, which would be none for 39 if you counted the 4 leg byes. So he's still going at 10 and over just about. 127 for 1 is the score. Will Jacks on 44, having an enjoyable time after a couple of failures in the T20 series. Ben Duckett on 56, coming back into this one-day team. It seems surprising that Ben Duckett hasn't played that much one-day cricket. He's made a one-day 100. He's only played 10 or 11 games. He had that little series against Ireland. It was effectively a reserve team being sent. Start of a new over. And up and bowling to Will Jacks, who's driving out through the covers. It's Hardy. They'll get 1 run for it with the sweeper back, 128 for 1. Jacks on 45. Ben Duckett on to strike on 56. Ebony, Rainford, Brent off for a spell. Alistair Cook popping back in. Aaron Hardy continuing, or about to. He's just tweaking his field. looking around. He wants his deep square leg to go a little bit further behind square. So he's got a fielder just in front of square leg in the circle, plus a mid-wicket. He's bowling right arm over to the left-handed Duckett, who slashes him through the covers, beats the dive. There'll be a chase on, but Labuschagne, he can't quite get there. Sliding across the turf on his stomach. Can't slap the ball back in. It's Sean Abbott, rather, out there at deep cover. After having a pretty unhappy over, he's had an unhappy moment in the field. Thought he could get it, couldn't quite. Boundary for Duckett. He's up to 60. Hello, Alistair.
I know, it's been good, hasn't it? I've enjoyed it. I tell you, what's Jack's record like recently? Because I felt like he needs to score. I felt today, I thought he needs to score. He's batted so well. I've really enjoyed.
Hardy, just short down the leg side, pulled off the gloves into the ground to the keeper, no run.
In particular, how he's played Zampa.
Well, he was poor in the T20s. He looked to be... They were opening with him in the T20s, and he was really trying to force the pace. But that was only 2 innings.
Yeah, it was more like just as a last little bit for England.
Yeah.
Like what his last few runs. But Zampa's caused a lot of people trouble. That stand and like the sit and hit, step and hit that everyone calls it.
Yep.
Seems to be the way you go against Zampa.
Well, that 6 was a monster that Jack's hit early in Zampa's day. And as we mentioned, we did see Bethel take Zampa down in Cardiff. So he can be got to, and it really affects the equilibrium of this Australian team if Zampa is got to. Just a little push outside the off stump from Duckett, who wasn't sure about the line from Hardy. Looked like he was trying to run it to deep third. He misses the ball, nearly edges it. Phil, what have you got?
Well, England haven't played any ODIs in 2024, so it's his T20 record we kind of need to look at. He's only got a high score of 40 in T20s, so internationally there's not been many runs out there. Yeah, top score 37 this year against Pakistan in the opening one at Birmingham.
Hardy up to Duckett again, who pulls savagely for 4. They've got a fielder out. But he only takes about 2 steps towards the ball before it crosses the rope. Got every single piece of that one, Ben Duckett. He's up to 64. England 136 for 1.
I like the word savage. It's a good choice. It was. I mean, savage or brutal, wasn't it? He just absolutely destroyed that ball.
The sound of that contact.
Yeah. I feel like this Australian attack is quite the same with the two.
Yes.
The two right arms of Hardy and Abbott. You're going to get one, you're going to get the other one.
Short of options today, Australia. Nasty one. Bit of bounce gets him on the gloves, and I suppose you don't need to get up that high to get Ben Duckett's gloves, but it was an unpleasant one.
It's a bit unnecessary, isn't it?
Low blow, you'd say?
Well, it's a tall blow for him, isn't it?
He's wandering away to square leg and might just need a medical visit. He's got the gloves off, Duckett. I don't see anybody sprinting onto the ground to help him out. He's talking to his batting partner, who's not going to be much use.
No, but just quickly back on Jackson, he's like, in my eyes, he plays in this one-day team. And in the T20, I think, yeah, he plays, and yet you don't want to get sometimes blindsided. In fact, maybe it's just because he's done really well for Surrey against Essex. I just see him as this really clean striking, like destroyer of a bowl. I think he's a really good player. So I like the fact he's been backed, which actually this environment over the last couple of years, you do back players. So actually, the T20 where he hasn't done amazingly well. You still feel though.
But he's got
Jackson, in the IPO, if it's his day, he can win a game for you.
He's got damaging potential. 136 for 1. It was the end of the over. Duckett's okay at the non-striker's end. Abbott will continue to Jacks, who hauls the ball across the line down towards long on for a couple of not extremely cultured runs. 138 for 1 as he's up to 47. But that was how he burst onto the scene, Jacks. What was it, 4, 5, 6 years ago? Time goes very quickly, but as a prodigy, as a young destroyer of the ball in English domestic cricket, there was so much excitement about him as a player.
There is, and you feel it's justified. He feels that this guy is one for not.
Abbott to him, slower ball bouncer, clonks it out through mid-wicket for 4. A couple of bounces as it skips over the rope in front of Aaron Hardy. So the boundaries keep coming. And there is a half-century for Will Jacks. Hasn't got one for England in any format this year until now. But he's up to 51 from 45 balls. He's doing the job here today. 142 for 1.
I think it's the fact that he's just quite a simple player to watch. So, he stands and hits it, stands still and hits it, and I think to be consistently good in one-day cricket and T20, having that option and reacting rather than being too premeditated.
Abbott, back of a length, punched on the up out to deep point for 143 for 1. Jack's 52.
If you know what I mean, like if the guys who are always ramping, always giving themselves room, going across the leg side, it feels like that you're always gambling a bit. Where Jack's in particular just stand still, react to the ball, and then be good enough to hit in 360. And I know you're going to ramp it at certain times. That is premeditated. But you know what I mean. In general, the majority of his shots stand still, see where he bowls. If it's full, I can play a good drive. If it's short, he can whack on the back foot.
Abbott come around the wicket to Duckett, left-hander, and in at the pad, almost sneaks it through him, just squeezes out between bat and pad towards square leg. Yeah, we haven't seen him play any of those behind-the-wicket shots today, Jacks. He's just been down the ground, or he's been square of the wicket, or he's gone over cover once. That was the Zampa 6, wasn't it, over cover?
What's par?
360, apparently.
On today?
Well, according to England's last 6 games here, they've averaged 367, Phil told us. Here goes Abbott, up and full and driven down through long on. The ball's skating away. There's nobody anywhere near it. It wasn't perfectly timed, but given the setup of the field with a mid-wicket but no long on, goes all the way for 4. So Duckett up to 64, England 147 for 1. But, well, I mean, the way they go.
Yeah, exactly. Today, well, the last time. When did Phil Salt get out? What over did he get out in?
Like a while ago, 99 runs ago.
Yeah, well, nice. 100. But it feels like the last 6 or 7 overs, the scoring rate has just...
It has jumped with Abbott, who's bowling now. Slower ball bouncer, pulled for 4. That ball hasn't worked for him today. They've been able to pick it. He's run the fingers, dug it into the pitch, and it has just set up to be spanked. 151 for 1, England. Abbott, it's been a real problem for Mitchell Marsh, captaincy-wise today. He's conceded 50 from his 5 overs. 151 for 1 is the score. Jack's 52, Duckett 72. Phil?
And that 4 brought up the 100 partnership between these two. 103 now from 86 deliveries.
There you go. Well, it's Abbott. Abbott's last 2 overs have been expensive. His
first two
were expensive as well. But it's really boosted that rate in this last little period of play that we've been watching here. So they'll go back to Hardy. And again, just wonder, there's a lack of inventiveness here from Marsh. He does have options. They may be players who don't want to bowl, but Labuschagne can bowl, Smith can bowl, Marsh can bowl. You've got possibilities.
Well, he can bowl himself.
Well, he as we said, he bowled a lot in the warm-up, so he's obviously prepared to do it. A little inside edge for Jacks as he drives at Hardy, ends up with mid-wicket.
Who would you say would bowl at death here? You'd say Abbott would be a kind of a banker at the death.
Well, he often is.
Before the game.
Because he's a T20 death bowler.
Yeah.
But you might need somebody else.
Well, I was going to say, who would you say? You would know a lot more about Hardy.
Yeah, well, who do you... I mean, Ben Dwarshuis is used to doing that sort of job, T20-wise especially. So he's got that club in the bag. Matt Short took 5 for bowling at the death the other day in the T20, but that was an anomaly, you'd think. Reaching for it, Jack steering it to backward point, no run.
Alistair mentioned the run rate 60 off the previous 6 overs.
Jesus.
For once, while I was watching us backed up by stats, I haven't just made it up.
Yeah, but through these middle overs, you think Head, Smith, Labuschagne, Marsh, or any of them are options to bowl if you want to try to shake things up.
And also when you're going at 10s, doesn't really, like, you might as well
bowl someone else will go at 10. Yeah, full slashed away over backward point by Jacks. He'll get 4 for it. Was there a hand to that backward point went just over the top.
They've gone for no third man, and those two. I mean, I'm trying to work out the best way of describing 2 short third men on the ring.
Suppose you could call Smith a backward point,
deep gully, one-day gully.
Yeah, there's a fair way around for a backward point. Hardy full, punched back to him, and he sticks out the right hand and grabs the ball out of the air. So 155 for one.
Just trying to work out, because that is almost, it's not a free hit, but it's, you know, having that third man run, so many runs are scored down there at Trent Bridge. Whether you bring fine leg up and say, well, if you're going to do it, you've got the risk of paddle sweep, because it's such a short boundary.
Even the fine leg is so square.
Yeah.
You know, that anything you can get down through that fine leg region, it seems to be gaps everywhere. Driven down the ground to long on, where they do have a fielder in Travis Head, and Will Jacks will go up to 57.
Or bring mid on up, have on the edge of the circle, and say have third man back and say, look, if you dongers over your head, it's a good shot.
Yep.
But you got the cover for I don't know. It's as a captain, sometimes you just feel like you don't have enough options.
Yep. You've only got so many you can send out with 4 outside the circle at this stage. Hardy bowls to Duckett, who's working the ball off his hip for one. Might look to come back for the second. No need to take that risk, they decide, at this stage of the innings. So 23 overs gone. They're not even at the halfway mark. They're 157 for one. And if they don't get to at least 350 from here, they will be very disappointed. Alistair Cook to continue watching on your behalf, and Alison Mitchell about to join him.
Yeah, so you'd think, good old-fashioned, if you're batting here, as I tell you, you're giving a message about what we think is par, what do you think they need to get. But I don't think they operate quite in that manner. I think they just try and play every over and try and score as many runs as they can off that ball, and then see where it gets to. You just feel today you'd need it on this wicket in particular against this bowling attack. Close to 400, was it? Double it at 30, isn't it? That's the double it at 30. It was the mantra.
People like England have almost, and other teams, taking that out of the equation.
Well, double it at 30. You know, there's 7 overs to go. They're going to probably get over 200. So you think 400 is what they need.
But really, I mean, this is England's, top batting lineup, barring Jos Buttler, against an Australian bowling attack that is featuring really one of its frontline bowlers. No Stark, no Hazelwood, no Cummins.
Well, it's a bit like the series last time when they got 480. It was that kind of that bowling attack which didn't play much one-day cricket for Australia. And it feels like it's almost got that feeling about it today with this bowler.
It's a fabulous partnership between Duckett and Jacks. 157 for one then, the 24th over to be bowled by Short, and Duckett is off the back foot, taking a single to deep backward point. It's fielded in the deep, the throw comes back in to the centre, 158 for one then. Duckett 74, not out. He's just got the one ODI 100 to his name so far, and that was last year, September, the ODI series against Ireland. In Bristol, where he got that. Sun's coming out here at Trent Bridge. Shadows over the ground. And Short is now adjusting the field for the right-handed Jack. Square leg is in place. Deep backward square has swung round a little bit finer. And his mid-wicket's being pushed to Labuschagne, well in front of square. Mid-off is in place as well. Short comes in. Jab back up the pitch, well stopped by Short in his follow-through. Threw himself to his right-hand side, down low, and fielded it one-handed. So he'll go again. And he's bowled with good control. I mean, there are other spin options in the side for Australia. Short in a little bit quicker, thrust through the offside, it's got through the fielder. And the crowd will enjoy that, all the way down to the boundary for 4. Just straight through the hands of cover. Sean Abbott, tall man, but seemed to get down to it and just went straight through him. Shaking his head as if he can't quite understand what happened. Was there a bobble?
Well, it was on the square, it's not near the... sometimes you get the square, you're near the bowler's foot marks or where the batters stand in the crease, but he's just missing. He's not having a great day at the moment.
He's not. Makes a bit of room. Duckett was looking to thrash it through the offside and bottom-edged it to the leg side, and Short's able to pick up in his follow-through. Jack's rather...
targeting, going over extra. Hit him earlier, didn't he, in his first or second over. Brilliant 6 over. Short over that extra cover.
Short in again. Jacks lets it go past him down the leg side, and it will be a wide. Carey gathers, and Short's got it. He's pulled out the double teapot there as if to say, come on, umpire. I think that might have been more frustration himself, was it?
Well, no, I think, did it hit Jacks's...
Oh, did it clip his pad?
Because he left it as if you would in a test match down the leg side.
He thought it clipped him the way through.
I assume so, otherwise it is wide.
Bowled into the pitch, worked along the ground out through deep mid-wicket. Again, finds a fielder, takes a gentle one. They've just turned over the strike when they haven't been finding the boundary. They've kept busy. There's been no chances. I mean, no LBW shouts, no catching opportunities that have gone down or anything. Just the one wicket has fallen. Phil Salt out for 17 and a maiden ODI wicket for Ben Dorcas. That was in the 8th over of the innings. Short moves in and Duckett gets a full ball, tickles it with control. Short fine leg. And the 24th over now completed. 165 for 1. Duckett 75 from 66 and Jack's 62 from 55. And again, a left-hand, right-hand combination. It's very effective.
Well, it's the balance now as a captain. In the one here, you're thinking, I've got to stop them scoring because they're scoring at 9s the last however many overs, 6, 7 overs. But you know the importance of taking a wicket. So you want your bowlers to be brave and go for it. So Short there was bowling very defensively, round the wicket to Jacks, darting it in, trying to create a bit of pressure, but ultimately quite easy to knock singles if you just want your singles. But you almost think, well, can you be brave now and throw the off one up? It might risk a 6, but you know how important a wicket is, because if England are still 1 or 2 down going into the last 20 odd overs, it can be carnage. But I like this move. I think it's an attacking move. Get your best bowler back on. Zampa's coming back on. I think they need to break this partnership, and it's quite hard as a captain to get the balancing act right in one-day cricket.
He's still gone at 9 and over. He's in now, and the sweep comes out from Ben Duckett, fractionally behind square, fielded inside the boundary rope as they come back busily for the second, and the throw comes back into the gloves of Carey. 167 for 1. And they've still got, it's hard to know because spin has disappeared. I mean, Short's bowled with decent control. Actually, he's gone with 6 and over. But said Zampa, yes, he's the best bowler. He's still gone 9 and over. But would they try something different by asking Travis Head to have a bowl?
I think sometimes you can overcomplicate it. And you think, right, who's our best one-day bowler? It's clearly Zampa. So I think bowling that, even if he keeps going, at least you've gone for the attacking option.
Zampa moves in, fetched from outside the off stump. It's lofted, but it's safe. Shout of catch it initially. That's a deep mid-wicket, and they've taken 1.
But with that short boundary, it's quite hard to bowl. Part-time spin from the other end. If you're bowling from the pavilion end, we keep talking about the newish stand, we should say, how short that is. So you're bowling a Travis Head or a Lavishane or a Smith. It's a risky manoeuvre. But you do feel as if a slight change-up.
It's a real quirk of this ground, isn't it? The shape of the outfield, because it sort of becomes a bit of a diamond, isn't there? It goes to a corner in front of the stand, so the rope isn't rounded. It follows that angle of the stand. Zampa's into the right-handed Jack. It's a full ball, and he's caught by Steve Smith. At a shortish extra cover, straight to him, and the chances have been few and far between, and that time Jack's picked him out perfectly. He was hit hard, but he took it two-handed, and he receives the congratulations of his teammate. And there is the wicket for Adam Zampa. But a brilliant partnership between these two, and Jax is departing for 62 of 55 balls. 168 for 2. Taking it high above his head.
Yeah, nice smart catch. Made actually look quite easy. Hit it pretty hard. Jax is so disappointing. So strong over extra cover. Speaking about it, about his 6 there, they just got a little bit full on him. Zampa managed to just get it underneath this bat, which meant that he didn't quite time it perfectly. And Australia would desperately need it. But what he has done, this partnership's laid a seriously good platform for England now.
There is plenty of batting to come, not least from England's latest captain, with Harry Brooks stepping over the boundary rope now. But 62 for Will Jacks. Do you have the final partnership scores there? Phil?
Yeah, Will Jacks, 62 from 56, and then that partnership worth 120 runs.
So 120 for the second wicket. Salt's gone for 17, Jacks for 62. Ben Duckett is still there, and on his home ground as well. Ben Duckett here at Nottingham. But Harry Brook then, so he's got a big smile on his face and a punch of gloves with Duckett, because he won the toss, opted to bat, and very simple mantra, just make the most of it, score as many as we can.
I like it. What's your style of captaincy going to be? Score as many runs as we can and take as many wickets as we can.
Yeah, that's cricket for you. I mean, how difficult is it as a captain when you know you're not the permanent captain, you're in this temporary charge, you're keeping things warm, to have that sense of leadership and ownership?
Well, it's a sense of leadership rather than ownership, because you aren't owning, you actually don't have to worry about the culture in terms of longevity. You're just literally looking after the players on the field, and everything else, especially at the moment, Trez doing, Marcus Trescothick doing the interim job. So it's quite simple. Just got these 5 games.
Yeah.
Go and try and win the games cricket and be the captain. You don't have to worry about kind of any off-field stuff.
Brook facing up to Zampa. His first ball, it's on off stump. Works it to short extra cover. Mitch Marsh, the captain, is in that position. Steve Smith is back at extra cover. And they've got a short third and a short fine leg behind the bats. The catcher in front of the wicket at mid-wickets, Marnus Labuschagne moving forward. A straight drive nudge towards a very straight mid-on, and Cameron Green at the far end throws the ball back towards Alex Carey, and Duckett is home. And a darted single by Brook to get off the mark.
Ben Duckett's a little bit slow to get going there. If there had been a better throw, it might have been a bit tighter than it actually was.
And got home in the end. Adjusting his gloves now, Duckett getting ready to face Zampa. 78 not out. It's been a fabulous knock, aggressive. He's been hitting the ball really hard, striking it well. Comes forward and mix of attack and defence, and then just nurdling and working the ball around as he does then for another single into the leg side. And that's the end of Zampa's over. So he has got that wicket, a really important breakthrough for Australia, and the second wicket stand, 120 between Jacks and Duckett. England 170 for 2, and we are at the halfway stage now. 25 overs of the 50 gone. They're on for a big old total at the moment if they can keep this momentum going now.
Yeah, you'd say so. So double it at 30. There's got to be a few old school stuff. When you asked Phil for the notes, no, for the partnership, was that for the listener or that for the most neatest notes I've ever seen? I'm sat next to Ali here, and I mean, it's immaculate handwriting. Everything done, every over, every bowled. I mean, I've just got the desk in front of me. That's
because I'll tell you why. Round the wicket now, new over, and Duckett is working up to mid-on, call of no run. I'd like to say it's because you're a former international captain. You can keep all this in your head. You're used to being out there in the middle. And
I'm impressed. I think it's amazing. The neatness of it as well.
There's a lot of books like this at home, I tell you that. Short goes in, thrashed into the offside along the ground. That hasn't quite timed up to cover, and there's no run.
And your secret, Ali, is you use one of those famous pens with 6 different colours.
Oh, it's only 4.
Oh, 4, is it? Oh, only 4.
It's not a 6.
Any more than that, I'd get confused. Short in outside the off stump. Aerial for the moment, off the bat, but safe again, up to cover. Labuschagne fields, and there's no run.
They can't do a 6er, can they?
Oh, I think you can. Or maybe it just goes from 4 to like 12, you know, but that's too fat to hold in your fingers. This is just the perfect. Short with his sunglasses on into Duckett. Gets a little squarer this time, and that's what he wanted for a single out towards deep backward point, a controlled shot along the ground. Well, I try and keep a note of the score at the end of every over and sort of what the bowling changes are, but I mean, that just breaks down eventually over the course.
Well, it has a little bit. I've just seen it.
Well, that's why we have Phil here, you see.
You started well, up until the 15th.
I think it just comes from having started doing cricket where, you know, you're out on the domestic circuit and there is no TV replays and there are no scorers next to you, and then you get into a habit, don't you? And also the number of times that even with a device and a tablet, it runs out of battery or it gets overheated in the sun. So I'm a bit of a rely on the old pen and paper when it comes to it, apart from when you spill something on it. Short over the wicket here, forward, it runs off the outside edge of the bat. Along the ground, though, it's safe. Zampa is there at short third to field. It's been quite a quiet day for Alex Carey behind the stumps so far, hasn't it? Wondered whether he'd get much of a reception back in England, a year on from the Ashes. I think
we might see it when he comes out to bat.
Maybe. Tickled into the onside. No run, or there might be now for the misfield. Travis Head couldn't quite get down to stop it, and through they go for the single. There was some very poor behaviour last year around that, and I'm even going to say poor reaction to Carey with some of the abuse that he got, because there are lines to be drawn on that front as well. He's spoken about it on ABC radio, just the impact that it had, because when things then stretch from sort of on-field cricket matters to, you know, abuse of family members, you know, that goes far too far. But Carey is here. He's keeping wicket because Josh Inglis is unwell. Sorry, Josh Inglis has an injury, that's right. Stark and Maxwell, who are unwell today. The Australian squad been a little bit obliterated. I think Travis Head, we see sort of case 0, because he was a bit ill, then Mitchell Marsh was a bit ill and he missed the second T20. Zampa moves in, bowls, forward stretches Harry Brook into the onside, and there's no run.
Yeah, we're seeing the impact of the wicket here, aren't we? Both on Ben Duckett, knowing how crucial, you know, you don't want to lose your 2 set batsmen And just as someone starting their innings in the last 2.5 overs, probably gone for less than 10.
Brooke away. It's a bit quicker from Zampa outside the off stump, chops it into the ground, and Duckett at the other end is keen for the single. But it's fielded and no run. Just looking to see who that is on the field. It's someone Cooper Connolly is on, so somebody who's gone off for the moment. Long blonde hair poking out from under that cap. More air by Zampa, driven along the ground. Nice controlled shot from Brooke, but finds short on the boundary. Jogs through for one. Twizzle of the bat in his hand as he goes. 173 for 2 in his 27th over. I enjoy being back at Nottingham, Alistair. This is my university town. I think there's some people here from Nottingham University, in the sports section in particular. But there's one...
Not that long ago or a while ago?
Oh, not that long ago. Zampa in, left-handed. Duckett hasn't got hold of it. Flies in the air. He wasn't sure where it was. It bounced on the pitch and spun away from Carey, who darted forwards.
I wonder if he just whacked it into his toe. And whether it looped up, whether there was a chance. I see the replay now. Very full ball from Zampa.
Yeah, inside edge onto...
I think it bounced, but looped up.
Zampa moves in again to Duckett along the ground. Smeared out towards deep mid-wicket, just the single. That's the end of... No, one more ball to come from Zampa. 174 for 2. Yeah, there were things about my university time in Nottingham that I very much enjoyed, which 20 years on you view with a slightly different lens. Zampa gets ready to move into Brooke, who's on 3. Used the feet down the pitch and drilled straight. Zampa couldn't stop it in his follow-through. Fractionally missed the stumps. And it's Cameron Green down at long on who picks up in front of the boundary. That is the end of the over with a single taken. 175 for 2, England, after 27. Duckett 81, Brooke on 4. And that is the nightclub scene.
OK.
Because there was where we're staying, and you weren't staying in the hotel here last night, were you? Where we were staying sort of overlooks, or at least my window looks directly onto one of the nightclubs that was frequented in my day. That's where I had my freshers party, or my week 1 party as it was called, and Steps were the entertainment. That might timestamp it a little bit.
Last night?
Well, Steps weren't there last night, but certainly there was some Robbie Williams booming out last night. So it was great fun back in the day. And when you're there, but when you're trying to sleep and at 10 p.m. at night, the DJ kicked in.
I remember it.
With a vengeance.
I remember it during the test matches.
Short over the wicket, chipped up in the air by Brooke, but safe down towards long on, just the one.
No, West Indies played here.
Staying there as well.
Staying there, same playing.
Well, I think the Australian team are there, actually.
Do you just fancy going downstairs? I can't sleep anyway.
No, it was definitely an earplugs required last night. And even then, you could still hear the bass. But yeah, many a fun time in Nottingham. It was a great city. Shorts moves in around the wicket. Duckett forward, tickles the vacant square leg region. Setting off quickly for the first and wants a second, but won't get it. Green's moved in off the boundary and a very accurate throw onto the stumps. And now Brooke will think perhaps I'll get another single because the ball's ricocheted away, but Travis Head picks it up and they think better of it. Bit of a headache here for Mitch Marsh. What is he going to do to try and stem the flow and take wickets? And that's very much England's mantra with the ball now in this dressing room. Harry Brooke will say it's just take wickets for the...
Very easily said that, isn't it? But if Travis Head was whacking it like he did in the T20s, it's...
How do you take that wicket?
Well, how do you take the wicket?
Short in, and Brooks missed one. Stumping attempt from Carey, but no appeal towards the square leg umpire. Foot was back behind the line, and Carey now replaces the bails.
Because absolutely, well, we're seeing the wicket damage caused from there. Just Harry Brooke struggling to find the rhythm of and the pace of this pitch.
Brooke down the ground, brings long on in off the boundary, jogs through for 1. Yeah, when a batter sort of jogs a single and then kind of looks at the bat at the same time, you feel it just...
I mean, the beauty of these guys now, the ability they have to catch up. Yeah, it is the hitting ability of almost everyone on this field now. It's so good that even if you do have 6 of 11 balls, it can so quickly change.
Short moves in, battered into the ground by Duckett. Again, not what he wanted and was looking for. And a single to deep mid-wicket. Alistair Cook's making way for the moment. Michael Vaughan's going to come back in. Sunshine at Trent Bridge. And the crowd having a little bit of fun with somebody on the boundary. I don't know whether it is Cooper Connolly, because he's got the potential to become one of those sort of cult heroes just for the long blonde hair look. As Short is in again, and Brooke launches this one high over extra cover. This will be 6, out into the stands, halfway back, and I think held as well in the crowd. Maybe even one-handed. Well, out of nowhere, Harry Brooke looked like he was struggling to time it, and then bang. That, Michael Vaughan, is an opportune time for me to make way and welcome Jonathan Agnew back. 185 for 2 after 28 overs, England.
Yeah, tremendous strike from the captain. We saw Will Jacks play a similar stroke earlier off Matthew Shaw. Every now and again he just floats one just up outside off stump, and with that wind it's an open invitation with mid-off in the circle to just go up and over. Beautiful strike. Afternoon, Eggers.
Yes, hello, Michael. It's a tempting boundary, isn't it, that? It's, lofted away, very well caught by a chap halfway up. I don't know if he's got a radio on or not, but he actually caught that brilliantly. In goes Zampa over the wicket, bowls short. Duckett tries a paddle other way into the leg side. Ball runs away into the offside through slip, and Brooke calls him through for a single. So nice platform here for England. 186 for 2, 6.5 and over thereabouts.
Here's one for you, because you're a big, you watch a lot of TV. Did you watch Ted Lasso?
No.
Ted Lasso, tremendous series. An American football manager.
Right, no, I don't think that.
No, I'm just looking at Travis Head. He looks very similar to Ted.
Right, I'm beginning to think what sort of film it might be now. This is driven down the ground to long off.
Phil will have watched Ted.
Yeah, all about the tash, isn't it?
Yeah.
All about the tash.
They've got a few. There are a few in this side. They've got almost like retro tashes.
Yeah, Ben Dorsey's got a nice tash.
Watching a replay of the catch. Actually, it's a well, youngish lad who's caught that, I think. In goes Zampa. Bowls tossed up. Oh, Duckett's not got a hold of that. He's dragged the ball away into the leg side. Another piece of work there from Smith. Denies them a run.
Good celebration by the young fella as well.
Yep. Big shout of come on. He's obviously seen people do that on the telly. 187 for 2, halfway through the 29th over. Zampa scuttles in, bowls, and that's paddled away down to long leg this time by Duckett. 188 for 2. Checking your phone. Is the boy Archie? Is he still there?
70 for 1.
They don't want the 390 odd, isn't it, to win?
They do 320. it's a long way off.
How's he getting on?
He's moved to 20 odd.
Good. He's digging in, is he?
Just digging, yeah. Couple of days.
Yeah, exactly. Got all day tomorrow. 188 for 2. Zampa again, bowls short of length this time. Brooke can't get hold of it, scuttles through.
Problem with this young generation of cricketers, they don't think like me and you would be thinking. They'll be thinking tea times at around 2 o'clock tomorrow. Have a round of golf.
Do they ever use the expression "set your stall out"?
No, I don't think that's in the rule books anymore.
Of course, set your stalls out, lad. That was always a saying, wasn't it? Set your stall out. Goes Zampa, bowls, Brooke pushes that away out straight to cover.
Well, the Aussies.
No run. I mean, nice little 20 odd from 60, 70 balls. This would get your eye in, wouldn't it?
Well, I don't think that's in the kind of coaching, or should I say, the team chat these days. I mean, the Australian side. I mean, what a trip they're having. I guess they went up to Scotland, didn't they? Played a few T20s. They played also Muirfield golf, North Berwick, which is magnificent. Royal Aberdeen. Which is tremendous. This week they've played at the JCB, they've played at Hollingwell. Tomorrow they go to Alwoodley, and I think on Sunday or Monday they go and play Ganton. So really the cricket's getting in the way of this Australian
they're all
golf tour.
They're all golf mad, aren't they? Is KP turning up on one of those?
I'm not too sure. You were saying you were reading about Kevin, weren't you? Just a couple of days ago.
He's blackballed, isn't he?
Well, that's the story. Yeah, the alleged story in the paper. A few members at a very nice golf course down south have said no to him, apparently.
Yeah.
He's a good player, Kev, as well. I think he's off 2. Ali G's in the house, just coming down the stand there to our left. Nice to see.
It's a nice atmosphere, isn't it? It really is. Sun's fully out now, or as full as it can be this time of year, really. And it's sliced away to Smith again, who fielded extra cover. He's breaking through the clouds. It does feel very late summer, the length of the shadows. And 2:30, stretching out now. The next one from the off-spinner is a reverse swept, beats the fielder, and it'll come all the way down to the boundary below us. Short, drifting a little bit there to give Duckett that chance to play the shot. He's I think that's a female Ali G.
A couple of them together.
Yeah.
He's so hard, isn't he, to set the field to.
Yeah.
You know, he's just got that ability to just manoeuvre the ball wherever the fielders are not, and Duckett will find a way of getting the ball into those gaps.
Short again off a couple of paces. Bowles. Duckett just nudges him into the leg side. He thought about 2 there because he played it virtually no pace. And, the bearded Short set off there to go pick it up at mid-wicket. Yeah, it's a nice turf for them, isn't it? I suppose it's sort of early season for them.
Yeah.
So the Aussies warm up a bit with a quick trip to England, play some golf, play some one-dayers.
Yeah, smack a few golf balls, then go back home. They play Pakistan and a few T20s, a few one-dayers, and then obviously the 5-match series against India. That's going to be a beauty. I see India bounced back today as well. They were 140 for 6.
You're going out there for that series?
I am, yeah. I'll be there, yeah. I'm looking forward to that.
Really will be good, that. 193 for 2. And now, well, you can hear, you'd have heard the sound of that. I hardly need to tell you, it's gone for 6. Brook has launched that into that short boundary area again, over, well, sort of mid-off extra cover. It's a bit straighter than extra cover, but just the sound, if you could pick that up, it just sounded so clean.
Yeah, it's beautiful striking, just that one step. Just use that bottom hand, and it's just glided really into the stands.
That was 6 the moment you heard that. So he's on the back foot working away to the leg side.
There we go. I guess India Bangladesh today. India were 144 for 6. In strolled Ashwin with Jadeja, and they've ended up 339 for 6. Ashwin 102 not out.
Isn't he annoying? That's down the leg side. Lovely little paddle from Brook. Fielder chasing around, should get there, loses his cap in the process. Hardy throws that back in again, and the 200 comes up for England with 20 overs to go. So they're on for a big one. Good to see Rishabh Pant back, by the way.
Yeah, great to see him back playing for India. I'm just looking at Sri Lanka, New Zealand. Unfortunately for you, Agas, Rasanaika, obviously.
Yes.
You are his hero. You've not made the game.
Oh, no.
Not made the 11. But our friend Kamindu Mendes went in at number 5, got 114.
There you go.
So moved up the track.
Yeah.
There you go. Another 100 for Kamindu. Good player he is.
Incredible test career he's had. Where's that one being played?
That is in Sri Lanka.
Oh, they're in Gaul, aren't they?
Yeah, Gaul, and 300 and... Let me just get that. 300... it's gone. It's just over 300 for Sri Lanka. New Zealand 255 for 4 in reply.
Right. We'll probably spin. 201 for 2. Zampa bowls full. It's swept by Duckett. Well stopped though on the dive. To backward square leg by Smith, who, despite being a senior player these days, still finds himself in key positions in the field, and still very energetic, still very fidgety. Zampa again bowls, and that's clipped away a bit straighter this time. Fielder will come in and pick that up.
It's great signs for Duckett at the top of the order, isn't it? That he's moved to 91 from 85, just playing his game. You know? It's the way he plays in Test match cricket. He's not had to change a thing. He's played exactly the same strokes.
202 for 2. I was telling you about a lovely line I heard from Ben Stokes the other day when I interviewed him. He goes down for again bowls. That's clipped away down to long on for a single. It's here in Nottingham, actually. He's chatting to his back sponsors. And he's on good form. Still quite dodgy with his hamstring. He's not, Anyway, I think we went back to 2019, Headingley. I said, come on, so Jack's out there. Jack's arrived. What's the conversation? And Stokes said, well, he said, Jack, look, you've got to face 1, maximum 2 balls per over. There's Zampa, tucked away into the leg side. I take 1, and I just got to go for it. So I said, right, yeah, but every fielder was on the boundary edge, wasn't he? They were all on the rope. I said, how did you still feel you could take them on? And he looked at me like I'm a bit mad. And he said, well, I had to hit the ball for 6. It didn't matter, they were standing there. And you think about it, and actually that's incredible clarity, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Actually, the fact they were there didn't matter and was irrelevant. Zampa bowls, it's hit hard back into the pitch first. So the fact that they didn't matter. I've got to hit 6s, so... I thought, wow, of course. I mean, it's so obvious, really.
It helps when you've got the ability to do so.
Yeah, the clarity of that mind. 204 for 2, and that's driven out to cover, not timed. There was that one that he clothed, if you remember it or not, and he knew exactly what I was talking about, long off.
Yeah.
And I thought that it gone. It sounded horrible in the headphones. You know, he said, you know, and you would know, as soon as you hit it, and you know you haven't got it, you know you're in trouble.
Yeah.
But hey, it was his day. It just drifted over the fielder on that occasion. But no, this doesn't matter they're there, because I've got to hit over their heads anyway.
And if you think about it, in this era, you see probably more balls going over the head of a fielder on the boundary more than any other era, purely because they have that mindset. They're going to try and hit a 6, and it's irrelevant that there's a fielder there. They're not trying to hit it to the fielder, they're trying to hit it into the stand behind.
Yeah. No, it doesn't matter that he's there at all. Whereas not many years ago, cool, man, they can't really hit it, they can't risk that shot, so I've got to try and find somewhere else to hit it. Doesn't matter these days. They just smash it.
Dan Vittori, assistant coach of the Australian team with Andrew McDonald. He's the golf manager. He's in charge of the bookings, yeah. Doing a tremendous job.
Right, Green's back. He bowls a bouncer first ball. It's pulled by Duckett. To deep backward square leg. Picked up in the deep by Abbott. Full house. Just enjoying some late September sunshine here. Happy sound. Not much chanting and shouting going on. Just people sitting back and enjoying it.
It's quite nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely. Nice ground, this. Don't say well. I'm not sure when the work on the pavilion starts, but it might be this winter. So it'll be interesting to see how they get on with that. Green bowls short again, and Brooke just paddles that round the corner. Doesn't try and hit it too hard. It's fielded by Travis Head down here.
What do you make of the new England kit? It's a new one for this year, isn't it? So
I suppose
it's a different coloured blue. We've had a navy blue in the past, haven't we? A bit of a darker blue. This blue, what kind of blue do you reckon that is?
That's turquoise blue, isn't it?
Turquoise blue.
Aquamarine blue. Here's Green bowling. Duckett just blocks that. Quite surprising. He doesn't block very many.
It's like nice, when you go to the Caribbean, and I know you're there often, Jonathan, and you see the water in the morning, that kind of blue, isn't it?
That amazing blue that you get when the sand is just underneath it. And of course you think it's the water that's blue, but it's that reflection of the sand coming through, isn't it? Yes, it's that sort of top, and then a navy blue trouser. 206 for 2. The 32nd. And this next one from Green is short, cut hard out to point. The Australians don't seem to change theirs very much. I mean, maybe there's the old different stripe here or there, but it's always that sort of that gold. They get very offended if you call it canary yellow.
Yeah, I do that quite often in Australia.
I bet you do.
Yeah,
it is nice to have them with us on the radio, though. It always feels right when you've got ABC listening and tucking up for bed, I suspect.
It's generally just the sponsor's name that changes for Australia with their one-day jerseys.
Comes Green again, bowls very full, driven hard, but that's fielded at an extra cover.
Phil, have we got any stats on? Do you know we used to always say, oh, you double it, don't you? At 30 or 32 it was. I think it got to the stage of 34 overs. You used to double it.
Used to be 30, didn't it?
Well, there was a period where teams were doubling it from 34. 207. There's 18. What have we got? 18.1 overs remaining.
Livingston, Smith. Some of this was serious.
Jacob
Bethel. Serious hitting to come. Green in the sunshine, bowls short. It's pulled hard for 4. I think Brooks probably got the measure of this short stuff. That was very dismissive. He's pulled it away. 212 for 2. 32 gone, 18 remain. England 6.5 and over.
Yeah, I just wonder whether, you just mentioned that batting lineup, Smith, Livingston. And I'll go to Jacob Bethel, and I just wonder, because of that boundary side, and that kind of, it's always an easy access, isn't it? I just wonder whether they'll throw in Jacob Bethel next if Ben Duckett got out. Just keep the left hand, right hand, so there's always one player that can access that shorter side.
Makes sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you'd think so at this stage.
I'm sure Marcus Trescothic's on the case.
Where's the dugout? Do they not have dugouts in 50 over?
No, they're sitting on the balcony, I think, aren't they?
Old school, I like that.
Yeah.
Marnus.
This is interesting. So this is, what, the 7th bowler? And Marsh still hasn't bowled himself, although he was warming up this morning. Cunning captain. Yeah, so Labuschagne just to bowl something a bit different, really. And he does. It's a low, horrible full toss. He's dragged out to deep mid-wicket by Duckett. He's missed out there. He's cursing. I'm afraid it was a pie. 212 for 2. They're just trying to just conjure up some sort of mistake here, I think, with Labuschagne. This sort of gangly wrist spin. He's very busy, isn't he? He's moving people about, fidgeting around. He goes again, bowls, and I tell you what, that almost produced something there, just popped up.
I think you'd enjoy Marnus. You had an evening with him, just having a couple of sherbets.
I think I've spent
great fun.
Yeah. He goes now, bowls, that's clipped away straight down the ground. I've travelled about 6 floors with him in a lift once, which is quite interesting.
No, he
didn't stop talking.
No, he's good fun to be around. I mean, he generally talks cricket.
Yeah.
So if you want your evening to be crickety, he's your man.
Right, okay. He's spinning himself some fairly furious-looking catches there. Goes in bowls with he's the wrong. He's got a catch. He's got a catch. Caught and bowled. Oh, Ben Duckett. It was a horrible ball. It was a wrong one from a low arm. And it's just stopped a bit, I think. And Duckett has prodded back a return catch. Wow, he can hardly drag himself off the field. That is it's a slingy wrong, and it's a horrible piece of cricket. Let's be honest. Applause for Duckett. He's played very well there, but that's a very disappointing way to get out. He's out for 95. He's missed out on another 100. 213 for 3.
Yeah, he played beautifully. It was a wrong one that just it didn't quite come off the surface as quick as Ben Duckett would have expected. And he just went to push it. A big vacant space on the onside and the leading edge. Marnus has a habit of just picking up wickets, whether it's with his leg spin. When he played for Glamorgan, I think he got a few wickets bowling seam.
You don't often see a googly with a sort of low arm like that, do you? Often they come out, they're often quite
almost like an Under Armour, wouldn't it?
They're often exaggerated and come over the top, so you can get the ball out of the back of the hand. That was just whether an accident or quite what it was. Well, Duckett, he's played so well, but that's another 100 he's missed out on. Test matches, one-day international cricket, whatever it may be. He's got to start getting those last few to get him over the line. Or
I do think today he was trying his best to just get there.
Yeah.
Almost, he'll probably think, now, why don't I dance down and just try and whack one for 6? He'll hate getting out in that fashion. But he played great. I think it's a new position in terms of his career at the top of the order for England white ball cricket. He's done it for many other teams.
It makes sense, doesn't it?
No,
Michael, you're a good job by Geoff.
Yeah, he's a really good option at the top of the order. He just makes batting look very simple and scores at a real decent rate so naturally against the seam, against the spin, and against the spin in the middle. He's got all these sweeps and tricks that makes it very, very difficult to set a field to him. So Aussies will be delighted to get rid of him. And it's Marnus, Jeffrey, that gets the breakthrough.
Well, who would have thought? Change it up, give him something else to think about, and as soon as they turn to that alternative...
I just mentioned whether... I just wondered whether they thought Jacob Bethel would come in if Duckett got out. Well, it's not the case. Jamie Smith's gone out there.
Yeah, Marnus Labuschagne's 3rd ODI wicket.
Okay.
His previous 2 in the same game against Sri Lanka in Pallekele back in 2022. 3 overs, 2 for 19 that day.
There we go. The famous and storied Australian trip to Sri Lanka during the middle of the huge million-strong protests that overthrew the government in the middle of a test match in Galle. One of the more extraordinary games that I've been at, certainly watching all of that happen outside the ground as the test went on, and Dinesh Chandimal put Australia to the sword, made a double 100, whacking Mitchell Starc into the road outside the stadium in Gaul. Extraordinary couple of weeks at Labuschagne.
Do you think Marnus Labuschagne is up there with the greatest cricket kind of enthusiasts?
I think he'd have to be. Yeah. He's so happy to talk about the fine details of it, you know. In the line of work that we do, a lot of players are not that interested in having a chat. And if you're asking Naff things about how's the mood in the camp and so on, then he's not. But if you ask him about his batting technique, you ask him about what he's been doing to prepare for a certain series, he will talk your ear off quite happily. He's bowling now, and it's a full pitch ball on the popping crease. Just coming forward, pushing it out to cover is Jamie Smith.
Yeah, James Smith, he played in finals day on Saturday for Surrey. He was out first ball.
Labuschagne. He's getting a little outside edge. It just gets through the fielder at backward point. He throws his head back in disappointment.
That's not an Australian thing to see, is it? One through the legs. Who was that?
Connolly? Subfielder, Cooper Connolly out there.
Straight through the legs. A nice easy one at cover point.
Well, Connolly had that odd experience of coming in the other night, being listed at 9. He's generally batted at 6 or 7 for WA. So being listed effectively in a bowler's spot. He's not a bowler. He bowls some all-round spin. Then they had him open the bowling after not batting. And he got carted bowling the first over of the game. So Travis Head's going to have a bowl here.
You would have watched Ted Lasso.
I've actually never got into it.
Oh, I'm really disappointed. I thought Aggers, but yourself, Geoff, I thought you'd be all over. Well, this is Ted Lasso coming on to bowl right now.
Yeah. Likeable, full of cheer, that sort of character.
Yep, and with a tash exactly like that.
It is quite similar, isn't it? He's bowling around the wicket, off spin. It's driven back to him on the bounce. So Travis Head, one of these left-handers who bowls with the right arm.
But I'm right in thinking that Marnus Labuschagne did bowl for Glamorgan and bowl some seam up.
Yes.
Was it last year?
Yes.
Got a few wickets.
Basically, he's so enthusiastic that he wants to do everything that it's possible to do in cricket. Head bowls, gets a sweep shot from Smith. There's no runners. It's off the pad to square leg. So he started off bowling leg breaks for Australia. Then he started bowling seam up. And then he started bowling off spin in county cricket as well. Whatever there is to do, he wants it. Smith opens the face, drives out through cover point for 1, 215 for 3.
Yeah, I reckon he's one of the... If you were choosing an overseas pro to have at county, he would be right up there as one of the #1 picks for enthusiasm and encouragement. Desperate to get out there all the time.
Head around the wicket. Dancing down, Brook drives it to long on for a single, 216 for 3. Yeah, you want that investment in your dressing room. I did a long interview with Jason Holder a few weeks ago during the West Indies series over here, and that really struck me as well, of just how passionately he talked about playing county cricket. His Head bowls to Smith, who's down the pitch and driving to long on. Carbon copy of the previous stroke from Brook, 217 for 3. Brook 29, Smith 3. So it was Worcestershire, wasn't it, that Holder was playing for?
Yes, it was, yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, he spoke with a real passion about how that dressing room had made him feel invigorated, his enthusiasm for cricket. Head to Brook, who slaps a drive at cover and can't score, end of the 34th, 217 for 3. And how being with the same team, the same group of players for a longer period of time and having this shared project had given him this great enthusiasm that had been petering out at times for the game. And it was quite an emotional response. It was quite a special thing to hear.
Yeah, again, I mean, Jason Holder, what a county overseas pro. Bowl your overs, strike it nicely, probably at number 6.
Yep.
Perfect. Marnus with a second over. Look at him, he's always tinkering with the field as well. He can't just stay still. Ben Dorshus is just going off the field here.
Interesting.
Not sure what's gone on there. He's with the physios running around the outfield towards...
Labuschagne bowls a filthy full toss. It's plonked over the top, out through mid-wicket for 4. An easy one for Jamie Smith to get his first boundary for the day.
Not too sure what's going on there. Whether he's going in the indoor school, which He's in this stand that we're commentating from just to test something. We'll have to wait and see, but he's with the physios. He's got the day glow on, and he's going upstairs into the what looks like the indoor school.
Labuschagne manages to pitch the ball this time. It's driven back to him, and he takes it on the bounce. So Australia can ill afford another fast bowler to go down. They've been dropping like flies. Labuschagne bowls a little shorter outside the off stump, cracked on the cut shot to Matthew Short out at deep cover point, who whirls the arm over the top to send the ball back in. It is 222 for 3. Brook 29, Smith on 8. Labuschagne with the ball, lands it, swept just from outside the leg stump. It's running away towards fine leg, and it will make it to the boundary as he lost the line slightly. Marnus Labuschagne, a couple of boundaries in this over after getting the wicket of Ben Duckett the previous one.
Yeah, I'd like to see this again, whether this is quite a straight delivery. He gets that left foot right over outside the off stump, does Harry Brook. Yeah, it's a straight ball, but it's just length. He just gets enough bat on it. Really good play.
Labuschagne to Brook, slog sweep, aerial safe. Well out over the leg side. In fact, it's carried the boundary for 6. Short boundary out there on that leg side. And Brook gets enough of it. He's been aggressive today, 232 for 3 as Brook goes to 39 from 30 balls.
Yeah, they're not going to let him settle at all. He's got that one wicket, and Harry Brook's decided that this is the matchup to strike and get that big over.
Labuschagne again, and Brook's not going after him. He's driven it back. He's caught low down. Just looked like Labuschagne was taking that on the half volley, but he's stretched forward and got his fingers underneath. And that is a second return catch for Marnus Labuschagne. He took the wicket of Duckett with an awkward shot, hanging his weight back and spooning the ball. This was a much harder attempt at a drive. And Labuschagne, he rolled his fingers over the top of it, fizzed it through. Brook was a little bit cramped for room, trying to dig that ball out. And he's chipped it back to Labuschagne, diving forward, sliding forward, a couple of 4s and a 6 off the over. But he'll consider that worthwhile to take the wicket of Harry Brook for 39, and England 232 for 4.
Well, he'd played with so much dominance there, Harry Brook. Again, just a little bit switched off in terms of just getting out of the over. Whether he was thinking of trying to whack it on that leg side once again, and it was just a little bit shorter, and he thought, I'll just punch it straight down the ground for 1. And went straight back to Marnus Labuschagne. He's going for a few, but he's got a 2-fat. And here comes Liam Livingstone, the #1 T20 all-rounder in the world. Which surprised me, I must admit, not taking anything away from the way that Liam's played, but you seem to shoot up those rankings rather quickly these days.
Well, the rankings are not necessarily reflective of the reality on the pitch. I think Jasprit Bumrah is ranked 24th for T20 international bowlers.
24th?
Something like that. But he, because he doesn't play any T20 cricket for India outside of, though he played the World Cup, but the rankings are done over a 2-year period. So there is a reason to it. It can only be taken from the games that are played, not from the fact that, you know, Bumrah is clearly the best T20 bowler in the world. It just doesn't happen to be reflected. So Livingstone out there.
If there's 23 better T20 bowlers than Jasprit Bumrah, I haven't seen them.
You know, the other team's not making many. I'll tell you what. So that was the last ball of the Labuschagne over Trevor's head. As the ball for Australia now, it's Matt Short rather. It's coming around the wicket and rolling one in just outside the off stump. It's driven away square on the offside.
You've got to think that Ben Dorsch just won't come back on.
Doesn't look like
walking around with the physios and he's having to test something at this stage. You know, 5-match series, you can't imagine with all the injuries that Australia have, they're going to risk him. So it's going to be a little bit of a mix-up here for Mitch Marsh to try and get through the remaining overs. And
he bowled pretty well, Dwarsh. It's 4 overs, 1 for 18 off the top, and looked decent.
He's been the pick, hasn't he?
Short in, bowling to Livingstone. The ball punched back to him every time the ball goes back to a bowler now. There's a little indrawn breath. Sign of anxiety from the crowd. That one was safe. Livingstone taps away. Short. There's Livingstone going back, hacking across the line to mid-wicket. No run. They made 87 the other night. How does it work that Livingstone's not in the squad? Then Josh Hull is withdrawn. 6'7" fast bowler. Short down the leg side, wide, 234 for 4. They replace him with Liam Livingstone, who's a burly hitter of the ball in a leg spinner.
I think it's something to do with his form.
Straight into the
way that he played in the T20 series,
Yeah.
Oh, he's a class act. He really is. He's a wonderful white ball player.
Yeah, it's just always this sense that he's rarely hit his potential for England, but certainly did in Cardiff the other night. And maybe they're just about riding the wave as he turns a ball square leg.
Maybe they were just trying to poke him. Just maybe they were trying to say to him, look, you're not guaranteed selection in this 50 over. You better do something.
Short. Round at the wicket to Livingstone, who plays the scoop. The ball is rolling down to fine leg. 3 fielders chasing it back. Zampa ends up a bystander. Head throws it in. I'll get a couple. 236 for 4. Well, yeah, Matt Short is the one who got him out the other night. And he was just about to get England over the line. They ended up losing a couple of wickets with scores level. Short picked up an unusual 5-wicket haul in T20s. Hasn't worked for him today. Just about to finish his 7th over. He's conceded 49, and there'll be a couple more here as Livingstone scoops again, gets it finer, gets better contact, should get 4, and he does this time. Travis Head racing around, still can't get there. 240 for 4. Livingstone on 6, Smith on 9. Jamie Smith, he's had quite the summer.
Yeah, he has. I mean, fantastic. I wouldn't say a selection from completely nowhere, but it surprised many. But the selector's got it spot on. He's a class act. England have... I know you're going to smile at this, Geoff, because you're a die-hard England supporter. They found one.
They found one.
Yeah.
I am a supporter of cricket, Michael, and I'm glad to see good players come onto the stage. Phil Long, do you have anything statistical for me?
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get another over from Marnus Labuschagne. Currently got his best ODI figures at the minute of 2 for 18.
Yep.
We mentioned he took 2 in an innings before. That was 2 for 19.
Okay.
I also noticed, looking at his Test record, he took wickets in the first 4 innings he bowled in Test cricket.
Did in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, is that right? He loops up a leg break, it turns, it hits the pad. He's appealing, Marnus. He's the only one. He is on his Pat Malone out there. Nobody else uttered a sound, but he was turning to the umpire with a hand upstretched, giving it a yelp. Michael Vaughan has wandered off. Ebony, Rainford, Brent is back for the next instalment of the Marnus Labuschagne saga. Coming down the pitch to defend in the end is Jamie Smith. No run.
Without sounding harsh, there are some bowlers when you're out in the middle that you just drop your concentration, don't you? You think, I can cash in here, lose your focus.
Up he comes. Labuschagne drops short and dispatched. Well, it's over a shorter boundary, but it goes about 30 metres over the shorter boundary as Jamie Smith goes onto the back foot and uses the full swing to pick up a slightly short ball and smack it over deep mid. Cruel summer is on the PA, and that must be how it feels for Marnus Labuschagne. It wasn't even that short. It wasn't really short at all, just picked it up off a length. He goes back, Smith, and cracks another not that short delivery. It's well fielded by Smith at cover. He's probably saved 3 boundaries today. Steve Smith at backward point and cover. It's 246 for 4. Smith's on 15. We've got Smith batting and Smith fielding, if you're confused. Wide of the off stump, called a wide.
So he's hiding it, Geoff.
He was hiding it.
It's just after you get a few strong shots like that, sometimes bowlers get a bit twitchy.
Labuschagne
hiding the ball.
Just maybe wanting to make Smith drag it from off to leg, something like that. He's shifting his field around, wants his deep mid-wicket straighter. He's moved his mid-wicket inside the circle to square leg. Couple behind point, plus a cover. It's driven back past the bowler, down the ground. Decent bit of speed on the ball, but Cameron Green is there at long on to get in the way. Something he can do quite well. 248 for 4. Smith up to 16. That's Jamie Smith. Livingstone on 6. Labuschagne spins the ball hand to hand. 1 to come in his over, and Brooke pulls away as the bowler approaches. Dead ball. Brooke crouched and waiting. Labuschagne flat, fast, trying to cut. Hits it straight to point. and can't get past the sub fielder in Connolly. 248 for 4. Well, Marnus Labuschagne did take that crucial wicket in the Old Trafford Test of 2019 when he, on that last day, they were bowling out England on the last day to retain the Ashes. He got Craig Overton, maybe.
Ooh,
one of those. Not the last. Hazelwood gets the last one to fall, but Labuschagne gets one before that with the top spinner, LBW. So he's had his moments with the ball. But yes, not the bowler you're preparing to face him.
Yeah, you're not making all your plans pre-game. I think that's why sometimes it surprises you. So what we're looking at here is just doing some maths.
13 overs to go.
Yeah.
48 for 4.
380.
Well, you should be, shouldn't you?
Yeah, definitely think
from here.
Yeah, pushing towards that 400 is on.
Well, teams like to go for 100 off the last 10, but at 4 down, I suppose if another one goes here, then maybe things start to change up just a little bit. You've got Bethel and Cass who can belt the ball. Archer is probably more talked up than delivery when it comes to the batting. Can connect, hits the odd sweet 6, but hasn't done a huge amount. Phil? Start of a new over with Short coming into bowl, and he's clonked down the ground for 4. One bounce over the rope. Jamie Smith to 20.
A new addition to scoreboards this year. We have the overclock.
Oh.
The minutes between each, or the seconds between each over, and that had gone up to 64 on that occasion. Allowed a minute between each over, so keep our eye on that.
What does that mean?
That would be a warning, a couple of warnings, and then it becomes a five penalty run deduction.
He goes Short as he's up and bowling outside the off stump, driven by Smith square for a single. Jamie Smith will come back for a second, goes to 22. 254 for 4. At the moment, 5 penalty runs wouldn't make much difference to Australia.
No,
they're bleeding them.
Runs are coming, and Jamie Smith looks very organised at the crease as he does. Strong shots back down the ground, favours the V.
On strike, goes back, heaves across the line, out to deep mid-wicket. It's almost caught, and it's brilliantly kept in the end. Hardy out there, leaps up like a salmon, gets both hands to the ball and taps it back into the field of play. There was no way he could have hung onto the catch without landing on the rope and conceding 6, so just had to settle for saving the runs. It wasn't that short. It was picked up off a length out there, and Hardy knew that he was going to be landing over the rope, both hands on the ground beyond the rope, but he's thrown the ball back in, and he's done that safely. Brilliant bit of fielding. 255 for 4 with a couple added. And back goes Smith and pulls it out in the same direction. Squarer this time, and Labuschagne in the deep grabs the ball and flings it back in. 256 for 4. They've run a couple more.
I think that went in his favour. Is how hard he hit it. It meant that Hardy was pretty much both feet off the floor, didn't have that ability to steady himself.
Just had 1 foot down as he threw the ball back in. Short up to Smith, who's hitting it out towards Hardy again. It's straighter, it's to long on, and he's caught. Well, went after that. Trying to repeat that shot from earlier. Skewed it, hit it straighter than he intended. And while Hardy was setting off in anticipation of a catch, it ends up being Connolly at long on, who's the one better placed to take it. He's got plenty of time as that ball hung high in the air. And there is that 5th wicket for England. So now it'll be about the balance a little bit. Bethel to come in next, Cass after that. After that eventful over when the ball was thrown back in at deep mid-wicket.
It just feels like it's changed the tone now, hasn't it? We were definitely eyeing up that 400, and it is possible. However, you just feel with these spinners coming in and chipping away at arguably that sort of middle-order engine.
Yeah, had they been a couple of wickets fewer down, I would have been more bullish about the 380 sort of score, but there was that sense that one more would make it more precarious for England. So 23 for Smith.
I wonder if it's surface sometimes is hard to tell from just sort of up here, whether there's maybe a little bit more stickiness to it.
So you're seeing Ben Dwarshuis coming back from the indoor nets as well, where he's been testing something out. He's still wearing the sub vest and not looking very happy, so I'm going to assume that he won't be coming back. So that adds another wrinkle, Ebony, because Australia have to find 50 overs. And Dwarshuis has bowled 4 of them, so they've got to add 6 They've got through 3 from Labuschagne, 1 from Head. What do they have left? Zampa's got 3 left. Green's got 6.
If he leaves the spinners on at this rate,
could actually.
They might. How many have they bowled between them? So Labuschagne 3,
Head 1, Shorts has 2 left.
Yeah, sneak a few more out against the new batters, and then maybe another 2 wickets. Job done at the moment.
Absolutely take that. Mitchell Marsh at slip with a fair bit to think about. So Jacob Bethel to the middle. Sparkling innings in Cardiff the other night in the T20. He's got 1 ball to face in Shorts over, the left-hander, and it's hitting him on the pad, tracking down the leg side, so no more than a desultory yelp from the Australians. 256 for 5 at the end of the 38th over. We've got 12 to go. We've got Liam Livingstone on 7. We've got Jacob Bethel on 0. We've got Ebony, Rainford, Brent on commentary, and we've got Alison Mitchell coming in.
Thanks, Geoff. Yeah, really impressed the other night with Jacob Bethel, 44, and you could just see how comfortable he looked at the crease. How many balls did he get that off at, Phil? Because I felt like there was a point he came in and just turned the screw, so it must have been a decent knock.
That's right.
Jacob Bethel, he got 44 in the T20. Actually, it might be on our special sheet.
44 of 24, I'm going to say, Ebbs. Here's Labuschagne, the double wicket taken. That was a horrible full toss, battered out towards extra cover. That could have been another wicket if it hadn't dropped into the ground. Steve Smith there fielding. Isn't it strange? Marnus Labuschagne just has a knack. He's taken 2 for 26, and I'm sure he will talk about it all night. Another leg break, and there's some width there. Livingstone reaches for it. No timing involved, and the ball dribbles up to long off, and he takes 1. Livingstone on 8. Bethel then the new batter. Faced the 1 ball so far, 257 for 5.
I wouldn't have thought Jacob Bethel would have been dreaming last night about his 2nd ball in ODIs being against Marnus Labuschagne.
He would have done all his plans for every single bowler. Mitchell, Stark.
Exactly. Stark,
Hazelwood. And this might not have been on the short list.
He loves a bowl, Labuschagne. He's very effective in Test cricket as well when the ball is tossed to him. I think he's also just one of those sort of keen, likeable but annoying
keen cricketer. He's a badger.
Exactly. The left-handed Bethel is getting behind it. Defence. Steve Smith is there at mid-wicket, picks up. There's no run. I mean, when he first came into the Australian team, he probably still is. He was absolutely Steve Smith's shadow. Fast friends, because they both love talking about the game non-stop. Outside the off-stump, carved beautifully through the gap between backward point and short third for 4. Little flex in those wrists to find that angle. And Bethel is off the mark with a boundary.
What a lovely shot to get off the mark. You can tell he's so comfortable at the crease. Maybe it's youth and age that makes him relax, but you see his movement pattern was nice. He didn't try and overhit it. It's well set at the crease, so let's see how he backs up his 44.
He's 20 years old on his ODI debut. Goes back again on this one. Could have bottom edged back onto the stumps. The ball's missed, and Carey is there to pick up. He's trying to make a little bit of room for himself. Got a bit cramped, so he waits again. Labuschagne in with his leg breaks. Again, carves out, but can't find the gap this time. And backward point Mitch Marsh is there to pick up. So end of the over from Labuschagne. 2 for 31 from his 4 overs. 261 for 5.
Yeah, Jacob Bethel, cap number 275 for the England ODI men's side.
275. They've got some players.
Who made the presentation to him this morning? Did you see that when they're in the huddle?
No, I saw the huddle, but I didn't see who made the presentation.
I didn't see. But
lovely moment for him.
Yeah, you can tell straight away. England have done a good job of producing players really since the Owen Morgan era, haven't they? And seem to be getting younger and younger, and
we'll bring them into the side and have a crack. And Jacob Bethel's come up through the Warwickshire system, having made that move from Barbados when he was brought up there. Left his parents there when he was 13 to take up a scholarship in the UK. Pulled low and around the corner by Livingstone, but finds deep backwards square. This is Shorts continuing again into his 9th over. 1 for 62. Got the wicket of Jamie Smith. But England were 213 for 2 in the 33rd over. And Duckett's wicket fell. They then lost 3 for 44 to end up at 257 for 5. And now they need a partnership really to see them through to the end and accelerate through these latter stages. I mean, if anyone can do that, Liam Livingstone. And what we've seen so far of Jacob Bethel, he's got the potential as well. Mitch Marsh back in at first slip here to the left-handed Bethel, facing up to Short. He's brought a catcher in at mid-wicket as well. Short moves in, around the wicket he goes, and Bethel tries to make some room, works it to the onside though, a little off balance as he went, but can only find mid-wicket. Yeah, I'm interested to talk to Michael Vaughan a bit more about Bethel, because his dad captained him at Sheffield Collegiate. So there was a time in England for his dad in the younger days, and they must have gone to Barbados. That was where Jacob was brought up. Cracked into the offside, along the ground, controlled fashion out to deep point, and there's no run. And then, yeah, left for England at the age of 13, scholarship at rugby school, and Michael Powell was the director of cricket there at the time, helped to link him up with Warwickshire, and yeah, he's come up through those ranks. And only 20 years old now, so that's only 7 years ago.
It's good to see it pays off, isn't it? You know, like, it's a big, bold move to come over, join private school, take the scholarship, and you hope it all pays off. So for it to have all gone to plan.
Livingston here, facing up to Short, tickles it into the leg side, takes a single.
It just tells you that he was clearly such a talent from the early days. And you see kids in programmes and sort of, some live up to that potential that you see early, and many fall away. And so it's good to see that he's kept that foot on the gas at the age of 20.
Yep,
making his debut in both formats.
Obviously, the real breakout season in the Blast for the Bears this year. Short in, making some room. Bethel trying to work it up towards extra cover.
Marley Beardman's getting a run out as 12th man.
All right, he's on the field at short third at the moment, down below us. So first time an Australian shirt and out in the middle. Stroked out through point region, out to the deep. Single off the last ball of the over. So 265 for 5, 10 overs to go. Bethel and Livingston out in the middle now. In the county championship, Surrey are closing in on victory against Durham. They need only another 25 runs to win that match. Somerset are 109 for 2, chasing 393 to beat Lancashire and keep their title hopes alive. Archie Vaughan is 50 not out. So after an 11-wicket haul, he's now got his first class 50.
He was not far off the other day as well. He's got 40 odd, so he's
what a time he's having. So remember, if Surrey win and Somerset lose, then that will be Surrey confirmed as champions for the third successive year. But Somerset have still got that chance, and Archie Vaughan at the crease. See how I haven't seen Michael for a little while, has he?
Yeah, he'll be glued to something.
He's watching a screen somewhere and probably feeling rather nervous at the moment. But commentary on every ball of every match, remember, on the BBC Sport website and app. And if you want to follow that match via smart speaker, if you say into your speaker, if you ask BBC Sounds to play Lancashire v Durham Day 3, you will, for example, get Lancashire. I think that must be Somerset. Sorry, Durham v Somerset. Day 3, there we go.
Speak to your speaker.
Yeah. Dot ball, Labuschagne, new over. And he comes to Bethel, he's on 6. Moves in again, goes back, makes some room, and cracks it away through the offside, finds that gap in the covers, fielded inside the rope. Back in on the bounce to Labuschagne, and just the one taken. Bethel on to 7. It's a pretty clean sound of ball on bat when he gets that timing right. Quick hands.
He's quite sort of slight in you compare him, say, to a Jamie Smith, who's bigger, taller, and hits stronger shots. What I like about Bethel, he commits to every single ball, real flourish. Puts a lot of energy into the ball.
What's Labuschagne doing here? He's asking his
up that leg side
fielder, who's possibly out of our view, I think, down below us. Has he got a long off down here as well as long on? In now. In the air off the face of the bat initially by Livingston, but then safe. Past short extra cover down towards long off, taking 1. And Labuschagne's had 2 caught and bowls popped back to him already. That was almost sort of similar.
I'm just wondering if it's holding in the picture a fraction as well. It might be, sometimes from here it looks simple, but actually there's a bit of...
When he goes to Bethel, it's a fuller ball. Bethel back up the pitch, and Labuschagne well down to it in his follow-through. Fires the ball back in towards Carey, who takes off the bells for good measure, and they're there flashing away as they've been disturbed. And Carey says to the umpire, "Don't worry, I've got this." Picks up and places the bails back on the stumps. Labuschagne twirls himself, spins himself a catch. Moves in, quicker, flatter to Bethel. Out through the offside again. Bit of a chase in the deep here. Tumbling stop. Sean Abbott gets to his feet. Bethel's back for a second, and the throw comes back into Carey. And Labuschagne has one more ball to see if he can eke out a third wicket. He dismissed Ben Duckett on 95 off 91 balls. That was a change of bowling. Labuschagne came on and with his fourth delivery. Duckett, just wasn't anything particularly special about the delivery from Labuschagne, but he tried to turn the ball into the leg side, and it just seemed to sort of catch the outside half of the bat and pop back the catch. This one turned towards mid-wicket. Steve Smith is there. Points rather elaborately to Labuschagne, as if to say, great over. And Labuschagne takes his cap from the umpire. And England are 269 for 5 with 9 overs to go. So are we going to see an explosion of runs at some point and a real acceleration between these two? Because they're just sort of biding their time at the moment.
Yeah, it's feeling more like a sort of 350 score now. We were thinking pushing 400 when, you had likes of Jamie Smith, etc. at the crease, and it looked like there was that sort of ability to score quickly. But the spinners have done an amazing job here. So I don't know, if they chip away another wicket here or there and keep plugging away, then 350 will feel in the realms of a very good game and an achievable target.
Well, remember that Australia do have a strong batting lineup, as much as they're missing a number of key bowlers here. Head, Marsh, Smith, Green, Labuschagne, Carey is the top 6, and then really got Matt Shaw, Aaron Hardy, Sean Abbott as well even. Tickled to short fine leg, call of no, with the correct call because Travis Head is there to field, and this will be the last over to be bowled by Matt Short. 9 overs, 1 for 65 so far for him, with the wicket of Jamie Smith. But yeah, when that second wicket stand was worth 120 between Duckett and Jacks, or anything that seemed possible, worked along the ground, flick of the wrist square by Livingston, takes one. Labuschagne is in the deep this time, fires the ball back into Carey. And England are 270 for 5 in this 42nd over.
Yeah, it's definitely been a change in tone, hasn't they, with the spinners? I wonder if, just having a look at England's spin options, obviously Bethel's in there, Will Jacks.
Well, Rashid's going to be very important, isn't he?
They might bring them in early if there is just a bit of pop, almost a holding in the surface of the spinners.
Liam Livingstone.
Yeah, Liam Livingstone.
He's bowled really well in the T20s. His bowling as well as his batting, that's probably elevated him into the ODI side. Plucked off the stumps, this one back up the pitch and into the hands of Short. No run.
He's gone to the top of the T20 all-rounders ranking. Who's in that list? Because I didn't know where he was in that mix. I didn't realise he was in the mix.
Around the wicket, Short in, gives it some air, stroke towards extra cover, and Steve Smith takes it on a higher bounce than he expected. He's standing there on one of the cut strips on the square with rough grass, and the ball can sometimes behave erratically. He grabbed it cleanly. Short moves in past the umpire. Bowls now full and turned along the ground. No fielder inside the ring there, so it's a comfortable one out to the deep. Clean pick up by Sean Abbott. I think he's having a little bit of interaction with the crowd in the deep. The sun did appear a little bit earlier on. We've got a much higher cloud now, and little bits of pale blue up above us, sort of watery sunshine. Short in again, low full toss to Livingston, chips it along the ground towards wide. Long on, it will just be the one. As the throw comes in on the bounce, content with the single. And these two at the end of Short's overs. 10 overs, 1 for 68 for him. England are 271 for 5, with Livingston on 12, Bethel on 10. And still another 8 overs to go. Feel long.
Yeah, that T20 all-rounders. Yeah, the top 4. Top, as you say, Liam Livingstone. I think he already went up 7 places. Overtook Marcus Stoinis, who was top. And behind them, Sikandar Raza of Zimbabwe and Shakib Al-Habsan of Bangladesh.
It's a good list. Good list to be at the top of that.
That's 7 places.
Oh, yeah, well, look, you have a good series. I don't know how they work those points out, whether it also in opposition you get it again. Does that weight more, and maybe Australia in this previous series would have just given him that boost. But either way, he'll take it.
Very specific algorithm,
yeah,
to determine how many matches you're playing against what opposition. Here is Zampa, who's got another 3 overs to bowl. Use to the feet. This has gone high in the air from Livingston. Has it travelled? It hasn't. It's dropping underneath. Cam Green is there and takes the catch. So Livingston went high, but he couldn't go long. And Cam Green had an age to get underneath it, moving in from the boundary at long on. And the dangerous, potentially dangerous Liam Livingstone, as we were just talking about, number 1 in the rankings, has gone for just 13. For Australia, that is a huge fillip for him.
I definitely think this surface is holding. You look at a number of these shots here. Liam Livingstone was trying to go down the ground and got into a great position, hit through the line. But if the ball's just stopping and holding for the spinners, that's why you'll end up seeing it pop up. A bit like Jamie Smith again. He tried to go for 2 down the ground and got caught. So well done to the spinners here. They've really come in and taken the key wickets, used the surface that seems to be working for the spinners. So frustration for England. And now we're talking about 350. They're going to have to still do some work to get there from here, you would argue.
Feels like it, doesn't it? And that's why the crowd are just so muted at that wicket, because they would have wanted to have enjoyed Liam Livingstone and knowing the sort of fireworks that he can deliver, but yeah, just got too much elevation and couldn't get the distance to clear the boundary down the ground.
Yeah, and you mentioned how the spinners have tied England down. That partnership, into the 43rd over now, that partnership was worth 16 from 26 deliveries.
That is really slowing things up, isn't it? Well, Bryden Carse is next, and then it's Archer, Potts, Rashid. But it is a far cry at the moment from the sort of totals we were looking at. Said when England were 213 for 2 in the 33rd over. What can they get from here? And Zampa could still have a big say, because he's still only in the 8th over of his spell.
Also 5 wickets to spinners here.
Yeah, Bryden Carse got a first ball duck in the T20 that he featured in that second game. 29 years of age. We'll see him bowl later. There's a real pace about him. He played his 14 ODIs between July 2021 and December 2023. He's finishing up in the West Indies. Here is Zampa in then to Carse. Forward stretching, can't get it past short extra cover. This is again where Australia want all their fielders to keep this squeeze on. It's Cooper Connolly who is still on the field as a substitute. Was it Ben Dorshus who went off, didn't he? The bowler. Zampa in, full forward, pressing again is Carse, and Cooper Connolly there at short extra cover picks up. So they are a bowler light at the moment in terms of Dorshus, who was on his ODI debut, but I mean Labuschagne has come on and taken 2 wickets. Travis Headspin bowling, and it is about spin at the moment. Zampa moves in, there's a slip in place, forward once again, can't get it past Connolly.
This is the perfect scenario, isn't it? You're in the 43rd over, you can have a slip in play, a new batter at the crease where you can just pin him down. Australia just turned the game here nicely.
It's been an innings of 2 halves so far. Zampa a little bit quicker, going back this time. Defends middle stump. Zampa picks up in his follow-through. Looking cool as ever with his sunglasses on as he bowls. 272 for 6. Ben Duckett top scoring with 95 from 91 balls. An excellent innings until he just pops that return catch to Labuschagne. A little bit short this time by Zampa. Turned to mid-wicket though, finds a fielder once again. And it's been an excellent over. And well, Carse couldn't get that ball away. 272 for 6 then, after the 43rd.
Was that a maiden, Phil?
A wicket maiden.
Wicket maiden. Zampa is a rarity. We're going to have a change here. Geoff, is it Geoff? No, not Geoff Lemon coming in. Geoff is standing right behind me. I think Agnew is on his way in a moment. Who are we? Travis Head returning from the pavilion end. So someone else who was a part-time bowler can have a real impact. Ebbs, a bit more from you. Then Agnew is coming in.
Yeah, I don't think anyone really sort of expected this was going to be the game plan and the tactics to go to spin today. But as soon as they have, everyone's really capitalised. So Travis Head now in with the ball.
Yeah, you just need to be careful here a bit. They could just drop it short, couldn't they? 272 for 6.
Yeah.
Hard to know what a pass score is with this boundary, but
it felt like 380 earlier, didn't it?
Felt really big. But now they've got 6 overs to go after this one. So you can sort of 340, 350. Carse, who can bat, is a good player, this fella. Right, his head comes in, bowls to him, flicked away down the ground. And there's Amble a single, so he's off the mark. Bowls quick as well. Genuine batsman. And now Bethel, looking at that short leg side boundary. Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg, all trying to protect it. As Travis Head comes in, bowls to him, he works that away. They run the first one quickly, but the boundary is so short that the fielder therefore can come in and prevent the second being taken. 275 for 6. And having been very rude about Marnus Labuschagne's bowling, I'm going to have to doff my cap to him for those couple of wickets. His head round the wicket, bowling. Played away down to long on for a single. I mean, the first one, slingy, low arm, wrong was all wrong. I mean, I've seen a couple of really poor balls from this end take wickets in international cricket.
Have you?
That was the second. There's only one worse. His head bowling, that mighty swing from Bethel, aiming for that boundary, but the ball dribbles away just to the edge of the circle. He got some bat on it, so it's fine.
Actually,
you bowled your...
No, I feel sorry for Labuschagne. It's not an easy end to bowl from.
You got your wicket for this end, didn't you?
No, I'm sure that's nowhere near number one.
Oh, it certainly was.
The amount of cricket you see now.
Yeah, easily.
I've actually got a stat for you. Which...
His head bowling round the wicket, and another go for a big hit again. And they haven't really come off his last 10 overs or so. There's been a lot of thrashing around, and the boundary not found as often as they would like. I get Philip on that, actually.
So we've had 5 completed overs now without a boundary.
Yeah, there's a lot of heaving going on.
Good bat speed.
Yeah, not much ball speed.
Is that something the wicket just slowing up a little bit?
I don't know. Are they trying to just try to smack it too hard? You tell me.
Well, but it doesn't seem like they're taking the bad options, though, because that is around the wicket, legs pitching just outside leg stump, can't be out LBW, the sweep's a fair shot. Livingston coming down the wicket to Zampa to hit straight, just like Jax did. That's one of his shots. You feel that it wasn't a hack, was it? It wasn't like they were hacking at it. It was like, although it ended up being a hack, it was like it went really high. But it was seemed like the right option to play. Yeah, I've got Michael Vaughan. I'm just nicking his stat.
Okay.
Who in this batting lineup has scored the most runs for England in one-day cricket?
One-day cricket? Or 50
in this
overs?
in 50 overs, in this side.
Here's Zampa starting a new over. He's got 2 to go. That's played down to mid-off. And there is no run. So in this England side, who has got most runs in one-day cricket? Okay, so we've got Salt. He just come in, duck it. He played 12 games. There's Zampa bowls, low full toss, clubbed down the ground by Bethel for a single. Howie Brook, Liam Livingston. How many there's Liam Livingston?
Are you just going to go through everyone and wait for me to...
I'm thinking about it.
Oh, now just want to tell everyone, he's now turned over the sheet with all the stats on it. So.
Well, I think it's a good chance. I was going to say this one, purely on the back, he's played 130-odd games.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not having it anymore. You just turned over the information sheet, looked at the answer and told me the answer.
I was actually looking to see how many games Livingston have played. But yes, so it is very Adil Rashid, isn't it?
Which is, I think, also shows probably where we are in experience in this England batting lineup.
Oh, this is high. Is it far enough? Let's see. Fielder running round on the edge of the boundary, takes another good catch. Has been good down there. A couple of real skiers have been launched in this direction. Livingston also at Cameron Green. He's just got enormous hands. Sort of swallows them up. And now, look at that. 7 down. 278 on the board. Feels like they're getting a bit light at the moment, don't you think?
Well, it does. I mean, I was on with Alison and saying at 30 overs you normally double it, don't you? That was the old school thing. Maybe it's a bit different now with the extra man up for longer, up to 30 overs and 40 with the other one back. But they're about 190, weren't they?
201 for 2 at the end of 30, yeah.
That's looking at about 400. Well, they're going to get well short of that.
So the last 14 overs have got 70-odd runs. But again, that wasn't a bad option. Was it the right shot? Almost like he was hitting down the ground. I know a little bit across the ball with a slog sweep, but you'd say it's a fairly...
Lovely reception for Geoff Archer, by the way. He hasn't played for 18 months in this form of the game, and out he comes. And it must be a bit odd for him at the moment. I mean, they're looking after him so meticulously. Of course, the end of the journey, they hope, or at least the journey leads to Australia next year and the Ashes. So there's this very meticulous, very careful programme just to make sure that he's okay, because he does pick up these injuries. But what a cricketer he is when he's fit. So you can see the temptation, you can see the investment, you can see exactly why this time is being taken. But it's good to see him back. I'm looking forward to seeing him bowl later as well. 278 for 7. He's on strike. Zampa bowls to him, he's forward. And Labuschagne will field that at extra cover. I mean, they can get all the fast bowlers fit. And that was, of course, the plan last time, and they're basically none of them. So, but if it works right this time, there's quite a lot of firepower coming down under. There goes Zampa bowls and Archie determinedly forward.
But it's not all of the physics. I think that's unrealistic. It is the majority of the thing. Like you say, you are going to lose one, aren't you? In the ideal world, if you lost one, you're fine. You can take that. But not all of them. you want at least some available.
Plane load of them. Just spun a little bit there. Archer pushed that away out to cover. End of the over. 278 for 7. What's interesting about that too, I know it's next year, it seems miles off, but starting in Perth rather than starting at the Gabba, which has just been England's nemesis for so long. And
I don't think we've won many at Perth either. In fact,
true. So it's not the whacker though, is it?
No.
There's something about Brisbane. There's something about going there for that first match and all the history and all that stuff. It won't be there this time.
Is that the third one then? That's a day night.
Second.
Day night.
Perth, Brisbane day night, and then it's
Adelaide normal.
Yeah. His head round the wicket, bowls Bethel. Oh, a wonderful shot here. He's down the pitch. He's a little bit inside out. And hit the ball in the air, but hard, over cover. He got there very quickly. It's a terrific shot.
Did Zampa go for 20 in his first two?
That was the first boundary for 39 balls. Adam Zampa went for 18 in his first two.
Head again, bowls a little bit shorter this time. Bethel the back foot cutting. Rolls away to deep point.
So he's bowled 17 overs to 20, 7 overs to 22. Now, maybe it is spinning. I tell you what, it brings this Australian middle order in, doesn't it?
Well,
Smith and Labuschagne, like knocking it.
But how many?
So good at knocking it around.
How many spinners England have got on their side? However, got Livingston, Jacks, Rashid.
Australia's last
4 spinners.
Australia's last 23 overs, 22 of them have been spin.
That's just stopped a little bit, and Archer's poked that into the mid-wicket area. So 4 spinners. Only 3 seamers, isn't it?
Yeah.
It looks as if they picked the right side. Archer swings this out into the leg side. He's going to get 4 here, I think. Yes, he is. One of the biggest cheers of the day. Geoff Archer sweeps Travis Head for 4.
It's a brave call, isn't it, to bowl Travis Head again. I thought he'd done 2 overs, really good. 46th over to bowl a part-time off-spinner.
Yeah.
But, I say, if he gets another wicket, then Mitch Marsh has made the right decision. But when he bowled it again, I was surprised. He gambled again.
Head moving that deep man around us a little bit. 287 for 7. And he comes, reverse sweep from Archer. Kind of a tail-ender's reverse sweep, but it was a bit wide. It was certainly far down the leg side.
Unless he hit it.
As he did hit it, did he? 287 for 7. Head again bowls. Archer this time plays a nice-looking shot, a drive up to extra cover, but there's no run. 287 for 7. That over's completed. And so, where are we? Where's the overs? 3 to go, is it?
4
to go.
I think.
4 to go.
Sorry, my little fingers. I was trying to show Aggers.
It is 4 to go.
I just couldn't quite straighten it out enough.
287 for 7, and it looks like Labuschagne's going to continue down at this end as well. So there's some interesting calls being made here by Mitch Marsh. Sometimes, I mean, again, it was old school thinking, but I was kind of with you a bit in that if a part-time spinner did his job, got a wicket, done it, get him off, get another, get a front liner back on.
But then I suppose their front liners, they're not really their front liners, are they?
No, they're not, I suppose.
Sean Abbott, you'd say, would be bowling here with like a T20 specialist. He's had a bit of a tough day, so.
Yes, he has. So Labuschagne it is. He's going to bowl to Bethel. He moves in now, and Bethel's down the pitch, clipping out hard past his left hand. He'll want 2 if he can. Archer's got to make the ground for that second one, but he won't get there. The ball's already on its way from the deep. 288 for 7. Now what's Geoff going to do here?
I was going to ask, what's it like being when you've had a tough day and you've asked to come back, Aggers? What's it like in a one-day game?
It's not easy, is it? You've already gone for about 7 and over. The only thing is,
that's a good day for you, isn't it?
They are 7 wickets down, though. Thank you. They are 7 wickets down. So, it does get... I might have gone for a front liner, but let's see. He's got to get another catch. He's side the catch to backward point. And that was rather ugly. And now England have got to make sure they bat these overs out. From being in a position in which they look like they're going to score 400, they're going to do well to score 300.
Yeah, I didn't mind the Labuschagne bowling another over to get Bethel off strike, big boundary. Then just something about wrist spin to lower order, isn't it? The idea that Labuschagne can turn it both ways, you've got to be able to pick it as well as play the shot.
Can't pick it.
And if you can't pick it... So I haven't seen the replay whether that actually was the googly from Labuschagne, but it was a big... That was a hack.
Yeah,
that was a hack.
That was pretty ugly. So Archer departs, 4 runs to his name, 8 wickets down now, and not a lot to come.
I've got the leading run score to come.
Well, there's just... Yes, there is Adil. Is he coming out now?
No, I don't think so.
Let's have a look.
I think that's Potts, I think.
This is Matthew Potts. Well, he can bat. So just to run through the card. Salt 17, Duckett 95, Jack 62, Brook 39, Smith 23, Livingston 13, Cast 2, Archer 4. That's that sort of middle order area, isn't it? I mean, they all got in. 39 to Brook, 23 Smith, 13 Livingston. They got out largely playing adventurous shots, and that momentum from the start was lost. So here comes Matthew Potts. He'll be on strike. There's some instructions there from Jacob Bethel.
Well, you would say old school here. Bethel hoping to just get me on strike. His job, Matthew Potts. Now I know that there's a modern way, but the sensible thing now, just try and get off strike in as few balls as can and give Bethel the chance.
Yeah.
Probably Bethel has to hold on for another 2 overs, doesn't he? Take it for another 2 overs. Try if they pick up 10 runs the next 2 overs, and then try and go berserk the last 2.
Labuschagne bowls, and that's played off the back foot by Potts. He penetrates the gap, brings in deep cover, and so Bethel is on strike. And now you see these figures in yellow running all over the place. Those in the circle are going right on the edge of the circle. They're saying take one here.
I think he should take one, because the left-hander will have 2 overs batting at the media centre end with a short boundary over cow corner.
Labuschagne bowls that lowish arm and is driven hard, smeared really out to deep cover. Well, the deep cover he's on the edge of the circle cover. Steve Smith there, and there's no run. 289 for 8. Labuschagne again goes skipping in and bowls full on the leg stump, tucked away. They take a single. Potts calling him through, so there where's 1 ball to go in the over. What are you doing here? You're blocking it?
No, I don't mind a 1.
You don't?
You get 1 and then try and go off strike next. Who's Mitchell Marsh going to bowl that end?
Well, he's got plenty of options, because I think he's had 7 bowlers so far. He hasn't used himself. 8 so far. Labuschagne bowls. Oh, God, it's a horrible ball. A long hop grubbing thing that's poked into the leg side. Right, well, they take a single, and that's interesting. Potts had his arm raised there. I think Bethel quite fancied it.
Very small, though, isn't it?
It is a short boundary, and the throw came pinging in. So there's now 3 overs to go. 291 for 8. Bit of a conflab down there. So 8 bowlers used. And he hasn't used himself, has he, Marsh? So the only other one, after the keeper, hasn't had a bowl is Steve Smith. Well, he used to bowl. I mean, he bang again. Life was a leggy. Got all the comparisons with Shane Warne, largely because he looked like him and had fair hair.
He's got me out in the test match as well.
Steve Smith has he?
On 80 odd as well.
No, that's no.
I can't even use the excuse I was caught on the boundary. I was caught back pad.
What, a little bit of spin out the rough?
No, I think he's bowling on the good stuff as well.
Yeah. It comes head round the wicket, and Potts clips that firmly back at him. There's no run. They've got to get Bethel down on strike here. They've got Travis Head bowling, his part-time off-spin, with that short boundary on the leg side. For Bethel, who's got his legs folded because he's at the far end. He can't get down. Here comes Head again. Bowls to Potts. Can he get away this time? Yes, he can. But there's 2 there probably if they want it. Bethel says yes, we'll take the second. So again, he's at the non-striker's end. It's always hard, isn't it? Do you take the run that's on, or do you, in this situation, think,
I was trying to think now whether that was right or wrong.
His head, and that's clipped away. Now, that is going to be a 1, surely. Yes, it is. Out to deep mid-wicket. So, 3 balls remain in this over for Bethel to try and hit that. Well, he can go for any boundary, but let's see if he can smear a couple of 6s into that stand. That's what he's looking at. There's a big gap there. Out at deep mid-wicket. Head comes in, moves in, bowls. Down the pitch he comes. He drills that down the ground very hard. The fielder should stop it going for 4. It's a brilliant diving stop. Outstanding. Zampa.
No, I think it's the 12th. Is it?
Oh, it's the 12th man, is
no,
it?
O'Connell.
Looked like Zampa out there, but the other end of the ground. His hair's slightly longer than Zampa's. Head again, round the wicket, comes in, bowls, and he gives himself some room, slices that away to backward point as well, bowled by Head. He saw him stepping away, fired the ball into the leg stump. How many off this over so far? 5 from it. Big ball, this one. Then comes Head, bowls, and yeah, he's only going to get 1. Stroking the ball out to cover, well bowled.
Very well.
6 from it. And he saw him coming a couple of times there. And he was quite cunning with his line, with his length.
He's also quite brave because he tossed that one up when Bethel came down the ground to. It wasn't that flat. I thought just got to dart it in as full as you dare, straight as you dare. He actually gave it a little bit of air.
297 for 8. So here's Zampa. He's down at this end. Sunglasses on, hair swept back. He's got the bowl to Bethel. The longer boundary on the leg side for him to go at. The straight hit is on. 3 on the leg side boundary. There's a long off and a deep cover. Bethel left-handed, waits. Zampa goes in, bowls to him, tosses it wide, very well bowled and almost gets a catch. But they're going to get a single there. It was a scything sort of a shot, and it almost carried there to third man who's on the edge of the circle.
Brilliantly bowled. He obviously felt like he was coming down. He threw it wide. It was the leg spin up. Yeah. Again, if Bethel had stood still, it would have opened up the reverse sweep, but he obviously had an inclination that he was going to come. Very clever.
Yeah. So what's Potts going to do here? There's some gaps around. Let's get a single. Zampa scuttles in. Oh, no, he doesn't at all. It has a huge swipe. Missed the ball completely. Trying to drag the ball into that leg side. 298 for 8. Come on, Potts, get a single, surely.
You'd have thought so.
Yeah.
Surely Bethel, he might hit this a 6, but Bethel's got more chance of hitting 6s.
Zampa again bowls. He's gone for the reverse sweep, and there's an appeal. One of the bails is on the ground. No one seems to know how it got on the ground, though. Matthew Potts is coming up for a conversation. We're having a look at what happened here.
TV umpire to director.
Okay.
You have a player review for court behind. The original decision is not out. I've checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Front on, please.
I think whether he hit his glove on the reverse sweep.
I just recognise the voice. It's our old friend Joel, isn't it?
The ball is passing very close to glove. Can you give me ultra edge?
So he whipped the bail off after he caught the ball. Question whether it actually touched anything on the way through. They haven't lost any reviews so far.
Flat line as he's passing the glove.
But they'll lose that one.
No glove. So I'm going back on field to Kumar. Still with the original decision of
booing from the crowd.
On-screen signal.
A familiar refrain breaks out over Trent Bridge. .298 for 8. For the first time, some of the younger lads in this trip have heard that, I suppose. In goes Zampa again, bowls to Potts in on the pad. Beautiful leg before wicket, given not out. Are they going to review this one? The game dancing down the pitch. It looked fairly straight, actually. Umpire Dharmasina's given it not out. You think going down leg side? Well, we're having a look at it. Another review.
But you might as well review, haven't you?
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. Front on, please.
Carey's just signalled that, the pointing. He thinks it's sliding.
Yeah, it needs to turn, didn't it? It needs to spin. She does a little bit.
Not sure if there's any bat involved. Can you give me ultra edge, please?
Well, it's
hitting the stumps.
It might be hitting the
Just
stumps.
whether it's umpire's call.
Yeah. It's tight. The leg stump is the only one that's being threatened here, I think.
Standing by for ultra edge, Kumar.
Waiting for all this now. Good to hear dear old Joel there.
Back at his rightful spot.
Yeah, 298 for 8. Here we go. Ultra edge.
Keep going.
Nothing there.
Yeah, I can see it. Bring it back for me. Let's bring it back.
Joel, there's nothing there.
Let's go past that bat one more time.
That takes so long, isn't it?
Slowly.
Joel, there's nothing.
Right, there's a flat line.
Thank you,
there's
Joel.
no bat involved.
Right.
Now,
this is the big one. Let's see. Is it clipping the leg stump? Is it hitting the leg stump hard? He's been given not out. It's a bit of a nightmare this over, to be fair, Matthew Potts. He might have got away with this, but again, the technology taking a while. Here we go, let's have a look.
Decision is not out.
Pitching on.
Ball is pitching in line, the impact is in line.
Wicket's missing.
Kumar will stay close.
High, almost, rather than line.
I was convinced it was going to hit the stumps. I didn't have height on it when Actually, the atmosphere's just got those two DRS reviews going against Australia. Just liven the crowd up a bit.
It has rather. 298 for 8. Zampa over the wicket, moves in bowls, played off the back foot, out to cover. I'm going to offer a controversial thought in a second.
OK. I look forward to it.
Well, it's just what I thought at the time, at Lord's last year.
We're going back to Alex Carey.
We are.
You inciting the crowd for when we are.
No.
If
Cummins had said to Bairstow, do that again, and you're out, none of this would have happened again. It'd have shut up the crowd forever. In goes Zampa, moves in, bowls, that's flogged into the leg side. It's gone for 6. He's rather redeemed himself there. The 300 comes up. Disappointing finish for Zampa. He's bowled really well, but he's just been hoisted over long on for 6. And England are 304 for 8. You know what I mean? If Cummins had said to Bairstow, right, you're not out this time, but do it again, you're gone. Absolutely. Thank you. There'd have been none of this same old Aussies, there'd have been none of the Aussies, all that stuff. It would have killed it dead.
But I think I did see an interview with Pat Cummins saying that how wary they were of Johnny Best. I'm pretty sure how wary they were of his threat of him winning that game.
They're never going to win. England are never going to win that.
I mean, he would have won so many.
He would.
He would have won so many brownie points.
He would have been a hero.
And if they'd have won the game, if they'd lost the game, it would have been.
I don't think. Well, the Aussies would nailed on to win that game, I think. But you wouldn't have had any of that stuff. Would it have been silenced? Now Travis Head bowls wide outside the off stump, and it is very wide, too wide. In the view of the umpire, at least. More cheers. 305 for 8. So this is the last over.
Yeah, that 6 was only the 3rd boundary in the last 10 overs.
Wow. Right, Bethel's on strike. Head bowls somewhere. There's another one. Into the crowd. Not too far. I mean, there are plenty of grounds in the world where that would have been caught.
How many times do you reckon Travis Head's bowled the last over in a 50-over game?
Oh.
In any list day or 50 over?
It's an
international strike.
It's a brave call, isn't it? Second ball's gone for 6. Well, actually, it's the first ball, isn't it? The first is a wide, and there's going to be more runs. Off the edge this time. Fielder in pursuit, can't stop it. That's 11 off 2. 315 for 8. Wide, 6-4. A bit of a fluky edge, this one. He was trying to smash it down the ground and got a thick edge, but they all count. 315 for 8. Head pauses for a moment. Bethel waits. Bat raised. Head comes in. Bowls him wide outside the off stump. Off the back foot. He's drilled it down the ground. He's going to be caught. Caught at long off. Going for a 6 off the back foot down the ground. Easily taken at long off by Labuschagne. And there's some relief, I think.
Yeah, he almost could have hit that anywhere.
Yeah.
And he tried. I don't quite know where he ended up trying to trying to hit it, because I don't think he would have said... He outthought Travis Head, because he hung back, didn't he?
Yeah.
Hung back. Travis Head dragged it down a little bit. I think he almost just forgot where he wanted to hit it, because there's a massive gap over extra. She should have probably aimed for gone for 4, but anyway.
That's 35 though.
Yeah.
34 balls, and again confirming his promise. That's Adil Rashid at number 11. Makes his way out, and he'll be on strike. There's 3 balls to go. The over stands at 11 for 1 so far. 3 balls to go. So, what's Rashid going to do? He's got Potts at the other end. Potts is the more likely, but Rashid just, who knows? He's got useful runs.
Has he got 10 first-class hundreds? Or am I giving him too many there?
Might be a little bit too many, but he can hit sixes, can't he? He can hit boundaries. 3:15 for 9. In comes Head, bowls, he's down the pitch, hits it high. Out towards the same fielder in the deep. It's going to be caught first ball. And now it's all over. England are all out. With Rashid caught by Labuschagne, trying to hit a 6 in that last over. He's picked out the man absolutely perfectly. And he peels off his gloves. And that'll go down as a golden duck, but quite an unlikely golden duck. Caught it long on for naught, with Potts 11 not out. So it's 315, so 316 for Australia to win. And yeah, the 30 over mark, you could almost have added another 100 runs onto that.
They'd have taken it.
Well, certainly would.
They're very strange fight back in terms of I just didn't have that happening. But also the shots that England took on, I thought were the right options to take on. It wasn't, sometimes you watch England bat and have it. It wasn't a collapse, but you think, oh, they're taking wrong options. But almost all the shots have been played like it was the right shot to play, just didn't execute it well enough.
Yeah.
And whether that pitch has just gripped a bit more than we are seeing from up here, and it feels like it must do, because the quality players don't often miss time as many shots as that on an absolute belter.
No, it's true. And maybe the Duckett dismissal, that Labuschagne wrong and that just went splat and stopped. Fell on 95. Okay, he might be trying to work it a bit hard, but the fact that it did just stop a little bit.
And the fact that there was no inclination of bowling any seam in those last... Phil, sorry, I keep asking you questions. That Zoltz is used to my questions. But they didn't... When was the last over a seam?
From the 24th over onwards, Cameron Green bowled the 32nd over. That was the only over I've seen.
Well, that's extraordinary, isn't it?
So they're obviously feeling that down there.
Yeah.
Feeling that as a captain and as a leadership group that spins harder to hit. So I wonder whether England will resort to that. The bit which slightly worrying me for an England perspective is the dew here, if it comes down, can make the ball skid on quite nicely. The last time I was here was a 100 game, and the Trent Rockets chased it down quite a good total at ease a bit, as the pitch just skidded on nicely, so it skidded on for the spinners. But
yeah,
the England are in the game, but I think disappointing they feel like they left a few out there.
Yeah, the split between the seamers and the spin bowlers in that innings in the end. Seam 19 overs, 1 for 120. Spin 31 overs, 9 for 190.
OK, yeah, well, thank you. And it looks as if England have read it right, because they have got... whether the team would have been different anyway, who knows, but they have got 4 spinners in their side, so that you'd think might favour them. We shall see. There's a 45-minute break between the innings.
I think it's a bit less.
Plenty to come.
I think it's a half an hour break.
Half-hour break.
I think it's half, only because it's bowled slowly, I think.
Gotcha.
Sorry.
Right, so lots to come. In a few minutes we're checking on what could be a decisive day in the county championship race, but first, as we've been hearing, plenty of new names in England's white ball squad this summer as the T20 and white ball teams look to rebuild after their difficult few months. Jacob Bethel making his ODI debut today, played nicely. His Warwickshire teammate Dan Mosley featured in the T20 squad. The Hampshire fast bowler John Turner could make his England debut in this series, and the Essex batsman Jordan Cox has been selected in recent Test, T20 and ODI squads. Right, well, Steve Finn has been to chat to the 4 England young guns to learn a little more about them, starting with Cox, who made his debut in the T20s, having been part of the Test squad at the end of the summer.
The Test side is something different, but just the way they, go about their business, how they talk in the dressing room is all so positive. They stick by like three pretty much key things, is like bowling, you look to take wickets the whole time, no matter what the run rate is, no matter what the total is. Have aggressive field and try and take wickets. And it's like fielding is like chasing every ball to the boundary. So you'll see probably the last Test match or so, you see like Ollie Stone, like a woke, absolutely charging down to the boundary, diving, sliding. Back in your day, you used to put the foot out and just that was it.
All right.
It's just so it's just honestly, it's absolutely amazing to watch them go about their business. And like Baz is always, I think we didn't do so well. And Baz came in the dressing room and was like, come on lads, no one's died. Put the music on, started dancing around. Everyone was like back up and about. So it's an awesome environment to be around.
And how different is that to other environments that you've experienced? Is that like a complete stark contrast to when I played for England? It was, you had to hit a length, otherwise you didn't play. You had to do what you were in the team to do. Is it really liberating to practice around that and then hopefully play in that team one day?
Yeah, for sure, 100%. I think it's changed so much. Have you seen, how when Brookie batted the other day, second ball he ran down, tried to hit it over cover. It was just like, well, this isn't the joust we all know.
Yeah.
This is T10 cricket. Yeah. But it's all about like duck it. Got out scooping. But it was a snake pit, and they moved from the top of off to bowl short him to try and change something up because he was scoring runs. So if they're moving from off stump to where their best balls try and get you out, it's a positive.
How, when you're playing domestic cricket and you're dreaming of playing for England, as we all do when we're young, how much does watching the Test team play the way that they have, and now with McCullum becoming the white ball coach, how does that change your approach as a young player? Dan, maybe?
Yeah, I think for me it's my last year was my first full year in the Championship, and it was actually really nice just going out there. I could just go and play the way I normally play, and at Warwickshire they let me do that, and exactly like Coxie just said, it's just always trying to take the game on. I'm here to win games of cricket. Like draws, sometimes you have them, but I'd much rather risk a loss to win a game of cricket, and it's been really beneficial for me, just giving me, it's almost a licence actually, go out there and be positive and take the game on. And obviously me and Bethel playing together at Warwickshire, we do pretty similar things, and we always speak about just trying to take the game on as much as we possibly can, but makes you roll clearer. You're not almost worrying about yourself, you're almost doing whatever it takes to win a game of cricket for the team, which actually takes a little bit of nerves away, because you're not thinking internally, you're just going out there and trying to win the game for the boys and trying to get us to a score which we actually got enough time for the bowlers to try and take 20 wickets. So yeah, it's going to be really good. It's going to be when Baz ends up becoming the one-day coach, it's going to be interesting. Hopefully, it just keeps on being as fun as it looks like in the Test team. Yeah, so it's exciting times.
How, John, as a bowler, these guys all-rounders but batters as well. How do you balance when you're younger? When I was younger, I was taught when I was through the academy, it was top of off. We'd never practice Yorkers, never practice slower balls. For your development up to this stage at 23, how much of an influence has white ball cricket and the changing face of white ball cricket shaped the way that you bowl across formats?
I think it's like growing up, I've always predominantly been more like a red ball bowler, and probably only close to this time last year where my white ball game kind of overtook that. So I think it's almost improved my red ball game, my white ball game, but I kind of just try to keep it really simple. So my Yorkers, slower balls and stuff probably aren't my key asset, whereas like my pace and hitting the deck hard and like hitting top of stumps is probably more effective for me. So I kind of keep it really simple. So almost going back to like the olden days, and olden days like a few years ago. Yeah.
When I was 30.
Yeah. Okay. Like when so like growing up, like see like guys trying to hit top of a length type of thing. But then I think in the red ball stuff, it's almost, that's all guys think about now. It's like you can only get wickets if you're hitting top of off. Whereas seeing how the Test side goes about it, it's like you can get wickets bowling like any way to a certain batsman. And I think that's quite exciting. It's use what your strength is and don't conform almost to the standard. So.
And then, so when you come into a new environment, there's a few nerves around. Outside of cricket, so not like thinking about going out there and performing, is there anything that you're nervous about going into the dressing room? So like mine was, I turned up and Graham Swamp was the music man in the dressing room, so he had control of the speakers, and I was nervous about like putting my tunes on. I got like halfway through my first tune and he just lobbed my iPod out the window in Bangladesh and said, "You're never having another go again." Is there anything outside of cricket, golf, that you're nervous about coming into this when you meet everyone, Jacob?
Probably first tee shot. It's always a key. You want to get that one out of the way. And then the nerves seem to settle on the course. That'll be for sure. I do like playing tunes, but I'm sure there's a DJ already. I'll be bringing my speaker, hopefully, to get the chance. But, yeah, hopefully my tunes are up to standard.
Looking for that opportunity. Do you agree, Dan? Does he deserve the opportunity?
Oh, his tunes ain't too bad, actually. He plays too much country for me.
Right.
I like that.
Yeah, obviously Caribbean heritage. Like, he plays some Caribbean music, which, to be fair, the Warwickshire boys absolutely love. So I'm happy when he's on the tunes. Yeah, just limit the country just a little bit. Don't mind the old one, but when it comes too much. And to be fair, as DJs go, he actually doesn't play the same song over and over and over again, which people normally do. Which the first week sounds brilliant. Weeks 2, 3 and 4 just drags on.
Something that I'm interested about when I'm talking to young players is franchise cricket, because it's something that only really towards the back end of my career, when I wasn't good enough anymore, franchise cricket was becoming a real thing. How much does it help being in and around those bigger name players when it then comes to playing international cricket? Does it help the environment, or you going into an environment where there are bigger players around?
Yeah, I think personally, you know, being lucky enough to probably be, I think this is my 3rd year, probably now franchise cricket's been pretty awesome, you know. I think when you say walking like into an England dressing room, I think I was more nervous that walking into my first franchise gig. Obviously,
why is that?
Because I think, first of all, there's normally 4 overseas players, and if you're one of them, you know, you're expected to do well. You know, I was lucky enough to go to South Africa. The year before that, I went to T10 and did Sri Lanka, and it was like I was one of, you know, 4 overseas. So it's like the pressure of doing well, you know, the bracket you go in, and things like that, you know. So when I walked into the England dressing room, I thought, you know, I felt at home. I didn't feel like, oh, what's this guy going to be like, you know, rubbing shoulders with different people, because I felt like I've already done that. But there's definitely, you know, walking to that England dressing room is definitely a different stigma for sure.
Nice. And Dan, you've played a bit as well. Have you felt something similar when going in and playing in amongst these superstars?
Yeah, Cox is right. You go in there, and when you're a local player back in England, obviously you've got the other overseas players to look at and try and learn from. Whereas in fact, when you go to a comp where you're the overseas player, and Cox is right, when there's only 4 or 5 of you, a lot of the pressure's on you, and they expect you to do well. And it took a little bit of time to get used to, but I found it's actually really helped me playing in different comps and learning different conditions, but also learning off different players, just trying to pick their brains as much as I possibly can. And yeah, I've been fortunate to do it now for the last couple of years, and I'm just trying to learn as much as I can off them. And then you end up, at the time, you don't feel like you're learning, but then all of a sudden you come back to England and there'd be games which you play and you're like, oh, I remember that, and you remember those experiences and just pass them on back in England. And yeah, but there's a different type of pressure, the franchise world, because you're expected to be performing consistently, and you're still trying to figure your game out yourself. For me, when I went to Pakistan, we had 5 or 6 overseas. A lot of them were English boys, so for me, I felt quite at home. But the expectations is quite high as an overseas player, and it's just getting used to that. And ILT20, where there's a few more international players around, you're just trying to learn off those as much as possibly can. And we have Pollard and Akil Hussain and Dwayne Bravo, and just trying to pick their brains and how they go about.
Coming with the information to help you, I should.
Yeah, they're actually, you know what, they're really good. Polly, I found, was really good. He spoke to me a lot. Even in the dresser, I think one of the games, I think I played a pretty poor shot and I got out. but he spoke to me in the meeting, and it was actually quite nice because it almost felt like he cared and he wanted you to do well, and he's trying to tell you what he thinks about the game, and you try and explain from your point of view, and then he'll go, well, you got more time than you think, and stuff like that. And it was actually quite nice to almost a player who's played so much like he has, just trying to pick his brain and understand how he thinks about the game. Obviously, he's got a lot more experience than I have. So for him to actually offer me some advice and actually explain what he's thinking, yeah, it goes a long way, I think.
And Jacob, you've played for 2 teams in the 100. I'm also fascinated to find out from young players, what do you guys see as the pinnacle of the game? Because when I was younger, being a good Test cricketer was seen as the pinnacle, and that's just the way it is. That the landscape has completely changed now. When you're sat there 5-6 years ago, when you're in your mid-teens, is there the same appetite, you think, for Test cricket, or is that landscape changing with franchise cricket?
I think, for me personally, it's always Test cricket. I was tiny growing up, so
I've seen videos of you playing.
Red ball cricket was my only option at that time. I've been lucky enough over the last few years to put on a bit of size and hit the ball a bit further. So the white ball opportunities have come around. But yeah, Test cricket will always be the dream and be the pinnacle for me. Obviously, any international cricket playing for England is obviously the dream. So to be able to possibly get that opportunity this week is unreal. But yeah, Test cricket would be the one.
Yeah, John, would you concur?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think I still see Test cricket as the pinnacle. But I think it's definitely, like as you say, changing. I think it's probably changing a bit more outside of the game with like all my mates. They're probably starting to see franchise cricket, like playing in the IPL, as a bigger achievement than playing Test cricket. So it's quite weird, like getting that balance from my mates that don't play cricket.
Yeah.
To then I still want to play Test cricket. So it's kind of, I would say, in the balance at the moment, but I think I'd imagine Coxie and Miles are the same, like still seeing Test cricket as the pinnacle.
Yeah, exactly that. As a kid watching like the 2005 Ashes and stuff like that, you want to play for England, you want to play Test cricket, and for me, I still see Test cricket as the pinnacle. But there's a lot of different avenues nowadays with franchise cricket, one-day cricket and T20 cricket almost. More of it being played, but for me, Test cricket is still definitely the pinnacle, and it's one thing I aspire to play.
When you sit here now on the cusp of making your England debuts, and you've got this whole life in front of you, hopefully playing for England and travelling the world, what are your aspirations and ambitions outside of the generic stuff? Is there anything that you look towards now and say, in 10 years' time, I'll be really satisfied if I've achieved this? Jacob, we'll start with you. Is there anything that anything?
As much as you could go off like stats and all that kind of stuff, obviously that stuff's nice. I've enjoyed my whole cricketing journey up until this point, so if I was to look back in 10 years' time, after hopefully a long England career, and gone, I actually really enjoyed that, and I embraced every moment there and had a good time, continued to enjoy myself and got better throughout it, I'd be pretty happy. If it dragged along and I didn't enjoy it and ended up having a good career, it would be good, but it wouldn't be as nice if I didn't enjoy it.
Jordan?
It's a great question. I just think to get, if you're fortunate enough to get, 3 numbers, Test, ODI, T20, I'll be satisfied. I think I'll play for as long as I'm enjoying it, like Jake just said.
John, how about you?
Yeah, I think pretty similar to these lads, of just enjoying it. Growing up, it's obviously a dream to play professional sport and play cricket for your country. So I think to do that, and then I think on top of that, to play in an Ashes series. Growing up, I never saw that as an option or possibility for myself, and to potentially one day maybe do that would be unbelievable. So I think, if I could do that, that would be pretty cool.
Dan, how about you?
Yeah, I think for me, it sounds like we all want to play all formats for England, and it's definitely one thing I want to do is try and play in 50 over, T20 and Test cricket. And just on that, playing in an Ashes series, it sort of going back to the 2005 Ashes, watching all the box sets of that'd be pretty special to do that. So yeah, for me, it's playing an Ashes series and playing all 3 formats for my country.
And does it feel now as a slight changing of the guard moment? Cricket works in cycles, and the 50-over World Cup just now has led to a few guys not being selected for this series. Do you see this as a great opportunity to try and forge and force your way into the long-term thinking of these white ball teams?
We're really lucky to have Mo and Woakesy in our dressing room who've been there and done it. They've won T20 World Cups, they've won 50-over World Cups, and having them in the dressing room at Warwickshire has been brilliant, and just trying to learn off them as much as we possibly can, and if we can emulate some of the things they've done in their career, I think we'll be doing all right. So yeah, it's definitely something which we're looking forward to this coming weeks, is to hopefully perform well and win games for England.
When you say learn from those guys, like they're guys that I loved playing with, what sort of stuff is it that they're doing in the dressing room that is so helpful? Is it the conversations that you have about situations in the game? Is it watching them practice? Like, what is it that's helpful for you?
I think probably a bit of both. Like, the way those 2 guys go about it, obviously they're probably 2 quite model pros in the way they train and stuff. So someone like Woakesy, you watch how he goes about in terms of looking after his physical stuff, skills, all that kind of stuff. And then Mo, if you chat to him for 10 minutes about, you could chat to him about anything, but then at some point in that conversation there'll be some like nugget of gold in terms of like some game he played in or a situation that he played in and he did this, he would have done that. So yeah, just chatting to them, and then obviously when you play with them and see how they go about it, you pick up a few things.
I wish you all the best on this. It's like it is the best time of your life. I sit here now as a 35-year-old, and you mentioned about getting to the end, and the reason why I asked the question about wanting to, like, what do you want to achieve, because I reckon I was probably too focused at times on numbers, on trying to tick things off in my career. I wish that I was more present through my career so that I could look around the grounds and love it and enjoy it. So if I had one bit of advice for all of you, when you go out there and you get your cap, embrace it, enjoy it and soak it all up, because it truly is the best time of your life to play cricket for England. It's amazing. So thank you for your time. It's been really nice to chat to you and get to know you all, and I look forward to commentating on you and watching you over the next few weeks.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Yeah, pleasure.
Yes, well said, Stephen. Stephen Fibbard, John Turner, Dan Mosley, Jordan Cox and Jacob Bethell. And you can watch that feature on the BBC Sport website and the app. And of course, Bethell made his debut today, making 35. England bowled out for 315. The Australia reply gets underway in about 10 minutes from now. England are warming up, the sun's shining, should be a nice evening here. But first we'll check on the Vitality County Championship latest, because it could be a decisive day today. The champions Surrey won their match against Durham, so Somerset need to win to keep the title race alive. And Kevin Howells, of course, is at Old Trafford watching their run chase against Lancashire, where a player with a familiar surname has been batting well again, Kevin.
Look, no joke aside or anything like that, it's his composure. It really is remarkable. 18 years of age, Archie Vaughan. Yes. 67 off 115 balls. He scored a 40-odd last week in the game, which was just a dramatic end, of course, when Somerset beat Surrey. And he took 11 wickets, which is just amazing with his spin. But that 40 he took when he scored against the likes of Dan Worrell and Kemar Roach of Surrey, 10:30 starts in September, was really impressive. And he's again impressive here right now. 141 for 3 are Somerset, and they have got a big run chase on. Let's be right about this. It's 393 after Lancashire have been bowled out for 140 on a day when 21 wickets fell on the first day of this match. And they went on to score 398, and really impressive knock from Luke Wells. He's been struggling at the top of the order, much experience of course, but to get the runs that he got, batting much lower down at 130 for Luke Wells, 47 for George Balderson. Somerset just a little bit upset about the fact that probably Balderson should have been given run out late yesterday. But Tom Kohler-Cadmore is on 10 alongside Vaughan in this run chase at 141 for 3 with a whole day to go tomorrow. The wickets that have fallen so far: Andrew Andrew Mead faced just 2 balls. Bailey bowled him for 4. Tom Lammonby for 49. He was bowled by Luke Wells. His spin may play a big part, and I think a massive wicket was Tom Abel, who went for only 5 off the bowling of Philip LBW when he was out to the bowling of Anderson Phillip, the West Indian international. So, all on here, Somerset must win, and of course, for contrasting reasons, Lancashire must win. After Nottinghamshire beat Kent, you say decisive day at the bottom. Kent's now confirmed as being relegated. At the top of the 2nd division, we also know that Sussex are back in Division 1. When they play next year, it'll be for the first time in 10 years in the top flight. So well done to them. We still don't know who's going to join them, Yorkshire and Middlesex. But let's get ourselves to the Oval, because it all changed probably, you could say, 24 hours ago. Surrey been there at the top throughout, chasing this potential 3 successive championship titles on the bounce, which has not been done since 1968, of course. But things changed around really quickly late yesterday, and they've completed the victory. Mark Church is there. Thank you for joining us, Mark. What is the mood, before you tell us about the game, what is the mood there at the moment at Surrey? Because they've won the game, now waiting on things happening here at Manchester.
No pressure on you, Kevin Howes and Scott Reed and everybody else there, but I know for a fact they're sat in the dressing room at the moment listening and watching your game, because they've done their job here and they've sort of said, over to you, Somerset. Came this morning with Durham 1 for 1, and then Dan Worrell picks up a couple of wickets in the first over, and they knocked Durham over for 177. Sam Curran with a 4-for. Good to see Sam Curran with the red ball taking wickets, and then Rory Burns and Dom Sibley knocking off the 25 runs needed to make it a 10-wicket victory, 23 points. So really what they've done here, off the back of that defeat at Taunton, they've come back here and, as I say, they put a pretty solid performance together. Probably not at their best. This time yesterday afternoon, as you say, it looked as if actually Durham may have a bit of a lead going into the 2nd innings. But then Tom Laws and Ryan Patel, when Durham took the new ball, Ryan Patel with a superb 134, really took the game away from Durham. So really what they've done is they've picked up the 23 points, and then they've said, over to you, Somerset. So I know for a fact they're over the other side of the ground at the moment, listening and watching your game to see whether Lancashire can do them a big favour on third day. But I think probably more than likely that we'll be back here tomorrow, still looking and watching to see what's happening there at Emirates Old Trafford. People will sort of laugh at the idea that Surrey can struggle when they lose players to England and international, but in fairness to Surrey, they were making this call and telling us to look out for September, because although they were seemingly running away with it, then they got that defeat. Hampshire beat them, but they said look out for September, because we're really going to have to mix things up with players, you know, for the white ball players, and then some, of course, we know Ollie Pope wasn't allowed to play this week and next week as well, ahead of the Pakistan tour. In all seriousness, has this been one of the most challenging of all their title-chasing campaigns in recent times? Yeah, I think on that front it probably has. And I know for a fact back in April, before the season had even started, when they do their pre-season press conferences, that question was put to Gareth Batty, and he said, we're already planning for September. We're going to have to, because I've got players in my dressing room that will be away with England for T20 and one-day international cricket. So with Alex Stewart, of course, who's stepping down as director of cricket at the end of this season, they plan a long way ahead. And I think what Surrey have now is they have players that can just come into the side and you don't really miss a beat. And we're talking the likes of Tom and Sam Curran here, and it's great to see Tom Curran back with the red ball as well. But then Tom Laws comes into the side and bowls nicely and makes 58 with the bat. And Ryan Patel, Ryan Patel is scoring really important runs now for Surrey. They were in trouble yesterday, and he got his head down and ground out 134. But I know the planning that's done, because Surrey know they're going to lose players to England. They plan a long way ahead, and they were already talking about the end of the season in April. I know. It does take a lot of planning. It also means they're going to have to sit around. I'm sure they'll go home first and back tomorrow, and I know you're going to be back there as well. Let's see what happens in this game. Many thanks for now to Mark Church. So Somerset
393 needed. They're 146 for 3 at the moment in this run chase, all still to play for, and really, really exciting. Will it go into next week or not? We wait and see. A wicket has gone here. Vaughan has gone. It's been caught low down in the slip, so it's 4 down. Could all be over today still. That's a wicket for Balderstone. No, I must go back to Trent Bridge. Of course, you want coverage of this. BBC Sport website and app, and the smart speaker as well. But Vaughan is out for 68.
Oh, Kevin, thank you. The other Vaughan is sitting alongside me.
That's timing, isn't it?
What you might become known as, Michael, the other Vaughan eventually.
Well, yes, yeah. Is that the commentator's curse when you're just sitting in the chair?
Well, it's quite the climax. Kevin Howells and the team will keep you across all of that. We'll keep you updated here, of course, if you're staying with us for this Australian run chase and see whether England can defend their 315 all out.
Well, I've noticed something straight away. That's Geoff Archer going to bowl the first ball, and Harry Brook, obviously the captain, to Mitchell Marsh. He's got a short leg in place. 2 slips, 3 in the ring on the offside. There's a mid-on, and there's a fine leg that's pretty much 20 yards behind square on the leg side.
We know what sort of captain then Harry Brook is setting his stall out to be.
Yep. This will be interesting because Mitchell Marsh is one of the best in terms of playing the short ball. Probably a double bluff, I would suggest.
We should find out. Play's not quite ready to get underway. The umpire's just keeping his arm out, holding Archer up at the moment. But it is Mitchell Marsh and Travis Head to open the batting for Australia. 316 is their target. England fell away, lost 8 for 102 after a brilliant platform had been set by Ben Duckett's 95 and Will Jacks's 62, and a fabulous second wicket stand of 120. But here we go then, the 2 slips, short leg, Geoff Archer back in an ODI shirt, and he bowls this on a length, and it's struck on the pad here. Now it's going to be a dot ball, short leg chasing back after it. And Archer turns to walk back to his mark.
Well, that sharp kind of nip back into Mitchell Marsh. Just watching this on the screen, yeah, just the seam movement. Hits him just underneath that thigh pad. Now Harry Brook straight away, he's seen the movement, he's seen it flicking back into the right hand. He's got a leg slip, so an orthodox just first slip and a leg slip. I think we're going to have some fun with Harry's captaincy.
Archer, a false start to his run up, but he's ready to come in now. Stiff breeze blowing across the ground, easy run up and then pace. Oh, and it's well wide outside the off stump, full, left alone by Marsh. Not tempted to chase that one. Travis Head goes prodding away down the pitch. 2 deliveries, 2 dots so far for Geoff Archer, who last played an ODI back in, well, it's his first game in 18 months. That's longer than a T20. So England will want to see he comes through, you know, the full 10 overs here to keep his pace up, crucially. Does he stay fit? He's unlikely to play all 5 matches of this series. Archer in, right arm over, tucked away behind square by Marsh for a single. Indeed, it is leg slip. It moves across to his left-hand side to field. So leg by, in fact, signalled by the umpire. So off that thigh pad again, but angled away this time for 1. So Australia are up and running in their chase. What did you make of that end of the England batting innings then, Michael?
Well, I think if you look at Australia, what they had to do, because of obviously Ben Dorsey, you could argue was Australia's best seam bowler. He was clearly struggling with an injury, so they just went to pace off, used all the spin options, and they squeezed England. But I still think this is a good total. England have obviously had the added bonus of seeing all those slow bowlers working. They've got 4 themselves, so...
Travis Head facing up the left-hander, allows this one to pass by outside the off stump, and a little bit of movement away, the left-hander there to be taken behind the stumps.
Yeah, so we'll see a bit of pace up front, and then England have got obviously Adil Rashid, who's up there with Adam Zampa. Rashid Khan is the best leg spinners in the world. And you've got Jacob Bethley, you've got Will Jacks, you've got Liam Livingstone, who can bowl off-spin, leg spin. So England should have enough, unless the conditions change slightly and the ball starts to skid on a bit more as we get into the evening, but I doubt it. I don't think it'll do too much different to the first innings.
Now, how will Travis Head play here? He's got attacking instincts, and he's sliced one off the outside edge, away for 4. Wide of those 2 slip fielders, and sufficiently wide and away from that deep backward point fielder. So Travis Head is up and running. He's thrown the bat. Australia 5 without loss, but he is big danger man at the top of the order, isn't he?
Well, I mean, there's times in cricket when you sat there watching and you think, oh, this is going to be real high class and exciting. And I think the first 10 overs of the power play, when Australia bat and Travis Head, you just know he's only coming out with one school of thought.
Archer in again, straighter on off stump. Defence is forced by Travis Head back into the pitch, and Archer picking up off his own bowling. So 5 runs conceded off the opening over. That boundary for Travis Head, but off the thick outside edge, flying away backward of square. Australia 316 the target. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting watching Harry Brook and how he marshals his bowlers, how he sets his field.
Yeah, I mean, he's already, I saw it in the 100 that he tricks the opposition into creating fields. He tries to get into the batter's mind, which I love. I just love to see that. I guess there'll be times when we're looking down, think, oh, he's tinkering a little bit too much, but I'll just let him go for it. Wherever he feels the ball's going to go in the air, he'll put a fielder. At the minute, what we've got here, we've got Matthew Potts, who's going to bowl the second over. He's got an orthodox fielder. I would say this would probably be the most orthodox field that we might see Harry Brook produce. Just 2 slips in a ring and an orthodox ring on the leg side. Fine leg's really square because of that pull shot that Mitchell Marsh plays, that pickup shot.
Yeah, he's strong in that area. Here is Potts then from the pavilion end, running in, and Marsh is beaten. Just drew him outside the line of the off stump and through to Jamie Smith, who's been given the gloves for this ODI series.
Yeah, I did notice actually the halfway stage that Josh Buttler was out there practicing his fielding.
Well, this is an interesting conversation to have, isn't it, as to when Buttler is fit. It sounds as if, from the conversation Brendan McCullum had with Smith at the end of the Sri Lanka series, that he wants Smith to be the keeper, and then Josh could slot back in. You know, you could see him fielding down at mid-off, mid-on, closer to the bowlers. Marsh walking out of his crease to meet this one with an angled bat, finds backward point there along the ground, no run.
Yeah, you'd think so. I mean, that's the kind of talk on the street that James Smith will carry on. So Josh Buttler, where will he field? You know, he was practicing his throwing. They had a little net, actually, like a real small stump. It must have only been about 3 or 4 inches high, and then a net that just went around the stump with a...
Oh, yeah, like
so
a
when you
mini football goal.
So if you hit it, it doesn't fly, you know, down the other end of the field. It stays in the net. Quite a clever device.
As Potts moves into Marsh, a little dabble and a miss again, beaten through to Salt with some good lift off the pitch.
Well, you look at Matthew Potts in some of what we've seen. You got the obviously a couple of games in the Sri Lanka Test here. Was a bit short of a gallop at Old Trafford, then bowled beautifully at Lord's. Didn't play at the Oval. He was a bit disappointed with that, with the pitch that we saw at the Oval, and then he goes to Durham and gets 9 for.
That's right, it's coming off the back of good form, isn't he? A good match. Builds confidence. Wheels round at the end of his mark, bounding in here to Marsh, the Australian captain, and he gets one that he tries to pull because it was straighter, but he's struck on the body and the ball drops into the turf in front of his feet. So he's struggling to lay bat on ball here against Matthew Potts. How successful was Josh Buttler at hitting that mini stump then in the net?
Very good. Yeah, very good. He has a good base, good technique. So I just wonder Josh will look to field. Would he stay at mid-on, mid-off around there? Extra cover.
I mean, that's the sort of preferred place for a captain to be, you think, so you can converse with your bowler?
I don't think he'll stand in the grabbers. I think he'll be more at mid-on, mid-off, so he can be talking to his bowlers.
Rashid has been pulled round to a backward square position here. Potts into Marsh, gets one on middle and leg, which he is able to get bat on now to work along the ground out to deep mid-wicket, well in front of square, and he takes 1. So the Australian captain is off the mark. He had missed the second of the T20s with illness, an illness that then ran through the Australian camp, which has meant no Mitchell Starc today and no Glenn Maxwell. And then Josh Hazlewood's still being sort of managed, like in terms of his fitness. And Josh Inglis would have been the wicket-keeper, so the usual wicket-keeper in the white ball side, but he's suffered a quad injury, and that's why Alex Carey was behind the stumps today. Matthew Potts moves in 2 slips here for Travis Head, who gets an outside the off stump and tries to head it away to cover, but a tumbling save means it's a dot ball. Travis Head just a little cramped for room. He does like it there with a little bit of width. It's the end of the over, 6 without loss, and Potts has conceded just a single from his opening over.
Yeah, the Australian target 316. If they were to achieve that, that would be their highest successful chase in an ODI in England. Just a reminder that Australia have won their last 12 one-day internationals, so they're on that one. England have also lost their last 5 against Australia.
Their previous highest successful chase?
I knew you'd ask me that, Ali.
I think
you over 300.
Yeah, I think on this kind of surface, you know, clearly Australia will feel that they have to maximise the power play because they'll know that spin will come into the game. But you can sometimes see teams go a little bit too hard too soon, end up losing 2 or 3 early wickets. I still feel on this kind of surface that you can give yourself just a little bit of time to get in, and then you can always catch up. The boundaries aren't that big. The outfield's really quick.
Well, Travis Head in the first T20 in Southampton, you felt as if he was struggling to time it, and he sort of got a bit behind what you would call his normal rate, and then he just went. I mean, that was a huge case of catch-up. Archer here down the leg side to Marsh, and wide signalled by the umpire. Tumbling take by Jamie Smith.
Yeah, I'm on Brook watch. Already inside. This is Joffrey's 7th delivery. I reckon I think we've had 7 different fields, and we're just going to have another one because first ball we had a short leg, then he went to a short leg with a leg slip and a normal slip. We've just had an orthodox 2 slips. He's now gone to first slip and a leg slip, no short leg. He's going to be burning a lot of calories, is Harry.
A lot of brain matter is working there at the moment. Marsh waits as Archer is in and gets almost beats him again. Bit of lift off the pitch and a bit of a dabble by Marsh.
Well, that's a beauty because Marsh is expecting that ball to come back in. I just need to see it again on the screen, but it certainly bounced off a good length. And he just went straight on with the arm, which would have felt like a leg cutter because of that ball before that swung back into him.
He's bowling beautifully here, Archer. 7 on the board. Archer's second over. Slip and leg slipper behind Marsh as Archer is in down the leg side again, though. OK, so 2 wides. Not bowling quite so well.
Australia best chase in England, 305 for 7 at Old Trafford, just back in 2020.
Oh, that was during the COVID lockdown at Old Trafford. Yeah. They must have been kept awake the night before by Agger's ukulele and then spurred on to win the match. Archer moves in. Brook is still there at leg gully. Some width, and that's been creamed for 4 by Marsh. How about that? He waited, picked his moment, and then crack. Straight through the covers.
That is as hard a shot. I mean, it's stand and deliver. It's come straight out of the middle of the bat. The ball's been delivered at near on 90 miles an hour. That has gone as fast to a boundary. I know we're in an era where the ball travels fast to many boundaries, but that's gone extremely quickly.
Scorched your fingers when he picked the ball up. Archer moves in again. Tucked off the legs this time, square by Marsh, taking one. Travis Head moves through for the single. Well, he played and missed and played and missed, but he enjoyed that one, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. It's a shot he plays so well, doing that stand and deliver through the offside.
He's such an imposing presence. He's not called the Bison for nothing. He's hulking shoulders, so much power, but great bat speed as well.
Yeah, he's an outstanding cricketer, isn't he? It took him so long to master playing for Australia, but I always felt it was going to come. He's just too talented.
2 slips and a short fine leg here for Travis Head, and it is off the outside edge, and it beats the second slip. It's just wide, but it doesn't make the boundary. Good bit of fielding in front of the big scoreboard. Full effort and commitment. They come back for 2. That was a good throw from the deep as well because it hit the stumps, but they were safely back. In the England dressing room, it's all about chasing everything down, isn't it?
Jacob Bethel,
yeah,
down there at third, brilliant fielding. That's one of the areas of England's white ball team that I think can get better. You know, becoming a real world-class fielding unit. You look at Australia in the 50-over World Cup in India, they were outstanding. That semi-final victory against South Africa, the first 15 overs, they were just immense.
It can be brutal. Here is Archibald's Fuller this time to Head. He's trying to drive, only as far as Livingston at mid-off, and there's no run. So Bethel's down there at a sort of wide-ish deep third for Travis Head. Deep square leg in place as well for a pull shot.
Just looking at Phil Salt. I'm so used to Phil Salt keeping.
I've been behind the stumps.
So he's at cover point. Ben Duckett, he can keep. He's at first slip.
Got a few options.
Any more keepers?
Well, they know they're well set if there's any injuries. Brook and Duckett are the two slip fielders. Archer moves in here to head. Oh, it's a wide ball and lift. It's too wide. Travis Head went to play a shot. Couldn't reach it. Much as looking back towards Jamie Smith. He really had to move across first slip in order to take that. So I think that's fair enough. You've got to be able to reach these deliveries by means of a normal cricket shot. Australia 16 without loss then. How many wides? Third or fourth from the third from Archer? 2 in the previous over, and it moved and just kept moving away.
He's got a nice pink watch on us, Geoff Archer. It's quite a big one.
And he moves. Head is there, Fuller beaten, beautifully bowled through to the keeper. Travis Head knows he was beaten, but the edge wasn't found. End of the over, 16 without loss after 3.
Yeah, class, real class from Geoff Archer. He just makes bowling look so easy. Just seems to amble in, then just flick it. He comes out with a huge amount of pace, and on that last occasion, there was late movement away from Travis Head. He stays leg side, so he never gets in line with the ball. You always feel if you've got a bowler that can bowl a decent pace and get the ball just shaping away, there's a chance that you can find that outside edge. It's been found twice already. One went for 4, one was well stopped on the boundary. There's a bit of swing out there, isn't there?
Some shape, certainly. Archer's getting them to move away. Matthew Potts is having to wait for a moment. Just a couple of people moving in front of the sight screen, which is a black, well, part of it is a board, but it's also partly a black cloth that stretches across the pavilion. And then the crowd are fully allowed to sit in front of that black sight screen. That is the pavilion seating. So you've got to be well behaved and very still. If you remember sitting there, in goes Potts, and Marsh goes inside out for 4. Just the tiniest shimmy out of his crease towards Potts, and then eases it wide of the fielder at mid-off.
Yeah, clever play. Studied Potts in the last over where he was swinging the ball, and I think Mitchell Marsh thought, you know what, you're going to try and pitch it up and swing it away from me. So he went and met it, and it was a fuller length delivery with a little bit of shape, but he got himself closer to the swing, and he's so powerful, isn't he? That's a great shot. Now he asks Potts the question, will he go full or short?
2 slips are still there. Potts goes on a length again and causes defence from Marsh. He blocks it back up the pitch into the hands of Potts. Yeah, Mitch Marsh is probably gone from somebody who thought that everyone in the cricket world hated him, yeah. Or at least Australian fans, to being the most popular cricketer in the Australian setup. Extremely likeable.
Speech, didn't he?
Oh, the Australian Cricket Awards. Were you there that night?
Yeah.
It was quite tear-jerking, actually.
Incredible speech.
What he said. Potts moves in. Marsh pulls this and heaves it out towards deep mid-wicket. Could be a catch, and it is. Out into the deep. Dangerous Mitchell Marsh has gone. It's a wicket for Matthew Potts. And England needed that early breakthrough, and they've got it. 20 for 1, Australia.
Yeah, and we've got Steve Smith versus Geoff Archer as well, which is a great contest. Yeah, that's the way you bowl to Mitchell Marsh. It's one of his favoured shots. That's why England have got that fielder on that square leg boundary. Generally plays the pick-up so well. He just found a bit of extra bounce, Potts. Hits the outside edge of the bat. Nice simple catch on the boundary. A key wicket. Mitchell Marsh, 10 from 14. And here he comes, Steve Smith. Batting at number 3. Where's he going to bat in the test team? Will he go back to 4, do you think?
It's really interesting, isn't it? I was listening to Usman Khawaja the other day, who I think would prefer that he goes back to 4, and is he? Or listen to this reception. Oh, the England cricket fans do not forget, do they? It's sort of one of those...
He's smiling, he's laughing.
Yeah, because he's such a good player, he gets the boos. I mean, there is... I would say begrudging respect by England fans for Steve Smith, because he's an absolute class.
No, he's a different
he is different
player. Yeah, he's quirky, and he'll come out with all sorts of quirkiness here. I guess with the ball swinging away, it gives you a chance of snicking him off early. I think that's where teams feel that they can get him.
Well, he's already going through that eccentric batting routine of his, playing some shadow shots.
Leg
slip. He does love that flick to leg, doesn't he?
Brook watch, leg slip, an orthodox slip, fine leg. He's still quite wide. A square leg on the boundary, so...
Well, Steve Smith won't like the setup of the pavilion. He's already motioning somebody needs to sit down and be still. And this chant is going all the way back to Sandpaper Gate. As Potts moves in, Steve Smith, first ball's lofted, backward of square, and Bryden Cast lets it bounce in front of him. It didn't carry. And then he fields, and Smith is off the mark. 21 for 1 in Australia, chasing 316.
Yeah, there was a test match at the SCG last year. He'd have been working as well, Ali, where he stopped play. I reckon we had 10 minutes of a delay because there was a piece of tape on the side screen.
I remember.
At 90 yards away.
Couldn't work out why play was
Tiny
being
piece
stopped.
of tape.
Nobody could see it except Smith. 2 slips back in place now for the left-handed Travis Head. And Potts moves in now, full of delivery, and Head can't time it. Up to Archer at mid-off. 21 for 1. So Mitch Marsh gone for 10. And Steve Smith is tapping his bat against his pads, doing some shadow shots down at the non-striker's end. If he stays there, then it will be Archer versus Smith the next over, you would imagine. But Potts is taking his time here. Yeah, Mitchell Marsh's speech at the Australian Cricket Awards, I think it was sort of around just how the likes of Pat Cummins and Andrew McDonald had allowed him to be him and the support that they had given him. Width, and Travis Head likes that, but Bryden Cast is there, nearly takes a screamer one-handed. He's put it down, but it would have been an absolute spectacular effort. It almost sort of slightly overrun the ball. He's standing 5 or 6, 7 metres in from the boundary. It was a fine effort to save the 4, and the crowd are appreciating that. That would have been spectacular because the ball had travelled behind him when he leapt and got one hand to it.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the field. Obviously, England can only have 2 fielders outside of the ring for the first 10, and Bryden Cast was 3/4 of the way back on the offside, probably about 5 yards behind square, so there's no third on the boundary. England had a cover point on the boundary and a square leg on the boundary. We're already seeing that Harry Brook's creating fields that, you know, I said before the game, I thought we might see some fields that we've never seen before. Well, he's tinkering every single ball. That would have been a bit, you know, kind of lucky in a way, because Travis Head smoked it. But it nearly went straight to that man, Bryden Cast, for his second catch.
Well, he's in business fielding in that position, isn't he? Here we go. This is Archer. He's bowling, though, to Travis Head. And Head has a dabble, misses through to the keeper. I think the slips wondered for a moment if there was a noise, if it taken the edge. Ben Duckett is still standing there with both arms held high. 87 miles per hour. The bowlers are making things happen.
Well, I think Harry Brook, you just look at who he's got next to him. He's got Ben Duckett, and I'm guessing that I reckon Ben Duckett will be in his ear just trying to create all sorts. They're going to change the field again.
He's pointing. Who's he motioning to this time?
He's gone wider. So he's gone wider at second slip to like a 3.5 slip.
The ball moved away from Travis Head beautifully. Archer around the wicket, bows full. Low full toss, this will be 4. Carved out through the offside. Archer maybe looking for a Yorker, but 90 miles per hour. Met by Travis Head. Flew away.
I love studying captains, particularly new ones. You got Harry Brook, he can't stay still. Keeps taking his cap off, he's rubbing his hair. Look, he's now talking to Ben Duckett. What should we do now, Ben? Tell you what, for 2 consecutive balls, we'll keep it the same.
That might be a first.
Oh, I love it.
Slip and almost a gully now is where Brook is. Around the wicket, Archer. Oh, he's gone through Travis Head. A beauty. How's that not clipped anything on the way past? And Travis Head is looking back down the pitch. Say, well, this is moving off the surface at pace. And it is quite difficult to handle. And Australia are 26 for 1, but that has gone over the top of the bails. Head was looking to try and tuck it into the leg side, but it's gone past his outside edge of the bat and then over the top of the stumps. He had no chance. He's waiting again now. Archer moves in, gets bat on it to steer it towards points. Finds the fielder, no run. It's scintillating stuff at the moment.
Yeah, it's great cricket, isn't it? Because you just know with Travis Head, he's just trying to give himself a bit of space. He wants to whack everything over that offside. I don't think he'll be thinking leg side in terms of playing the pull shot to someone like Geoff or Archer. He's just thinking anything into his left eye. He reckons he can just sway away and smack it through that offside.
2 balls left in the over. Archer moves and angles it across Travis Head, and he flicks it to fine leg for 4. Adil Rashid was up at short third inside the circle, and with that angle coming around the wicket, Travis Head was able to go with it, find the boundary.
Yeah, it's just disappointing that he hasn't found the single, so we can have the Archer versus Smith contest.
Exactly.
Yeah, Geoff just trying to follow him there and go a bit straighter. This is why he's such a dangerous batter to bowl to, because he's just got that ability, hasn't he, just to find the boundaries.
Maybe Travis Head could be a test match opener with Steve Smith. I think Usman Khawaja has hinted that he wouldn't mind having Head as his partner. Archer around the wicket, tucks Head up, and it's a dot ball up to mid-on. I'll give you, well, the other name. We actually had Johan Botha on the Stump podcast this week. That'll be out tomorrow. He's now coach of Queensland. I mean, Matt Renshaw he was the opener, wasn't he, in the squad?
Yeah.
When they wanted to have Green and Smith in that test team, that's when Smith said, I'll open, and went up to the top. But, yeah, Matt Renshaw and Queensland are very much, Johan Botha was saying he wants to open in test level, and we want to support him to get him to that point, but we will find out. Anyway, 8 off the over, 30 for 1. Michael, more from you, and after 5 overs, Geoff Lemon is joining.
Yeah, I could see Travis Head at the top and almost playing that Davey Warner-style opening role. Australia want to try and find a way of making sure that Cameron Green and Mitchell Marsh are in the team. It's in the air. Goes all the way. What a flick that is. Steve Smith. Just for a split second, I thought Bryden Carse was in the game once again, but it goes all the way. Just the use of the wrists. It's not a bad ball, really. And this game's racing along, Geoff.
He's taken one catch out there. He's had one go just over him, but that one was sailing well over. Carse running around. Yeah, that was just an effortless bit of timing. Smith right on that leg stump line as he flicked through the line of the ball. So he's up to 7. And he's waiting for another one. Similar line, not the same treatment, just flicked out to Carse in the deep for a single. 38 for 1. Smith goes up to 8 and turns over the strike. Matthew Potts, who got the wicket of Marsh.
Come on, Geoff, you have some strong powers. You want Steve Smith to stay down that end.
So that
can have a bit of Archer and Smith.
That's exactly what
we've all come today to see, that contest.
I've been waiting for it. Looking at Steve Smith listed at first drop on the sheet. Always seemed a good chance.
He's manoeuvring the field again. He's Harry Brook. He's gone a bit wider at second slip.
Potts up to Head, who drives wide of mid-off. He'll get runs here, should get 4 of them, so that keeps the strike in the arrangement that we want. 2 reasons. You want Travis Head on strike because he's good to watch, and you want Steve Smith at the other end for the next over.
Just want even numbers.
Even numbers, 2s, 4s and 6s.
Yeah.
Like Tom Banton batting at 11.
Yes.
At the other.
That was an interesting
other day.
Hobbling around. That was a great shot from Travis Head. The transfer of weight back into that fuller length was perfect. Potts is going for those fuller balls because there's still a little bit of movement there. More change in the field.
Lost a slip, so we've got a short third. We've got only 1 slip where we did have 2, and he goes right through the vacant cordon as Travis Head leaning back to steer it away for 4. 45 for 1 now.
I've already seen enough in Harry just to say chill.
Yep.
Harry, it's great to see inventiveness, but the bowler just needs a little bit of consistency. And that last ball, it's a ball that went into the gap where he was. The previous ball that was driven through extra cover. You just need to try and do too much.
Well, there was that bit of width and that length, and Travis Head playing behind point. That's his absolute staple. From the very beginning of his career, he comes forward and opens the face and plays the ball along the ground just behind point this time. 46 for 1 as he takes the single that we don't want them to have unless we need 1 here. Smith on strike, 1 ball to come in the over. If we want Smith to face Archer, having been there the last time it happened, it's so long ago now.
Just looking at the Aussies on the balcony, they've got the beanies on. Is it a bit chilly out there?
Didn't think it was that cold, honestly.
Maybe
this
they're
morning.
Just in the. I don't think the dressing room balconies get too much sun.
46 for 1 as Potts bowls to Smith, who leaves
Stephen Smith. Surely he's not dodging it, is he?
Well, I'm just looking to see whether Geoff is going to bowl it. He's not anyway.
Okay.
It's like Bryden Cast.
Doesn't matter.
So he obviously knew. Bryden Cast is going to come into the attack, and at 46 for 1 after 6 overs, 4 overs remaining in the power play. This will be a good test for Bryden Cast. Bowling to a world-class hitter in Travis Head. Set 24. Some nice boundaries. Harry Brook's just gone to mid-on just so he can be right next to the bowler.
Well, it looks very impressive, Bryden Cast in Cardiff the other night. Came on and bowled really well when the short and head were smashing away, and he came on and got a couple of wickets.
Yeah, I like the look of him. I think he's a cricketer that England are going to use across all the formats over the next few years.
He's up and bowling to Head now, back of a length, and Head hops up on his toes to punch the ball back past the bowler. So we haven't seen the super aggressive Travis Head that we have seen in T20 cricket. 24 off 20 balls is a reasonable clip, but he was going at a strike rate of about 250 across that T20 series, taking down anything on offer. Cast up to him again, and Head's driving out to cover, straight to the fielder, no run.
Yeah, a bit skiddier is Bryden Cast. That last ball just kept a little bit lower than expected. A few Aussies in the crowd with their Aussie hats on, the green. It's at the Australian Travel.
Must be one of the two of them.
Where's Merv? Merv's generally with them. There they are, they're waving away. Nice to see you all here. But where's Big Merv?
I think he comes for the test matches. I'm not sure if he'd trouble himself for a bilateral white ball series. Almost through Travis Head as he drives. Thick inside edge. Was that into the pad? It ends up rolling out on the offside.
He likes the longer game, doesn't he?
Yep.
Stuck in, he can
more time.
Get into a rhythm.
You don't want to be on the move. I think if you're having evenings like Merv is having, you don't want to be waking up early to travel to another city the next day.
I think he's in charge of all the kind of travel operations, isn't he? That is role. He has to make sure that all
he's making the bookings.
Yeah, make sure they're all on time.
Got a lot of tabs open in the browser. Pass up to Head, who's trying to punch through the covers but can't get past Phil Salt, who's captaining the 20-over team but not captaining the 50-over team, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah, good start. This from Cast. Yeah, they've gone for Harry Brook. I think they like what they saw in the 100-ball comp. And he captained the Superchargers. It was Freddie Flintoff, actually, the coach, that went with Harry Brook. And he looks like he enjoys the captaincy. Harry looks like he gives it a good go. He's always thinking.
Cast coming up to Travis Head, who's driving a low full toss, and again finding a fielder. Livingston at mid-off, so Cast is keeping him quiet. Got him out in Cardiff, not necessarily with the greatest piece of bowling. It was a full ball that got thrashed at cover or cover point and got caught, but he did get him out there. So whether Head is just being a little bit more cautious here.
Well, many. I mean, he's got one ball to go and he's one ball away from a maiden. There's not many that would bowl a maiden to Travis Head
during a fielding restrictions period in white ball cricket. Certainly not. Here goes Cast to try to finish the over, and it's almost a maiden. He drops and runs, and Travis Head makes it through. Smith reaches the striker's end just as the throw is pelted and just misses him. So only one run from the Bryden Cast over. A good introduction to the attack for him. 47 for 1 is the score. Australia have lost Mitchell Marsh, and that's it. They need 316 to win.
Yeah, it's always going to be Joffre. Joffre with a change of ends. We just need Travis to get a single. And then it's Archer versus Smith. I think obviously it's Adil Rashid. He's such a wonderful leg spinner. Target of 316. If Adil bowls well, this chase won't be easy. Then you've got Liam Livingston. He bowled well in the T20 series that we've just watched. Bit of Jacob Bethel left arm spin, bit of Will Jacks off spin. So they've got all the spin covered.
It was such an interesting first innings. 32nd over, Cameron Green bowled it. That was the last over of pace. The Australians bowled all their all-rounders, their part-timers. Archer bowls to Head, who smacks him over the leg side for 6. Well, that's just timing off the pads. Doesn't swing, doesn't throw his arms through it or heave the hips around. He just crisply picks that ball up off his legs and sends it on a high arc into the first or second row of the crowd down there over deep square leg.
Yeah, that's a tremendous flick. Really is. Do you think there's a little bit of Alan Border in Travis Head? Just every now and again he plays shots that, particularly more so through the offside when he drives. A bit of AB's driving in there.
I don't recall a lot of AB going into strike rate at 250, but yeah.
But sometimes when he drives, I remember watching AB back in the 80s.
Archer up to Head, who's tucked up and just pushes the ball back to the bowler. 53 for 1 is the score. Head's on 31 with that 6. Yeah, maybe, I mean, Travis Head would have been a little bit too young to have actually watched Border. Probably would have been born, how old's Travis Head? He would have been born early 90s, so Alan Border would have been just finished with Queensland in 95, if I remember rightly. But I suppose he would have seen footage. He's flicking it again in the air, not getting the same purchase. The fielder rushing in from deep backward square. Can't get close enough to it. Is it Bethel down there?
Yeah, it's Jacob Bethel on the boundary. He's a good fielder. He's quick. Just drops short.
Smith Archer is about to happen. 54 for 1. So
yeah,
the last time Archer bowled to Smith, I suppose it would have been at the Oval.
Yeah,
2019.
Looking at the field, they've got just the orthodox slip. Square leg on the boundary, probably 20 yards behind. There's third down on the boundary.
Smith taps his bat, dips his knees, waits for Archer and defends a Yorker. Looking comfortable enough in the end.
You're always, close to what's happening in Australia. Is Smith going to go back to 4 and is he going to go up the top?
They're arguing about it as we speak. I think everybody, they want to go with the same top 6 that they've got. They just don't know what order to put them in because nobody's really suited for that opening job. People have talked about Green doing it, Marsh doing it, Head doing it. But you've got these players who are just starting to settle into their spots really in the last couple of years. Archer comes up to Smith, who comes forward, defends, and the bowler runs through and grabs it. So Travis Head dominating at number 5. Do you risk messing with that by having him open? Cameron Green just made that 170 in Wellington where he saved a test match when New Zealand should have won it and he pulled it out of the fire. Do you take him out from number 4 where that's just happened? Mitchell Marsh has just settled in the last year or so at number 6. Well, do you disrupt that? And none of them really have the specialist training to face a seaming ball as an opener where it's doing more. So Archer up to Smith, who pulls, picks him up and hits him high over fine leg for 6. Well, that's how Smith was fighting fire with fire at Lords in 2019, trying to get inside the line of it and lift the short ball away. And no fear for Steve Smith when Jofra Archer bangs it in here. 60 for 1 as Smith goes up to 14 with his second 6.
Yeah, that's just tremendous batting. Really is. It's a sharp bouncer. And it's a bouncer that's pretty much on the money. It's right on the money. He just gets inside it.
Yep.
And it just flies away into the stands because of the pace of Archer.
Just a little high from Archer, maybe. It would have, if Smith had stood still, it probably goes just over the helmet and gets widened, but he thought he could catch up with it, and he did.
Yeah, this is now a tremendous start for the Aussies.
60 for 1. So you would have thought with that opening spot, maybe minus Labuschagne would be the least disruptive option, moving a 3 to a 2. It's the one that requires the least technical adjustment, but it's hard to say which way they'll go. Michael Vaughan has had it off for a bit. Ebony, Rainford, Brent is back. So is Bryden Cass, who's coming up to bowl to Travis Head, hitting him on the pad outside the line of leg stump. So the bowler doesn't bother appealing, even though half the crowd goes up. 60 for 1 at the start of the 9th over. They need 316 to win. Hello, Ebony.
Hello. Yeah, well, the Aussies are going well, and England need a breakthrough, but 92 miles an hour here from Cass right on the pads is maybe what you need to get that sort of breakthrough. So England desperately need just another wicket or so to stem this flow. Pace like that is always great to watch.
Bryden Cass on the run in from the edge of the circle to Head, who goes back and chops out through the covers. Didn't seem like he timed it that well, but in the end the ball skates away for 4. Managed to pick the gap between Livingston at mid-off and Salt at cover. and get a boundary. 64 for 1 as Travis heads up to 36 from 29 balls.
He muscled that, didn't he? Wasn't cleanly out the middle of the bat. But what he did do well is get that placement, which allowed it to sort of trickle through.
So Cass has had some good deliveries. And then he's had one put away. Bowls to Head, who's pulling. The ball's not really short enough to do it. It creeps through outside the off stump underneath the bat. Bryden Cass, if you're listening in Australia, you're not familiar with him. He's quite a burly sort of character, the type who could have hopped off a Danish longboat or something about 1,000 years ago. He's got one very tattooed sleeve and one arm on which the real estate is yet to be taken up. Hello, if you're listening back home. I know we're on ABC Sport in various capacities across this series. As Cass bowls to Head, who's driving out to cover and Salt again. No run. I know it's football final season back home, so Aussie rules finals. Rugby league.
Fremantle playing
rugby
the
league.
Crows, the Adelaide Crows.
They are not. Neither of those teams are featuring. In fact,
that's all I know about.
Well done. Good.
I did a stint in Adelaide. I remember those teams.
Yep. Well, Port Adelaide are still in.
Oh, Port Adelaide, yeah.
Up to this weekend. Alison Mitchell, a big Power fan, apparently. I'm going to make her sing the song later. Bryden Cass, up to Head, low full toss, driven hard, but straight at Livingston, a bit off, no run.
I played for Port Adelaide, and I played with Karen Rolton.
Did you?
Yes. And I opened the batting. If anyone doesn't know Karen Rolton, you need to know. She was my cricketing idol growing up.
Absolute legend.
And she smashed it in club cricket.
Yep. Was Karen Rolton Oval named after her by that point?
No, it wasn't at that stage.
Yeah, she was one of the greats in that era. Belinda Clark and Karen Rolton dominating. And, still around administratively and a big part of the Australian cricket scene. There goes Cass, full on the pads, whipped away by Head. It's running finer of the deep fielder and it goes for 4. They have more of a backward square leg than a fine leg. And that ball just kept swirling further away as it moved along the grass. 68 for 1. Travis Head up to 40. He's doing it again.
I just feel with 1 over left of the power play, they're going to get to spin maybe quite soon. Get through when you can then spread the field and then allow maybe Adil Rashid to kind of create some magic here, because the ball is coming on a bit too quickly onto the batten on this surface.
Well, when the lines are wrong like that, it's just too easy for Travis Head to pick off, especially in the form that he's in. So Archer's burst will be one and done for Steve Smith, who hooked him for 6 in the last over. Would not have imagined.
They get into it. Do you think we overhype up that test moment, and for us it's a battle we've been waiting for? And do you think they're out there not even completely out their mind?
I think, well, Steve Smith doesn't forget anything.
True, yeah.
He remembers everything that's ever happened in cricket. And he was always annoyed at people suggesting that Archer had it over him, because he would, the number of times I've heard him say, well, he never got me out. Whole series, didn't get me out once. Hit me on a pitch where it was a bit up and down, but he never got me out. We're going to see a bit of spin here, but it's not going to be Rashid. We'll have to hold back to see that, because Will Jacks is bowling his off breaks. First one's tapped away by Smith to mid-on. And strays onto the pads. Does Jacks picked off out to deep square leg for 1. So, yeah, Smith definitely, he didn't like the amount of chat about the idea that Archer had somehow psychologically had it over him. And I don't think it's entirely coincidental that he hooked him for 6. I don't think it's coincidental that he took on the short ball, which he could very easily have not even ducked. He could have just stood there and let it go over his head, given the height. But he chased it. So he was ready to take that one on.
Yeah.
At 69 for 1 as the score currently stands. Smith on 15, Head on strike on 40. Round the wicket comes Jacks to Head, who goes back and cuts, but straight at cover. No run.
Doing a good job here. At the moment, Will Jacks with only a couple allowed out. It's just sort of firing it in, keeping it simple. Forcing to hit one side, really. An offside packed ring.
Round the wicket to the left-hander. He goes back and cuts again. And again, that packed field means that no run can be taken.
He's firing it in that 62. He's definitely just trying to keep it flat. Don't let them get under it.
Flat again, and Head goes back and tries to thrash through the offside and gets a little under edge into the leg side. Wicketkeeper comes around from behind the stumps to clean up. So good start for Jacks. So much reliance on spin. We saw Australia bowl 18 overs straight of spin to finish their innings. And Jacks bowls in at the leg stump and Head can't score. So a little win for England there. Got through a tidy over. 10 overs bowled out of the 50. Australia need 316 to win. They are 69 for 1. Smith is on 15. Head is on 40. Ebony, Rainford, Brent is watching it, and Jonathan Agnew is coming in.
Well, we definitely need to see if the spin can kind of turn things. Phil, when did the spinners come on for Australia? Because it was obviously seen for a good while. And when was the first spin introduced? What over?
Well, the first over was the 10th over, by short, but then the overs from the 24th onwards, there was just one over of seen.
Wow. Hey, I guess it looks like the theme's coming on nicely.
Well, it does, doesn't it? It's a brave call to go for Jacks quite so early at the other end, but then that's tidy over, wasn't it, first of all? So we've got Cast from this end, 10 overs gone, 69 for 1. Bit of a flyer here as Cast comes in, bowls wide of the off stump, is driven into the offside. Smith wants 2, and should get it as well as the fielder out there rushes round to his right, picks up and throws it back. It's Geoff for Archer, who's had a mixed opening spell or two there. He ran in hard, he bowled some good balls, bowled some wides. But it's good to see him back playing again, that's the main thing. 71 for 1 in the 11th over. The target is 316. I think the wise old heads up here, which I'm definitely not one, I reckon it's about 50 runs short, probably, of par, given the circumstances and where they were. Cast again bowls, his bleach blonde hair is driven out towards cover. And followed by Duckett, who made a very good 90-odd today. It's fell short of that 100 again. There'll come a stage where he starts to regret missing out on these hundreds, be they test matches or one-day internationals, because they are for what you're remembered for, really, aren't they? The number of hundreds that you score, it sort of stands out on the page. No one really remembers 90s. 71 for 1. Cast again, bowls an in-swinger, flicked hard, straight to mid-wicket though. Oh, he missed out there, Smith's cursing. He hit that hard, it was so in the slot. Absolutely picked out the fielder there at mid-wicket. Everything was right about it. The timing, everything was right, apart from that vital last minute, which was just to place the ball past the fielder rather than straight turn. 71 for 1 in the 11th over. Cast turns below us. Sets off again, quite a long straight run, shorter this time. Smith gets all tangled up for no reason, and he's always blaming his boots. Slipped. It's so fidgety.
It's like he wants to get absolutely everything behind it. So after even the ball's been faced, he's then like getting the body into the ball.
He just can't stop moving around, can he? He's just an absolute fidget. 71 for 1. There's Cast again over the wicket. Bowls very full. Almost the Yorker. With a bit of reverse or a bit of in-swing anyway on it. Almost crept under the bat. But well dug out by Smith, who's on 17. 71 for 1.
It's gone very full. He's bowled a lot of these sort of full Yorkers on the pads. So far they're paying off.
Bit of ooh and ahhing in the crowd. What's happened out there? Sounded like a sort of a steward moving in sort of noise, you think? A few boos. Not sure where it is. Goes Cast again over the wicket. A big leap. He bowls. Oh, he's swung into the leg side. There's a man out there, but he can do nothing about that apart from watch it ricochet off the advertising boards. That's a terrific shot. It wasn't short, really. It sort of helped it away, helped the ball from just short of a length, shoveling sort of a shot. 6 here, other grounds it probably wouldn't have been, but it's a short boundary. He's targeted that. What a shot.
I think because he's been bowling so full, he was waiting for anything with a fraction of length. He was kind of just poised for it. I love the way he just commits.
Yeah.
Full flourish of the bat, entertaining to watch.
Real swivel. And poor old Stewart. I don't think that old boy's moved quite as quickly as that for about 30 years. But he saw it coming at him. He was sitting in his chair. And he leapt out of it. So anyway, fair play. He's OK. 77 for 1. We've had 11 overs. Smith 23 now. And Travis Head on strike on 40. Will Jacks bowling his off spin. He's going to bowl round the wicket. The left-handed Head. There's 3 fielders out, but long on, long off, deep point. Not a lot of protection. There's a deep square as well. There he is, just popped up over to our right. Jacks bowls, Head is forward. Plays the first ball carefully. Back to the bowler again, who looks around. So 5 in the circle. 3 of them in the offside. Good start for Australia here. Jacks bowls short, is cut. Let's see 1 run. Archer's out there on the deep cover boundary. On our left, 78 for 1. Target 316. Have you tried some of this cake that's out there?
Unfortunately, I tried a bit too much.
That's a thought maybe about that. This is a serious contender for cake of the summer. That's all I'm saying. In comes Jacks again. Bowls flat, short, tucked away out the deep backward square leg. And they take 1 run. I mean, it's one of those, it came in, one of those sort of chocolate sweetie tins that you get at a supermarket. And as soon as you just loosen the lid of it, the smell comes through. Spiced caramel apple cake.
It was dangerous.
Oh, there's Jacks bowling, Head drives, and diving stop. It's a crowd catch, everybody. Behave. Harry Brook there diving to his left. But some excitable members of the crowd thought that was a catch, which hit hard into the ground. As Jacks again plays that back to the bowler, and there's no run. So I hope you enjoy it. Neil and Katie, you bet we have. It's absolutely fabulous.
It disappeared in about 5 minutes. Did you get any, Phil? I don't think Phil got a slice.
Oh, bad luck, Phil. If you want to, go in that box next door and just inhale. And you'll have a clue as to how it tasted, because the smell is still lingering. Here's Jacks bowling, driven away to his right hand. Well fielded, tidy over again. 79 for 1. And spin is proving with England as well. More difficult to score. No, seriously, thanks, Neil and Katie. Really kind. It's a magnificent cake. Different as well.
Yeah.
Different.
The edge as well had a sort of extra bit of crust, kind of.
Yeah.
You know, when you then got the different, sort of the soft middle and then a bit of crust, like.
I thought you could have had a bit of rum in there, if I'm honest. You think?
I mean, it would have gone down quite nicely one afternoon.
Yeah, that would just. Oh. No, it was a lovely cake. Thank you very much indeed from Beeston Ryland in Nottinghamshire. Really kind of you to think of us. And poor old Phil missed out. But there you go. He's happy enough to be scoring, isn't he?
Adil Rashid coming on, Jonathan. 199 ODI wickets.
Wow, OK. We'll keep an eye out for that then. Yes, he is. It's coming on from our end. And I'm not sure we'll see much more seam bowling, because if you look at all the options that England have, they could get through the whole game now without another over of seam if they really wanted to. But let's see how Rashid bowls then. In he goes, and he tosses that up, and he's respectfully played by Smith. Off the front foot, just a defensive shot, and finds Harry Brook there as captain. I wonder how he's enjoying it. He's just on the drive at short cover. Can't have captained much before. And there's a conversation here between umpire and Harry Brook. A bit of pointing going on. What's happening here? Umpire Damasina approached Harry Brook and was pointing. Brook then pointed. Is that the number of... Jofra Archer's on the move out there at deep point. Oh, there's a pink ball. There's a ball come on the field. Well spotted, Phil. Over there. And so Jofra Archer's to go and fetch it. Thrown it back. And in goes Rashid again and bowls, and that's driven by Smith out to Archer, who comes running in from the left. You don't want to tread on one of those. I trod on a tennis ball once out in the deep. You know, the same sort of colour as the... Oh,
I had a winter out for stepping on one in the nets. Went around and ended up wanting one of those boots. So, yeah, they're dangerous.
I ended up in the groundsman's wheelbarrow. The only way I could get off the field. It's rather a humiliating exit. Yeah, came round with his barrow and loaded me up and took me off. Rashid bowls, low full toss, clipped by head to Brook at mid-wicket.
Glenn McGrath.
Yes, well, that's the most famous
one, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, I don't think Leicestershire missed me quite the same extent. Australia missed Glenn McGrath. I don't think it had the same impact as the Edgbaston 2005 tennis ball.
I would have enjoyed seeing that.
Here's Rashid bowls. Oh, some slow turn. Now, there we go. This is what we're talking about. It's slow turn. It's sort of stoppy, difficult to time sort of turn, spin. And so that's why, well, England's innings did slow down quite dramatically with the spin on. Rashid again, tosses that up. There's a little more spin into the left-handed head. Right, so this is game on now. Australia have made a good start, but how are they going to deal with this? Now, Rashid is so canny. Smith crouches, waits as that's it's a leading edge. He's trying to work it into the leg side, flat over, quicker, lovely over. From a man who's just played such a massive part in England's white ball cricket over the years. Absolute master of his skill. He'll get his 200th today, Phil. You'll have your moment. I'm sure of that.
Get that stat out.
Yeah, he will.
I feel the difference might be how Australia play the spin. So England's, a lot of the wickets were haul out. Sort of Jamie Smith, Ben Duckett playing that sort of... I'm just wondering if Australia hit it, punch it on the floor a little bit more and take that risk out. There's a lot of turn there.
There was. I just watched that last one. It wasn't a googly as such. It was one that came out of the back of the hand, but with like a straight seam. Interesting delivery, that. Here's Jacks. Smith down the pitch. Ill-controlled shot that. He gets one, though. So I'm going to drive that down the ground. And again, I suspect a little bit of slow spin and sort of coming off the pitch very quickly, and it resulted in that missed time. 81 for 1. Looking at Bethel there running back. He could bowl.
Another option, flat left arm.
Absolutely. You can't call him spin, can you, really? Livingston, he can bowl. So there are options out there. This is short, cut hard on the bounce. Fielded nicely there by Brook at cover. In the 14th over, it's 81 for 1. Jacks again. Bowls short. Oh, almost pulled that to the fielder. Almost, but just out of range of Salt, who's there at mid-wicket. Has hit hard for 4. And that's what Australia must do. If they get a poor ball, and that was a poor ball, got to punish it. Got to hit it for at least 4.
Yeah, I think flatter is an option as well, rather than that sort of big shot going up and ending up slicing underneath. It's hitting through the ball, getting that momentum in.
Jacks again, flicked away, just the other side of Salt this time. To deep square there. 86 for 1. 2 to go in the 14th over. The target's 316. England at 30 overs looked like they might score 400. But, the spinners came on, made it more difficult. England lost wickets. Jacks again bowling his off spin. Comes in another flat ball that's tucked away by Smith off his pads. Duckett throws the ball back again from directly below us here. Full house at Trent Bridge, and having a great time. One or two of the old Australian favourites came out, didn't they, during the course of England's innings? The old banter.
Chance. Yeah. As the day kicks in and maybe a few bevies, come the chance.
The old favourites over the years. 87 for 1. Jacks again bowls wide. Oh, that's very well played. They cunningly run down to third man. Beautifully played shot. He could have been tempted to hit that hard. A dive from the fielder. Can't stop it. He's rather taking it with him. Not a good ball again. There's 2 poor deliveries in that over. And Travis Head's got his 50. He could have been tempted to have leant back and really try to hit that hard. He's just run it away. It's a run a ball 50 for Travis Head, who's setting his platform up very nicely for Australia. 91 for 1. after 14 overs. You've got some of your ace people here, haven't you?
Yeah, we handed out 2 professional contracts today. 1 boy, 1 girl. Yeah.
Are they local? Are you in Nottingham now?
One of the girls. So we've been in Notts for a couple of years.
Good.
Program all the way from schools, community.
Yeah, great. I saw you.
Academy, so yeah.
And I saw them running up and down the stairs. Very exciting.
Yeah, they were very excited.
Yeah, it's great. 91 for 1, and Rashid moves in, bowls, and that's pushed away by Smith, just nonchalantly into the offside.
Your first contract?
My first contract? Well, I was 16.
16.
Yeah, schoolboy contract. Sorry. £20 a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I had to pay my board and lodging out of that. And my tube fares from Morden to Oval every day. This is sliced away down to Backward Point. Mrs. Bushell.
And did you go rogue, as in partying and...
What, 20 quid a week?
Yeah.
No. No. I think I had about a fiver left. I never really went rogue anyway, if I'm honest. Now, that's hit on the pad. Full ball. Umpire Damasina says no. I think we might have a conversation about this. It was on the front foot. Smith's just leaning on his pad saying, nah. And in fact, he gestured there. That's going down the leg side. And that's probably what England think as well, actually.
I think it's too much. Doing too much. Quite early on, you could just see the ball gripping and turning, but...
Bit of a lazy shot. Rather planted his foot and played round it, that pad, didn't he? He seems to just tighten up a little bit. But, not with a straight bat. Now he drives out to cover. And there's no run. Yeah, 20 quid a week. Mrs. Bushell.
That's 5 quid's a lot. What was it?
It might be
10 pence back those days or something.
Well, I don't know.
But you weren't
Tube every day.
in London in the big smoke as well.
Yeah. Rashid again bowling a wrong one. So clipped away with that spin down the ground to long on. I don't know how my dad found Mrs. Bushell because there was no internet or anything. And Dad was a farmer up this way. He'd never been to London in his life, I don't think. I don't know how on earth he found Mrs. Bushell, but there she was. Just very close to Morden Underground.
Station,
so he worked out I could just go up, 16 years old on my own.
Straight into the Oval Tube,
Yep,
get in.
up the stairs, up the escalators, and then boom, there's the Oval as a walk out, isn't it? So Rashid brings head forward now with a bit of a flourish. He plays the ball away out to mid-wicket. Another tidy over. 92 for 1. 15 gone. The target is 316. With Steve Smith, 28. And Travis Head on 50. So what are you doing here? Well, more spin coming on. It's Livingston now. And I think we're going to see these spinners shuffled and rotated and just trying to make it difficult.
They're navigating it well at the moment because they know what they're chasing. They know they've got plenty of time. Run rate of going at nearly 6.5. It's just they're able to mostly milk quite a lot and then wait for that bad ball. Whereas England maybe tried to play some really super aggressive shots and got out to the spin. So I think they've just got time here. They just need to settle in, rotate that strike.
Yeah, Jack's 3 overs for 14. Rashid 2 overs for 2. That's the quality, isn't it? So Liam Livingstone, who bowls a bit of all sorts, doesn't he? He tends to bowl wrist spin to the right-hander and then off spin to the left. Try and get the ball spinning away from the bat. So let's see what he does here. Yep, it's a wrist spinner. It's a Smith, short, wide of the off stump. Cut away out into the offside. He hit that hard, actually, and suddenly a desperate dive was required. Out there on the boundary by Bethel. Did well to field it. Diving to his right, but that seemed to just skid over the perhaps just dampening grass a little. There might be a bit of dew forming now. Very carefully making sure he didn't touch the boundary. That's short and pulled away into the leg side this time. More runs for Smith. It's Joffer Archer rushing round this time. He picks up left-handed, gets a little cheer there for his trouble from the crowd. And they take 2. 96 for 1. The target 316. Both balls too short so far from Livingstone. He's still spinning himself catches. Right hand to left. Smith dips at the knee. Livingstone comes in, bowls. Better length. He hits it back at him. He's caught and bowled. Well, we saw Marnus Labuschagne do something similar to everyone's great surprise. And I have to say, that's about the same. Steve Smith looked so good. And Livingstone, his 3rd ball, the first one that he's pitched up. and Steve Smith has just driven it softly back at him. And that's a wicket that England desperately needed. Bit of spin on it. Let's see if it does grip. Yeah, it did grip. It's a leading edge again. So this is going to be the problem for Australia. Where England do now have a chance. So Smith departs. He's waving the bat. He's cross. He's cross. It was an error. It was an error. But the ball just holding and gripping on this pitch. Interesting game, I think, coming up here, Ebony. 96 for 2. And I'm going to leave you with Geoff. Yeah, or actually Alison, I think it's supposed to be. We'll see where she is. She'll be here in a second. 96 for 2 in the 60. Here she is.
Cheers. Yeah, look, this is the turning point here for England. Livingstone's been in the wickets in the T20 series, picked up 3 foot in the first 2 in the second, and straight away has had that impact. What I like about him is just how much variation he has. But that was the classic spinner. Good revs, good seam position. Just got the ball to hold enough. Steve Smith will be furious because he was doing all the work to try and chip in.
An indication of this wicket and the spin that it's taking. Today, Australia took 9 wickets to spin. The first time they've ever done that in a one-day international, and the first time it's ever been done in a one-day international in England.
Spin is to win.
Today it is, yeah.
Today. Today's the day. It's happening, isn't it? Certainly the Aussies. Labuschagne took 3. That was the surprise. Less of a surprise that Zampa took 3. Head finished with the better figures of 3 for 39 from 6 overs. Zampa 3 for 49 off his 10, and 2 for Travis Head, 1 for Matt Short as well. But Livingstone took that catch leaping both feet off the ground, 2-handed above his head, and then showed some nifty football skills as well. He booted that ball away in celebration.
You wouldn't want to miss it, would you? Shinned it and then had to limp off.
Hello, Alistair. 96 for 2 then. So Steve Smith gone, 32 from 28. Cameron Green has come out to bat. Still the slip in place there. Gets a bit of width from Livingstone, and he's hammered it for 4 out through extra cover. Slightly different type of delivery. Gave him some width and said thank you.
It was a pie. I dragged down, got it horribly wrong. Livingstone short, wide. I think it pitched about almost halfway down, and when Cameron Green hits them, they stay in.
Catcher in an interesting position on the offside. It's a short, straighter mid-off as Green takes a single, driving out towards the cover boundary. Tall, powerful batter, isn't he, Cameron Green? He can do a lot of damage. And batting here at 4 in this Australian one-day side, partnering Travis Head, who's just in a blistering run of form. And he seems to have been that way for some time.
He's a very awkward customer to bowl at, Travis Head, because some of his positions he ends up in, something gets pace bowling, looks ugly, gets turned around a lot. But when you miss against him, he punishes you relentlessly. So there's times where you just think, this bat bloke's going to get out any minute, and then suddenly he doesn't, and he's on 50 or 50.
In a blink of an eye. Now, deep mid wicket's been brought up here for the left-handed Head, who's cutting, and it's gone through the hands of a shortish point fielder. It shouldn't have been a run, but it is a single. 102 for 2. And Head on to 51. End of the over from Livingstone. So a wicket-taking one, an important wicket as well. Steve Smith, and an annoying dismissal from his perspective. He was annoyed with himself as he walked off for the leading edge, and a softish dismissal. And taken by Livingstone leaping above his head, and that after Marsh was out caught in the deep by Carse off Potts, out for just 10. But Australia had a great platform, didn't they? 69 off the first 10 overs in that power play, and now 100 up inside 16 overs. Plenty of batting to come.
It is how they play the spin, and whether England can get some control over them, and then you pick up a couple of wickets. They need around 6-ish and over. And you feel wickets in hand, they'll be fine, but you get Travis Head out now and then build a dot. Suddenly that change in the pressure of the scoreboard, and certainly we're going to see a lot of spin, aren't we?
Yeah, and Adil Rashid only into his 3rd over. Ben Duckett is there at slip for Travis Head. So the leg spin to the left-hander. Rashid goes in, and this is hit down the ground. There's nobody back at mid-off, and it's gone over the rope for 6. Hit cleanly by Travis Head.
There's another example. That's a brilliant shot. Rashid has tossed the ball up, given it plenty of aids, turning it, and he's just hit into the spin, but over mid-off, if that makes a bit of sense. Absolutely dead still. And the timing again.
The field doesn't doesn't change. Mid-off is still there. Long on is on the boundary. Beaten this time. Past the outside edge into the gloves of Smith. He pressed forward with a defensive bat.
And then the next ball that happens looks like he doesn't quite know what's happened, how that's missed the stumps. It's gone another fly dismissal. It's gone outside the edge, but very close to turning back in. He's almost missed it by quite a long way.
Rashid in once more on a leg stump just outside this time, and Travis Head's able to work it along the ground. Oh, there's a misfield there, the Archer in the deep, and they're able to come back for 2. Well, that was a very lame misfield because there was no real pace on the ball. Archer was just bending down to it and allowed it to go through his hands.
Yeah, just sloppy. Just, as I say, Travis Head was walking one. I mean, Archer's laughing about it. I don't think he can believe he's just done that.
I think you're right. Here goes Rashid. Full turn towards mid-wicket along the ground, picked up. And the ball's fired back into the gloves of Jamie Smith. 110 for 2 in the 17th over. You can't imagine Brendan McCummel would, when he was in charge, would chastise anybody for a misfield. He would just be like, oh, go on with it. Don't worry. Rashid in. That's spun back into Head, and he's had to just prod to defend it. Back up the pitch to Rashid.
It's going to be a good test of Harry Brook's captaincy, because he said about taking wickets, the first little bit he's changed the field. In the first 15 overs, he's changed the field a lot. Sometimes now you just need to settle in and try and build a couple of pressures. Still got a slip in.
Rashid moves in, Head goes back, and Rashid can't save it in his follow-through, tumbling to his left. It's a single down to long off. And Salt in the deep, because of course he's not fielding today. Sends the ball back in. Single to end the over. Rashid 3 overs, none for 11. Australia have 111 on the board in pursuit of 316. Had 17 overs of 50, and Travis Head is the standout so far, an unbeaten 60 off 58 balls. England need to dislodge him. Phil.
Alistair mentioned we'd probably see a lot of spin to come. I never thought I'd say this in England, an ODI in England, but England have got their 10 overs out of their seamers. So who knows?
Well, there's a lot of spin that can come. Livingston, Bethel, Rashid. Now, here is Head settling over his bat. Livingston is continuing. The wicket taker dismissed Steve Smith from the pavilion end. Head's pushing forward up towards extra cover. Harry Brook is there, 88 on the back of his shirt. And he fields. Catches either side of the wicket here. At extra cover and mid-wicket. Defending from the crease, going back deep in the crease. Moving in from behind the stumps is Smith. Floodlights are on, but yet to really take effect. They look like giant fly swats, circular floodlights around the ground. Forward again comes Head. Defending, trying to work it into the onside, but doesn't make a clean connection. The dot ball.
It's good skills, isn't it, by Livingston? Bowling leg spin to the... I know we talk about a leg spin to the right-handed Steve Smith. And firing in some off-spin to the left-hander.
Amazing, he's got the variations, isn't it? Drilled down the ground to long off. Head jogs through for 1. What are you looking for if you're the batter facing Livingston, knowing that he's got both? I mean, obviously different actions, the rolling of the wrist and the finger spin, but what are the cues?
Well, I asked actually David Milan, when he's played against Livingston in T20 or the 100, and he doesn't try and hide it. He's not coming up here and deciding what he's going to bowl. It's quite clearly going to bowl leg spin. It feels to the right. He's holding it in the minute. You see at the top of the mark. There's no disguise in his holding it. I said to Milan,
hitting himself a leg spinner's catch.
And I said to Milan, is that what you see?
And he goes with the leg spin. It turns away from green as well. He's on the drive square out to deep point. Finds the fielder, takes a single.
And he says very much so that he hasn't experienced anything where he's turning up. It looks like he's going to bowl an off spinner, and then last minute changes his plan, which you thought he might do. But I think probably just for, I don't know, or spoken to Lee and Livingston about but the clarity of it. No, I'm an off spinner to the right, to the left hand, unless there's a huge amount of rough. Obviously in a one-day game, it's unlikely to do it. But in a four-day cricket, you can do it.
Around the wicket he goes with that off-spinning action again. Worked out towards extra cover. Finds Brook and no run. 113 for 2 then off 18 overs. How does it work out in the middle then when you're the bowler? Is Livingston having to say to the umpire each time, leg spin, off spin?
No, because obviously you don't tell the umpire you're bowling googly, do you?
No.
Or a quicker ball.
Because this debate is had often about quick bowlers. The drinks are being brought on the field, by the way, so that's why there's going to be a little bit of a pause here with Australia 113 for 2 and Travis Head 61 not out of 63. Yeah, if you're an ambidextrous fast bowler, of which there are a couple in cricket, very, very rare.
Ambidextrous spinners on the left and right hand.
Sorry, if you're bowling a different, left and right arm, as opposed to, Liam Livingstone is a right arm bowler and he's just doing a different action. But if you're bowling a different arm, you have to inform the umpire.
But you don't obviously. But then don't have to tell the umpire. He's still bowling right arm, isn't he?
Yes.
He could bowl one if he could, but we've seen Joe Root bowl a bouncer and you're the spinner. So there's no like.
So where do you sit on? You're a bowler who has the ability to bowl right or left arm. Should you be able to just run in past the umpire and bowl whichever you like?
Actually, I wouldn't have an issue with it. I think fair play. It's like the batters, like the switch hit, or I think if you've got the ability to bat right or left-handed, and you don't have to tell the bowler running in. If you swap, absolutely fine. Because we want to see skill, don't we?
Yeah.
We want to see a skill. So if a bowler runs up and he can hide which hand he's going to bowl in and then bowl it and have the skill to be able to do it. It's all well and good saying it, but you could do it and say, well, you haven't told the bowler the batsman what I'm doing. But if he lands it halfway down, it doesn't matter which arm he takes it. So I actually personally think it's fine. I think the only thing you have to do is say whether you're bowling right, have to bowl round the wicket or over the wicket.
But then that would be a bit of a giveaway, isn't it?
Yeah, but you can do what you want, can't you?
Yes. I'm running in to the right-hand side of the stumps, is what you tell the umpire. Then the non-striker stands the other side, and as you run in, you can choose whether you bowl right arm around or left arm over.
I think so.
And as a batter, you would just have to watch, wouldn't you? I mean, no different really as to
absolutely
watching for the slower ball or what the other deception that a bowler might.
I think you do very well disguising, because unless you bowl if you bowl with your of a left foot forward and bowl right-handed, and then you do left foot for left-handed, like bowl totally off your wrong foot, left arm, as well as the wrong arm and wrong foot would be skillful.
There are bowlers somewhere in nets that are naturally wrong-footed and thinking, well, how about if I try with the other arm now?
Why not?
Why not? That's the beauty of cricket, isn't it?
I do think we'll see more, batsmen over the next 20 years have the ability to do it. Because to bat right.
Genuinely to bat right or left.
I know David Warner started off, for example, as a right-hander and then changed to left-hander. But if you teach young kids the option to do it, so my middler Isabel, she can bat either way.
Right.
But only she started batting left-handed. We're not talking to any level here, but she's only.
So that's when
very
you're
young.
A kid, she picks up a bat and just
naturally goes left-handed.
One hand goes to the top and the bottom, and you stand one way.
But then she played hockey right-handed. So then she started batting right-handed just to see what she did. So it's not like, I'm not saying it's she's this amazing ambidextrous batsman, but she can do it.
Yeah,
so
which just goes. It's almost.
And she's so young. You think, well, if you keep practicing it, but obviously, when I started, I was left-handed. You just bat left-handed. There's not the.
Nothing else was explored.
You don't explore, and I think now the way the game is exploring, how it's changed. Why wouldn't if you're young now, 11-year-old, think, why don't I just try and see what happens?
Yeah, spend some time in the nets doing both if it comes naturally. One slip here for Adil Rashid to Cameron Green. It'll tickle inside edge. That's gone down to very, very fine leg, and a chase back here to the boundary for Duckett. Slides to pick it up inside the ropes, and they're running 3. He comes back in on the bounce.
There's here a skill to do that, isn't it? It's if I tried to bat right-handed, I wouldn't play club 4th team. I'm that bad.
Well, even to play a genuine switch hit is a massive skill to a quick bowler who's running in to make that actual leap of stance and genuinely change your grip, because sometimes the switch gets called when it's actually just a reverse hit. The grip of the hands haven't changed. Yes, the front leg will swing across, but it is a genuine reverse. But the actual switch hit, flights by Rashid, hit high by Travis Head. Over extra cover, a couple of bounces, and it'll be 4. And offered just a little bit of whip, flighted delivery.
He didn't get all of it, did he? For a minute, England fielders wondered whether was that Livingston at mid-off.
Thought he might have been.
He didn't get anywhere near in the end, but he certainly didn't time it. So they're just quickly on the left and right hand stuff. So James Anderson plays golf right hand but bats left handed.
Yeah.
But he just said, well, there's no left-handed golf clubs available when I was younger, so I just had to learn right-handed. But I felt natural. I could not swing a golf club right-handed. It's natural, only natural for my right hand to be at the top.
Rashid's head goes back, finds backward point, and there's no run. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? The things you're exposed to when you're young is sort of how you're channeled. But if you're given the opportunity to try all things and to continue, more to the point, that's where the real skills come in. Ronnie O'Sullivan in snooker able to suddenly pull out left-handed, right-handed shots. Work down the ground to Phil Salt, who's here at long on. Single taken by Travis Head to move him on to 65. 121 for 2 in the 19th.
And what's funny is loads more people do it, don't they? 'Cause obviously, if you're playing snooker, then you don't have to use the rest as much because you can use your other hand. I remember, is it Alan Robindu, I think, is a Canadian snooker player, and Ronnie played him left-handed the whole game and beat him, and he stormed off saying, because no one had seen it before, and he stormed off saying, totally disrespectful.
Right, as if it was an insult. Straight delivery struck on the pad. Here is Cameron Green. Pill very quickly dies away.
To which Ronnie replied, well, if you can beat me left-handed, then I'll play you right-handed. Which was just the greatest answer ever.
Fair enough, really, isn't it?
Fair, absolutely.
Rashid moves in. Floodlights beaming down here. Flights on again to Green, who drills him along the ground, down to Salt at long off, who fields securely. And one more for the Australian total. Just trying to work Rashid around that over, which they've managed to do.
And I probably got his name wrong as well, but he's definitely Canadian. I think it's close.
122 for 2 after 19 overs. Shout out to my brother, who is here today watching. He's nursing a cricketing injury at the moment.
What's he done?
Well, he went full pelt chasing a ball around the boundary from fine leg.
Hammy?
No. Bent his thumb back on the ground to the extent that he heard it click. And then sent a photograph of real black bruising all around the inside of his thumb. So, of course, ends up in A&E, goes for an X-ray. And I think the verdict is ligaments. So he's got a bit of a splint going on. Green facing up to Livingston. Forward he comes up to Livingston, picks up in his follow-through. So in your experience, Dr. Cook, how long do ligaments take?
You're asking the wrong person.
You never did ligaments?
No, very touchwood, very lucky.
You didn't have really any injuries at all, did you?
Very lucky.
Livingston moves in. Green, forward, a little bit of inside out to that. Finds extra cover. And no run. So again, one slip here. Right-handed Cameron Green facing up to Livingston. Just spinning himself a catch. Moves in now with his off breaks and has almost could have gone back onto the stumps. Green, bit of inside edge, did take pad as well. They've scampered through for 1. Duckett chasing back towards the boundary from slip. And has been attributed to Green, so some bat involved. 123 for 2. Inside edge, onto back foot or back pad, and then skewing away towards fine leg. Here is Livingston to Travis Head. Fires one in, angles it in, and Head looks to work it into the leg side. It's a wide signalled. Come off the pad. It came off some part of Travis Head's body, but slid down the leg side from Livingston, angled from around the wicket to the left-hander here. He bowls once more, and that's been greened away down to long off. Takes 1. Doing very well at working. He's turning over the strike at the moment, keeping things ticking, and neither bowler, either Rashid or Livingston, is able to actually get into a rhythm to either of these two. And it's not just, it's the left-hand right-hand combination, and then it's Livingston again having to do those switch-ups between leg spin and off breaks. Looking to work it towards mid-off. Bit of a tumbling stop in the end by Harry Brook to save the single. Brought the applause from the crowd. 125 for 2. Australia looking for 316 to win this first ODI. Green brings out the sweep, struck on the pad. A big appeal here from both behind the stumps. The finger goes up. Oh, Cameron Green is reviewing. So he doesn't believe he's out. It took a while for the decision to come from the umpire. We're going to go upstairs. Has Livingston got his second?
Director, we have a player review for LBW.
Just straight away, Cameron Green didn't even ask Travis Head. He went straight for it. He thinks it's turned too much and going outside off stump. Did it hit him on the full? That's the only...
It's the leg break, pitched just in front of his toe.
Not sure if there's any bat there as he's coming across it. Give me ultra edge.
So he was down for the sweep shot. Did he get his foot outside the line?
Yeah, it's not hitting the stumps. It's not hitting the stumps. I think everyone's...
The leg break as well, which is turning away.
All the players have walked out and
scattered.
Scattered after one replay. Just whether there's an inside edge maybe on, which has caught a Ben Duckett as slip.
Yeah, because he also sort of was half up in that. Well, if it's not LB, I'm appealing for the catch. Let's see. Livingston is still staring up at the screen. ultra edge will show us if there was a snick. It would be bottom edge if there was.
Under the
Nope.
bat, so there's a flat line.
Voice of Joel Wilson.
There's
TV
no
umpire.
batting ball tracker once it's available.
He's planted that front foot.
It's quite a big stride, isn't
Yes,
it?
he's a tall man and he gets a long way down.
You feel this can't be hitting, but been proved wrong a number of times.
And a fair shout for them to ask the question for the catch.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Everyone's still watching and waiting for the ball tracking.
It does take a long time, doesn't it?
We've been getting, with the amount of spin that's been bowled, we're actually getting through the overs quite quickly in this match. And I suppose allied to the fact that England didn't see out their 50 overs, 49.4. They were bowled out for their 315, and if you did miss any of it, you can catch the highlights tonight. Duckett's 95 off 91 balls.
Ball pitching outside off.
Impact was outside that off stump, got his foot well forward and the toe outside the line.
You're on
So
screen.
all in all, very much not out.
Is that? I think Alex Wolf is a very, very good umpire. Unfortunately, that's going to be missing the stumps by quite a long way.
Pitching outside off and travelling in that direction.
Yeah, kind of pitched on just on off stump and then turned to hit him out, effectively hit him outside the line, but the ball's turning away. So that I'm not sure that's hitting. I hope the Hawkeye doesn't show how far that's away, because I reckon that could be a record.
Well, that was the last ball of the over as well, so it's an opportune time for me to slide out, and Geoff Lemon's coming in. 125 for 2, then Travis Head still going along nicely, building and building, 167 not out. Alistair Cook, a bit more from you, and then Geoff in his wonderful pink and red animal print shirt.
Well, I'm glad you described it as wonderful. I certainly wouldn't. But it feels like whether for England here, you're thinking that the ball was that they've had the best of the batting now, the first 20 overs, where the ball's been hard. Whether the ball gets softer now, turns more and more, becomes harder to hit, like England found, or does the floodlights and the effect of if it is dewy, skids on.
Yeah, if there's any moisture out there, whether it affects the grip. Rashid already 4 overs of his allotment done, so he's the main one who'd really need to grip the ball, but he's continuing to Travis Head, increasingly key for Australia the longer he's there. Driven out square of the wicket for 1, 126 for 2. Phil?
Yeah, 20 overs gone. Australia 125 for 2 after 20 overs. England were 127 for 1. But as Alistair says, I'm not sure that means anything.
No, the 2 innings may be completely...
This is the only advantage now for Australia is they know they don't have to go as hard as England felt. They were probably thinking 380 was par and couldn't get there.
It certainly felt that way. We've got Rashid coming up to Green with a slip in place for the leg spinner, and Green's going back and trying to punch through the offside. Can't beat the field. It feels at times after you've got that big opening partnership, everyone else comes in and says, well, it's pretty easy to crash it around clearly, and they just try to do the same thing, and suddenly catches are taken.
I mean, what England just need a couple of wickets and the whole thing changes, and
Rashid,
you've still got a score.
Outside the off stump, punched back to him.
Still 316 and still runs to get, isn't it? You suddenly lose 2 quickly, and it just changes the complexity of the whole game. So we've got a game on it. I can't see Australia just cantering to the win.
No. Rashid up to Green, who's opening the face and again finding a fielder, this time behind point. They've got Labuschagne to come in next, who's industrious but isn't a super fast scorer. Carey playing his first game back for, almost a year.
I mean, what you saw when England lost a wicket, like Harry Brook, probably one of England's better players of spin. It took him 20 balls to feel the rhythm of the pitch and the speed.
Rashid bowls a leg break, and Green comes forward and pushes it to Brook in the covers. So Rashid really tying things up.
And suddenly Cameron Green who I think he got to 10 very quickly. This is when what I like about 50 over cricket. It's not just crash bang one. There is a bit of a narrative to the batting. You can change it.
He goes back, Green, and he hauls the ball down to long on. Coming in off the rope, there's a fielder there. Jacks picks the scoring to 127 for 2, just for 2 singles from the over. Green was 9 or 10 off 4 balls, wasn't he, early? But he is the kind of player who can be tied down. He can hit big, but he can also find it hard to rotate strike.
He's not a rotator of strike, really. He's like a bowling machine batter, isn't he? Just up and down, just simple, solid technique. He's better than, you know what I mean? Like he isn't a manipulator with his wrist.
No.
He doesn't. let the ball come to him too much just to milk it around the corner. He's down the ground, hard shots, and nothing wrong with it. It's just that's his super strength. It kind of happens when you're 6 foot whatever, plenty, and kind of how you grow up playing the game.
Livingston floats one up, and Green's clearing the front leg, trying to power it down the ground, and just hits it back to the bowler in exactly the style that Alistair Cook is describing. He's got that power at the ball that even when he's not trying to smash the ball, he hits it very firmly to fielders, but not so much a manipulator. Livingston down the leg side, and he gets one away off the glove. Head calls him through for the run. And a little track back from Duckett there. It's a leg by in the end, says the umpire. 127 for 2.
How come Green is at 4? Like, you'd expect, like, Labuschagne at, for bats at 3 in the test matches. Steve Smith, I know he's opening, but 3, 4, you kind of see that. And now, for guys who haven't seen much of Cameron Green, why is he suddenly at 4 for Australia?
Here goes Livingston. Head rocks back, pulls him over the leg side for 6. That's into the front row, and it's put down there. They had a fielder in the deep, but further around, squarer than that position, out just in front of deep square, where Travis Head's hit that ball. 68 is Head's score, 134 for 2.
Yeah, this is Travis Head, isn't it? Down to T. Like, he doesn't miss an opportunity to score, does he? And he hits it so cleanly when he plays the attacking shot.
Livingston, he's got Head going back, trying a late cut and missing into the keeper's gloves.
So often you see it. He hits a 6 and plays and misses. It's extraordinary, but his record is phenomenal.
74, in fact, his Head score. The scoreboard hadn't caught up with his prodigious rate. Livingston to him. He swings across the line and again doesn't get a piece of it. Ends up with the wicketkeeper again, deflecting off his body. Yeah, he looks like a player who shouldn't be able to score as consistently as he does.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's fundamentally how I've come to think of Travis Head. He's opening the front leg and driving, trying to go through the covers, but hits it straight at the fielder at cover. Over comes to an end. 134 for 2. But to answer your question about 4 and 5, they had Smith at 4 and Labuschagne at 5 during the World Cup because Mitchell Marsh would bat at 3. So they'd have a Head and Warner doing the fireworks stuff at the top.
Yeah.
Marsh would bat at 3 to come in and keep that going if one of them got out. And then if a second wicket fell, Smith and Labuschagne with a repair job that could come in and patch it up in the middle. So they've got Marsh pushed up to open here. So they had an opening at 3. They've moved Smith up. I don't know why they've gone Green at 4 when maybe Labuschagne should have come.
Or do you just think they want the option of a bloke to be able to hit 6s at 4, and it kind of splits up Smith and Labuschagne, who could be a bit more one-dimensional knocking singles, although Smith today hit 3 or 4 6s.
He was quite industrious today and inventive, Steve Smith. I think they want to give Cameron Green time because he can be a slow starter and because he can struggle to rotate. When he gets time to get into an innings, that's when he can start to become destructive later. So batting him at 4 rather than 5, he's more likely to get in early or earlier and have that bit of extra time, another 10 overs.
Has he ever opened in list A cricket?
He's opened in T20 cricket and been quite damaging doing that because he just comes out and slogs it over long on. But in 50-over cricket, I don't think he's opened. I'm sure Phil can find out. Down the leg side, Jacob Bethel having a bowl and Green sweeping it away. Bit of glove, perhaps, and it rolls away through fine leg for 4. So he finds a boundary there. Pick up his scoring rate a bit. 16 from 19 for Green, 138 for 2.
Yeah, so Bethel's first ball in one-day cricket wasn't his best. Quite a long way down leg side, full. And as a Green just helped himself, really, a sweep shot.
Yeah, had a few deliveries that weren't quite there during the T20s, Bethel. He's a work in progress on that score, gets the line better this time around, and Green goes back and punches the ball to mid-wicket where Duckett's fielding, no run.
I said earlier, I couldn't see Australia cantering to victory. If they do, someone's played very well in the partnership to do it.
If they do, Travis Head's made 150. Here goes Green, punching it back to Bethel.
See what I've done? I've just covered myself in case someone takes out that little phrase.
Yes. You don't want to be left exposed later when
especially if Henry Rang's doing the old on the old website.
Bethel and has Green going back and pulling down to long on and going through for a single. 139 for 2. They do love to do that. The digital clippers just to find one line and pop that out there and stitch you up completely.
So I'm just covering my back.
You can say my comments were taken out of context.
I mean, about 15 minutes. My second sentence about 15 minutes later than I should have.
Please listen to the entire 60-minute podcast highlights package to get the full context. So Bethel has gone for 5 from his first 4 balls. He's got Travis Head 2 balls to bowl at him, and Bethel's going to come over the wicket. Shifted Cameron Green across. He's moving the field around. He's brought square leg up inside the circle. Bethel, left arm orthodox spinner, bowls to Head, who slams it on the bounce to cover. The crowd think it's a catch. It ain't. And he dropped it anyway. 139 for 2. 1 ball to come. It's a deep cover point for Head. A deep mid-wicket. Long on, long off. Bethel bowls to him, opens his face, steers it away with some finesse. Travis Head, and in fact he'll pick up a boundary. Looked like it might just roll away for a couple, but the timing on that was sufficient. So Australia, 23 overs gone, 143 for 2.
It's quite a hard field to bowl to left-handed because he didn't have anyone out behind square on the leg side. You obviously have to have 5 in the inner circle, so it drags you a little bit wider. It just gives the left-hander kind of the pace and the angle to go there. If you bowl a bit straighter, it means the sweep shot's on as a free hit, so it's a very hard field to bowl, and this extra man up does make a challenge, especially if you know Travis Head is very good at hitting down the ground. You do feel as if you need both mid-on and mid-off up, so not an easy bowler for anyone to bowl at, but certainly Bethel in his first game.
Livingston will come in and bowl, rolls it out over the wrist, and it's swept away by Green for 4. Just tailing towards the leg stump line, and Green's able to get that fine. 147 for 2. Green's on 21, Head 78. Australia need 316. So it's just Head showing he's got that finer touch as well. He doesn't have to monster every delivery.
So England spoke about taking wickets. Harry Brookings had to slip in all the time, and it's
Livingston up to Green, who drives hard back to the bowler. No run.
You could understand it, think, his turn, it might go there, but I mean, there's not a man behind square on the leg side, so it is almost a free hit. Well, I mean, I don't know how far that gap is, but it's a huge gap. Well, so as soon as he gets it wrong, it's, for Cameron Green, it is 4 runs every time.
Livingston comes up, and Green inside edge, which means more runs to that fine leg region. Duckett from slip runs back, keeps him to a single. 148 for 2. So yeah, there's nobody behind. We've got the sweepers. We've got for Green, we had a deep cover point effectively and a deep square leg, and then there was nobody in between those two in the deep all the way around. So everywhere behind the wicket there was a slip and there was a short third. That was it. 50 partnership up. Quick time, 48 balls. Head goes back and digs out a full ball, but can't get any timing on it. Livingston gets across to field.
Yeah, they're just finding the boundary, aren't they, Australia? Every time there's been a few dots, they find a boundary. It just relieves any pressure that the 3 or 4 balls England spinners have managed to get some dots on them.
Livingston to Head, who goes back and cuts and finds cover. So they're going at exactly the required rate. They need 6.3 and over, and that's what they're scoring. So
pacing it well at the minute.
But as you say, if a wicket falls, suddenly it gets much more difficult. Head gets down and sweeps hard for 4. That one really skidded along the surface, out through deep backward square leg. Couple of bounces, even though it was very flat as he struck the ball. 150 up, 152 for 2. Green on 22, Head on 82.
Another example of that, couple of dots, and Head has the ability to find a boundary. It's been a brilliant knock. Now that chance cast on the boundary. Only was, I don't know what it was on. It was on 10.
Not many.
Not many. And I actually saw the 2 balls before. Harry Brook broadcast in that extra 10 yards, thinking it's a catching position. It's little fine margins, isn't it?
6th over? Was he on 6?
He was on 6.
He was on 6.
Yep.
Thank you, Phil. Good miming.
I probably should have written it down.
That's all right.
I could have.
That's why we have Phil. We don't need to do things like that.
Yeah, you got a computer there. You're right.
I do, yeah.
Does it tell you what to say?
Yeah. Just punch it into ChatGPT and it pops up the script.
Geoff is 100% AI.
I'm entirely AI.
I was going to touch you to see whether you go straight through. Yeah.
Bethel Comes up and bowls around the wicket to Green, who's punching it down to mid-on. There's no run.
That's a sentence I didn't think I'd say on TMS.
Well, I did say it was first date energy, so things are going well. 152 for 2. Here goes Bethel. And it's down and sweeping hard Green. He gets that just behind square, and the clunk that made out of the middle of the bat, that was seriously hit. It's hard to hit a sweep shot with more power than that. 156 for 2. Green's on 26.
Brilliant shot. Brilliant shot. And Harry Brooks keeps giving there an option for the Australians to take the boundary. You know, like saying sweep off the stumps if you want to. This wasn't on the stumps. And they are good enough at the minute to keep on taking the right option.
Bethel on the stumps this time. Green drives him to long on for 157 for 2. But there's always that risk. So they can keep on picking up the boundaries, but at some point things go wrong.
I saw on your probability. I was looking just on your thing. What is the probability in terms of? What does the computer? You say whether who's obviously you say Australia quite a long way ahead. I would have been saying probably 70%.
What does the AI say? I can't actually find it here. There we are. Win probability is dipped just under 50. Cracked away by Travis Head at cover. Duckett fields it on the bounce.
The Duckworth Lewis Stern is on the bottom of the scoreboard, 135 at the moment. Australia have got 157 for 2.
What happens if a wicket falls?
Yeah, it gets a lot closer than that.
That is what I would think. Here goes Bethel, and Head is slamming him down to mid-off, who's set very deep. Fields it well, though, in the end. Just a big tumble across. Able to get in the way of that ball is Will Jacks. 158 for 2. They got a single. Heads down to the non-striker's end. Bethel. 1 ball to come. From around the wicket, way down the leg side. In fact, it'll be 2 balls to come, because that is called a wide. 160 for 2. We've swapped one former England captain for another. Alistair Cook for Michael Vaughan. Hello.
Good evening. Australia are controlling this at the minute.
Bethel up to Green, who punches back to him. No run. 159 for 2 at the end of the 25th, the halfway mark. They need 316. Yeah, they look in control, but we're just talking about the old trope of how quickly things can change if a wicket goes.
Yeah, I think Adil Rashid's final few overs are going to be crucial in this game. There is spin out there. Australia 58% on the win vis. If you're batting first and you're 159 for 2, 25 overs remain, you do expect to get more than 316 in this era. And looks like Geoff coming into the attack, so they're turning to a bit of pace. Travis Head, he's just he's such a hard customer to keep quiet, isn't he? He's just got an amazing ability to just continues to strike the boundaries.
Just a freakish run of form that he's been in the last couple of years. He's made quite a few first ball ducks, but when he doesn't do that, he makes hundreds. A note for our listeners that in the county championship, Somerset closed on 204 for 6, chasing 393 to beat Lancashire. If they do that, they'll keep their title hopes alive. They lost a wicket in the last over of the day. If Somerset lose, Surrey win 3 in a row. The Alex Stewart three-peat. So commentary on that will resume on 5 Sports Extra and BBC Sounds at 10:25 a.m. British time tomorrow. I suppose we're still on British summertime.
Yes.
And the living is easy. Here goes Archer. Running up to bowl to Travis Head, who's driving and missing. Thought he nicked that for a second. He had a boom at it outside the off stump. Quickly into the gloves.
Yeah, pace 86 miles an hour. He's travelled a bit, Geoff, today. 35 from his first 4, but he's an impact player. And whenever he comes on, you always feel that there's a chance that he can create impact with a couple of quick wickets. That's why Harry Brooks turned to him now. Desperate to try and get Head out.
Archer. Right arm over to the left-hander, who's driving him in the air through the covers. He just gets it square enough to be safe. They've got Adil Rashid behind point. They've got Duckett at cover, but they've got a gap between them with a deep cover sweeper, and that's where the airborne ball goes. 160 for 2 with Head up to 84. That was a miscue. Head was doing a little open-mouthed yelp at that as the ball left his bat.
Yeah, I like this as well. Archer to Cameron Green. Likes the ball coming on, doesn't he? Cameron Green, he plays quick bowling nicely, or he has done that so far in his career.
Leans forward, that left shoulder towards the bowler and drives back through him. And it might go away for 4. It will. I don't know if Archer got a touch on that or if it just flicked the boot on the way through, but if he did, it didn't help take enough pace off the ball. 164 for 2 as Green goes up to 31.
Well, that's just pure time, and it's a full length delivery. He just met with a little kind of press forward from Cameron Green. The use of that top hand, and it's flown past Geoff Archer.
Loves a straight drive, Cam Green. He's waiting for Archer and playing another one. This goes to the other side of the stumps, not quite as well struck, so he'll just get a single with mid-on coming across. But he's a hard man to bounce at, 202 centimetres or whatever.
3 strides and he was down the wicket there.
Yeah. 7 league boots. So if you're trying to bump him, as a fast bowler, you've got to bowl a different length to what you're used to actually get the bouncer up around lid height.
I'm convinced he's grown. Sure he's grown an inch or 2.
Archer up to head, he backs away, opens the face, steers it to Rashid behind point, no run. Some people just keep growing. Tallest man in the world ended up at 8 foot something.
Where was
Robert.
Where was he from?
Robert Pershing Wadlow.
He was that who I'm thinking of?
Yeah.
North American?
8 foot 11, was he?
He'd have been a handy bowler.
It's not something that usually comes up in cricket. Head rocks back, cuts it over backward point for 4. That was rocketing. Rashid threw his hands up for Detroit, but he would have lost a few fingers if he'd been a bit taller. Goes over the top of him, but it was flying away. 169 for 2.
Just a look into the modern game. You've got Adil Rashid there at backward point. Not disrespecting Adil Rashid, but he's not the best fielder in the England team. And you go back 10 years ago, where was the best fielder? Always at backward point.
Yeah.
That's where you felt the ball, the catches were always going to come. You're almost putting fielders there. They stay pretty much always on the circle. The days of seeing a Jonty Rhodes style run out from that position, you don't see many of those anymore. That just flew past Adil Rashid. This partnership is a problem for England. They need a bit of magic. They've got to try and break it.
Yeah, it's a bit of a cruise at the moment, isn't it? Labuschagne and Carey to come in. There's batting there for Australia, but it's these two at the moment. Head 88 from 83, Green 32 from 31. And Bethel, also with his peroxide hair, is going to bowl round the wicket. His left arm spin and his bowling. It's crept through. Well, there you go. That's what England really wanted. Green on the back foot. It was a bit fuller than that. And he's trying to run the ball away through the offside. The ball's just gone creeping through and hit the off stump. And there you go. The England supporters believe again. 169 for 3.
Yeah, he's one of those left-arm spinners, Jacob Bethel, that I think he's quite a dangerous left-arm spinner to try and cut. So he gets a bit of underspin and he kind of gets him to skid on. I think you've always got to be looking to play it with the full face of the blade. And I think Cameron Green was just about to try and cut it, and then before he knew it, it was past him and banging into the stumps. So clever bowling. He was looking dangerous, wasn't he, Cameron Green? He was striking it gloriously.
Well, that evens things up again. Marnus Labuschagne out at number 5. In the 27th over. The target 316 is 169 for 3.
I wish chewing gum, isn't he, Marnus?
Oh, yeah. He's always fidgeting and messing around. Here he comes. He's jumping from side to side. That's the Adil Rashid there having a conversation with young Bethel too, just talking through the line that he's going to bowl and so on. There's a nice conversation going on there. Experienced old pro and the youngster.
Well, yeah, I've just seen what Adil Rashid was kind of saying to Jake Bethel. You almost want to try and get them to play that cut shot. And I think if you cut in Jacob Bethel, you might get away with 1 or 2, but I think that's the way that you can get out to him as well. It's a little bit like Shakib Al Hassan, who skins them on, just kind of gets them under the bat.
But he's got a rocket up his sleeve too, isn't he? He can get let's go sometimes.
Here he is, Marnus, average of 37.
Yes.
He's not, I wouldn't say he's a a modern number 5 in the white ball era. He can adapt and he can be expansive, but usually the number 5s come in and more of a power hitter.
Very quickly, Jacob Bethel's first international wicket.
There we go. Well done him. We've got Labuschagne on strike. There's a slip there now as well. As Bethel moves in, bowls. Again, just short of a length, and Labuschagne gives himself a little bit of room. Forces that off the back foot for a single out to Jofra Archer out on the point boundary. 170 for 3. The left-handed head comes down on strike, so he'll be hitting with the spin here. What if Labuschagne does feel a bit under pressure at 5, you know, because people are boundary saying, as you just said then, bit of an old-fashioned type player. Now, mid-off has been placed, so no one on the boundary out there. There's a deep cover. Bethel bowls, short of a length, hit away off the back foot. That'll be for a single.
Well, I'm intrigued to see how he plays it, because he can't just knock the single and just expect Travis Head to be the only one that takes the risk. I mean, he has got an incredible game on him, that he 50-50 the Wimbers, exactly 50-50 from this position. He can play some explosive innings as well.
Bethel tosses that one up, bit of a fuller length. And Labuschagne tries to fiddle it away for a single. It finds backward point.
What do you make of Jacob Bethel's hair?
Well, it's interesting. There's a number of interesting hairdos. I mean, the Australians have gone very much for the facial hair, haven't they? Whereas England have seemed to have gone for the peroxide.
There's a bit in there.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot going on. He goes again, bowls, short of a length, steered away out towards deep cover for a single. I don't know if the roots are deliberate or whether it hasn't been touched up for a while, because there's quite a lot of dark underneath. Oh, look at these Canada geese. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, 20 Canada geese going straight over the ground at low level. Fantastic.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Bethel again bowls, and that's clipped away out to long on. Have you ever seen that before?
No.
A lovely sight, straight over the ground.
Do you think that at this time of year, the lights are now on, do you think there will be a little bit of dew and there'll be a bit of skid?
Well, that's what Alistair Cook said. I mean, he's a man who's played here, isn't he? And under lights and stuff. So he said it does sometimes just skid on a little bit. Anyway, there's the applause for Bethel. Well done him. His first wicket, he's bowled 3 overs, taken 1 for 20. As Australia still look good for their 316. They're 173 for 3, but another wicket would make it interesting. Well, they want 143 more to win. And still plenty of time to go. 23 overs. Those 143, and these days, well, 6, 7 and over.
Well, I'm just looking at Harry Brook here. Jofra Archer bowling to Travis Head. What field are we going to have? Looks like we've got 2 thirds. Yeah, we've got an orthodox third and a wide third man on the boundary. Square leg back, fine leg back. He's going to
go short here, is he?
For the short ball theory.
Looks like it. Which, of course, they employ against Head in the Test matches, don't they? In comes Archer then, bowls short of a length and works way off the hip. Bit of a flick to deep square leg. That's where Bethel's fielding now. And they take 174 for 3. Target 316. So a bit of changing round going on here. We've got still a deep square leg and a long leg. Just the 1/3 man. So it looks as if they'll bowl more orthodox fashion to Marnus Labuschagne, who's pawing at the ground with his boot, taking his guard. Floodlights very much on. It's dusk at the moment.
He's got a short extra cover. Just on the catch for that miscued drive, short mid-wicket as well.
Labuschagne's ready, Archer's ready, and here he comes with his shadows at his feet, past the umpire, bowls on the off stump, and Labuschagne there with a typical, rather strange follow-through to his defensive shot with his left hand, plays back to the bowler. 174 for 3. He's not quite as twitchy as Steve Smith, but they are similar in so many ways. It's stockier than Smith these days. But still, a lot of similarities about the way they twitch and they fidget. Archer's got a big smile on his face. Now he runs it again past the umpire, bowls, and he's very late run this down to third man. It's riding the bounce. Rashid throws the ball back again.
Yeah, already with Marnus, he's 3 from 5, and the 3 shots that he's played have just been a bit the old-fashioned way, just gliding it down to third, a couple of little knocks into the covers. Now, will Travis Head almost square himself up and play baseball here? And try and whack it into that short side?
Well, he knows what's coming, I think. It's probably going to be short of a length. Archer comes in, bowls to him. It is short of a length. Carved away down towards third man, beats third man. This is the danger, because these boundaries are not big. And if the batsman knows what you're going to get, it's particularly dangerous with that short leg side boundary, I'd have thought.
Yeah, it's the pace that he's just using of Geoff Archer, and he's certainly skidding on a little bit. That was just a little glance, and he gets into that gap in between the two fielders, back down at third.
But he knows what's coming, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, when you start chasing wickets and you're chasing the big one of Travis Head, you can almost open up too much of a scoring opportunity as well, which, you know, settles Marnus Labuschagne into the kind of a partnership. Surely just got to try and get a single for Travis Head.
Archer bowls, fuller length this time, steered away. Oh, it was a misfield. I assume that's just off a bit of rough ground there on a used pitch, because there's no other real reason for that one there that went straight through his legs, really.
Yeah, Bradin Carson into the fielding academy. A few little underarm throws just to get back on track.
I don't know if it did bobble or quite what.
I think he just missed it.
Yeah, I think he might have done. Well, at this stage in the season, there's a few rough areas out there, aren't they? A bit worn.
Don't you think the nets that they have here, do you see the nets that they have on the square, how narrow their pitches are?
Trying to save space, aren't they, I suppose? Labuschagne waits. Archer bowls short to him. He paddles it around the leg side. Chase of the fielders down to our left here. It's picked up by Jacks.
There'd be a few bowlers that, you know, when you have the expression, the bowler missed the cut strip.
Well, yeah.
In the nets.
Well, there's that lovely old story. I must say hello to Devon Malcolm if he's listening. Where I think it might have been his trial, wasn't it? It wasn't Jeff Miller or somebody facing up into the spinner's net as Devon tore in and bowled in the fast bowler's net and actually bowled the ball into to Miller's net.
Nearly knocked his head off.
Well, nearly killed him.
In the wrong net.
Yes.
Well, he'd do well, Dev, on a pitch like that. Big Steve, he'd be good on there, wouldn't he?
Well, yeah. Chris Mogridge, I heard your story earlier about the Lancaster bomber. Last year, my team, Hartley, Wintney, third 11, were playing up at our second ground at Bramshill Estate, which used to be the old police training headquarters. While playing on a lovely summer's day, we were treated unexpectedly to the purring of the Lancaster as it did a low flyby over us, a beautiful surprise. Lovely sound and sight. Yeah, it's fantastic. You can't beat that, can you? There's Rashid tossing it up. Labuschagne on the back foot. Plays out to cover, so Rashid back in the attack again. He's juggling his spinners around here.
Yeah, he's got 4.5 overs remaining. Adil Rashid. I think the game depends upon how Australia play him.
Still on 199 wickets as he bowls outside the off stump, and that's driven off the back foot, little uppishly. But Geoff Archer throws the ball back again. 182 for 3. But it's a toss-up between the Lancaster bomber and those 20 Canada geese in formation.
Yeah, I tell you, I saw the other day your friend Javo. He came out of the England versus Ireland football match. He was dressed in the England kit.
Did he get on there again?
Yeah, it was national anthem. He was on there.
How does he do it?
I don't know. It's a few football matches he's been to.
He stood there for the national anthem. He sang a lesson. Oh dear. Well, I don't know how he keeps getting away with it all. 182 for 3. Here's Rashid bowls. That's clipped away with the spin by Head. Just for a single down to long on. 182 for 3. He's popped up all over the place, hasn't he?
He's very good.
Some big matches. I think Cardiff's own park he played that once, didn't he? got a bit dull during the Test matches. Well, that year he kept coming on.
It was at the Oval when he charged, didn't you remember when he came into bowl?
Rashid bowls. Oh, him on the pad. Appeal flag for wicket. He likes it. Umpire doesn't, though. Umpire doesn't. He says not out. Umpire Dharmasena. England want a wicket here. Duckett at slip is talking to Brooke, who's actually finding out what this is all about now, and he's going to review it. England on a very poor run of reviews. I think Prodolly Pope was 10-0 down into that series. So they're having another go here.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is out, not out. I've checked the feet and it's a fair delivery, front on.
The people standing beside him know that it's not for real. Look at those two looking at him. Well, he's about 20 stone. Right, let's have a look at this. Where's it pitched? Is it pitched?
Oh, height.
Pitched on the stumps.
There doesn't appear to be any bat, but as he's come across it, let's check ultra edge.
I think it's picked on leg stump and it's hit him around leg stump.
Well, I'm pretty sure he hasn't edged it. Let's have a look.
Flat line as the ball passes the
Nothing
bat.
there, Joel. Move on.
I'm satisfied that there's no bat involved.
My guess is umpire's call.
Where's it pitched? We give a nod out. Andrew Rashid's pulling a bit of a face. It's not one of those where you think, yeah, that's out. It's borderline for where it's pitched, around about the leg stump. And borderline for hitting the stumps. He's been given nod out, of course.
Standing by for ball track.
So it has happened. The feature this year, the technology has been slow.
Well, I'm just lip reading out. I've lip read 2 or 3 of the England players saying
original decision is not out.
Here we go. Let's have a look. It's pitched on. Actually pitched easily on.
The impact is in line.
Umpire's call.
Umpire's call. Kumari is with the original decision. Stand by.
Yeah. So trimming the top of the leg stump.
Yeah, it's one of those that if that had been given out, you'd have felt a bit aggrieved as a batter.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't want an umpire giving that out, actually, would you? No. Not really, because that's guesswork. A good decision. Very good decision. And England, well, they won't lose a review because it's umpire's call, of course. So they still have 2. Australia have got 2. 183 for 3. Rashid again. Bowls. And Labuschagne on the back foot. Just to pick out Brooke there at cover.
Labuschagne 5 from 10. 5 singles.
Yeah, well, we're starting to feel a bit twitchy, I'd imagine. 183 for 3. Ball to go in the 29th. Rashid on his way. Bowls short, pulled away out towards deep mid-wicket. That could be the pressure release. Oh, it's a brilliant piece of fielding from Bethel out there. Wow. He's absolutely flung himself full length on some pretty hard practice pitches too. And, well, he saved a boundary there. They only got 1. And, well, Rashid owes him 1 for that because that was a long hop that deserved to go for 4 at least.
Yeah, he's been the best on show for England in the field. His first 50-over game, he's a gun in the field. He's so quick. He's made 2 or 3 diving stops already, but that was the best of them because, as you say, he was on the edge of the old practice wickets.
Yeah.
Where we used to practice in the corner there.
Well, that's what lifts a team when you're under a bit of pressure. 29 overs gone. And Travis Head's on 97, but he's just lost the strike a bit at the moment. Labuschagne on 6. Matthew Potts with the pudding bowl haircuts coming back.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of short sides, not back and sides. It's just short. Oh no, there's a little bit on the back. It's the mullet, isn't it? It's the new look. He's just lacking a tash. That's what he needs.
Oh, to be able to do something like that again. 184 for 3. 29 overs gone. The target 316. Labuschagne 6 from 11 is on strike, and England like that. They've got a very tight field here, not allowing him just to push and run. Potts from the pavilion end comes in and bowls a Labuschagne wide outside the off stump. Yeah, the umpire, I'm afraid, confirming there with a bit of a grimace.
Alex Horth, the umpire, the old teammate.
Yeah. Well, he knew that was a wide. It was a bit of a stiff loosener, if I'm honest. We've got seagulls now. The Canada geese have gone, but not quite as dramatic a sight there as the seagulls come over. 185 for 3.
Stuart Broad's on the television. He's got
Potts. bowls, and that's flicked away out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll take a single, that's all they'll have. The fielder swoops in.
He's got a cream cardigan on us, Stuart. Val Duncan-esque.
He's actually got... he's got the temerity to actually give me lessons on fashion.
Do you want me to tell you a bit of secret about him? Do you know he has a stylist?
Well, he needs to get another one. Yeah, he actually lectures me on fashion.
Well, he doesn't choose his own gear. Someone tells him what he should be wearing and he puts that outfit on.
I saw his dad downstairs. As I told him, he spends all his time in our commentary box, Stuart.
Nicking our sweets, that's what he does.
In comes Potts, bowls, driven down to mid-on. Well, I like to think they were better company. I told him off the other day, I said, go and join your friends down the end of the corridor. No, he gives him long lectures, which button to do up on your jacket.
I think he had a good train journey back from Manchester with our good friend Phil Tufnell on Sunday. Dear. I think it may have got lively.
I think it probably did.
Sunday train's usually a bit long. I think it was a 3-hour job from Manchester. I think there might have been a bottle or two involved.
There's Potts, bowls on the leg stump, tucked away out towards that leg side boundary, deep mid wicket. Chase the fielder again. He does well, and Bethel's there to come sweeping in. They've only managed 2. Excellent fielding. I think Head's a bit disappointed about that. It's got to 99. Not quite sure how much support there was there from the other end to get the third. I think they really should have got 3, shouldn't they?
Yeah, they should have done, really. It's that attempted cutter from Potts, and he's skidding on. He's definitely coming onto the bat that little bit easier.
Big dive, scoop back. I think they could have got 3, but anyway. Head is now on 99. 188 for 3. Field set tight. Potts under the floodlights, comes in, bowls a full toss, and that's just clubbed away into the offside, and Travis Head already is undoing his helmet strap. He'll take his helmet off, and it's a sight we saw a lot of last summer. He's raising his helmet up on the end of his bat handle. I'm not quite sure what that signifies, but he's a delightful fellow. He's always got a smile on his face. What does that bit mean then when he put
the helmet raised? Yeah, I've not seen that before from Travis Head. Tremendous 100. He's struck it beautifully.
The 600, second against England, but yeah, good player, good cricketer, isn't he? Potts again, moves in, bowls, and Labuschagne's a little bit squared up, defends this next delivery, which rolls away to be picked up in the covers. 189 for 3, with a ball to go in the 30th over. The target 316, and you've got to say at the moment, this is Australia's game, and England need wickets. They need Head. They need Head out of there. Not sure about that raising of the helmet like that on the end of the handle. Ebony, have you seen that sort of celebration?
No, that is definitely new.
In comes Potts, bowls, and that's run away down towards third man for a single. And that's the end of the over. So 190 for 3. The target's 316. Australia need 126 to win off the last 20 overs, and they've got 7 wickets in hand. So nicely set they are. Ebony, please don't take it personally. I'm going to leave you. And Alison's coming here.
Yeah, brilliant from Travis Head. What a player. Offers so much, that left-hand ability to be aggressive, but also today what I liked is being able to play the situation in terms of spin, the conditions there. He's adjusted, not tried to overhit.
Yeah, those Travis Head numbers for that 100 off 92 balls, 14 fours, 3 sixes. It's his 6th ODI 100, his 2nd against England, and his 1st in England.
Yeah, I just was looking at that, Phil, the fact he's never scored 100 in any format against England in England. He got the century at the Oval, didn't he, in the World Test Championship final. That was against India. But he'll be delighted to be on an English ground, bringing up 3 figures. Less delighted with I'm sure it's pickle juice he's just drunk that the physio's brought out for him, because he just necked this very small vial of something and then looked like he was about to hurl. He pulled a terrible face. So just making sure he doesn't cramp up through the rest of the innings, get those salts up.
Well, he's been in good form really as well through the T20s. Started strong. And I got a chance to interview him actually in that first game. I think he was player of the match, and I was impressed at how chilled out he is as well.
Very.
I think that's important. You know, he You want to be at the top of your game, but also roll with it.
Rashid's still got 4 overs to bowl here. Slip stays in place. Labuschagne on strike, goes back outside edges found, but skims away to the backward point region. And there's no run. 190 for 3 then in the 31st over. The target 316. But when Travis Head got that 100 at the World Test Championship final, he was so chilled out because he'd just strolled in off the back of a European holiday with his wife. A little bit shorter by Rashid, driven down the ground to long on for a single. So he'd barely, I can't remember how many months it'd been that he had not touched a bat.
Yeah.
But he strolled in off, you know, if you followed his Instagram, it was Florence, Venice, Rome.
Yeah, done the whole European.
Yep, had an absolute wonderful time. And then just turned up, did a bit of a net practice, creamed 100 against India.
As you do.
Win a World Test Championship final.
Yeah, who needs all those nets in training, eh?
Key player in that match. Right, here he is facing up to Rashid. Goes back. It's a little slightly bit of an awkward position to play out defensively, back up the pitch.
Yeah, you get different type of players as well. You get ones who need to be hitting balls or bowling balls to feel in form, and then you get others that are more confidence-based.
Rashid moves in, no slip here for Head on 100. He's moved to make some room, backing away towards leg, out towards the boundary in a sprawling attempt. Can't save 4. Bethel loses his sunglasses in the process as he left a bit of a divot in the turf. But another boundary to the Head tallies onto 104 from 94 balls.
That was hit with some sort of venom there. Really noticing how it's sort of skidding across the surface and actually off the wicket. Bethel had to put in the full stretch dive. Nearly lost not only his glasses but his lower half trousers there.
That's why you wear the old cycling shorts underneath. Rashid, the leg break, and Head goes with the spin, sends him towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Yeah, never a good look that, is it, when your trousers come down?
Never.
He's up on his feet. Head settling over his bat, and Rashid getting ready to move in. Skips up to the stumps, bowls some width again here, googly I think that was, and out again towards deep points, and finds Bethel once more. He fields securely this time. Doesn't need to dive. Trousers stay comfortably up. It's the end of the over. 196 for 3. Then Travis Head, a scintillating 105. Not out for him so far. And Ben Duckett could have had 3 figures to his name earlier if he hadn't tapped back a fairly tame caught and bowled to Marnus Labuschagne when he was on 95.
Yeah, lots of concentration there, wasn't it? It just really felt like it. And you wanted him to sort of stamp his authority straight away in the ODI, considering how he played.
Yeah, Will Jack 62, 120 for the second wicket. And you can watch the highlights of that with Ebony. And indeed, any of those, the clips of shots and wickets are all on the BBC Sport website and app as well right now, where you can go back and watch some of the key bits of action, including fabulous of inside-out 6 over extra cover that came. Was that? I can't remember who struck that now. Head just a little bit tucked up here by Matthew Potts, continuing from the pavilion end. And there's no run. Fields off his own bowling. We've had some big hitting. Mitch Marsh as well, before he was out for just 10. Also hit one big one. I mean, he'd sort of played quite patiently, but then played and missed at a number, and then just absolutely nailed one out through a deep mid-wicket. His ferocious shot. 196 for 3. Potts, dark hair, moves in full, and Head is flicked it away wide of mid-wicket, fielded by mid-on. Moves across to his left-hand side. It's Harry Brook there. How's Harry Brook feeling at this stage of things, Ebbs? Only 3 down. Travis Head not out on 100. He was making all sorts of field changes at the start of the innings, tinkering an awful lot, but the way the equation is going, so many wickets in hand.
Well, that's what I think the challenge here is, where you're going to get your wickets from. It's not a seamer's day out there, that's for sure. And then Adil Rashid, who, as always, bowling beautifully. You know, you look at some of his deliveries, they've been almost unplayable, but he's still wicketless.
Labuschagne waits with his bat poised as Potts is in bowls full. Drive back up the pitch, and Potts fielding in his follow through, and then feigned to throw the ball back towards Labuschagne. That's what's brought the ooh from the crowd. Potts didn't release the ball. So score remains 193. 119 needed in just under 19 overs from here. So they need to be going at just under 6.5 and over. They've got 7 wickets in hand. So yes, it is wickets desperately needed. The wicket of Travis Head, very much needed. That's been the case for some time. Potts moves in. Bit of a murky feel to the evening right now with the floodlights on, and this is clipped behind square by Labuschagne, who's sprinting off for the first and turning for the second as if he's running the 100 metres, and the throw comes in and Labuschagne has got home. Well run, putting some pressure on England in the field. It was an accurate throw into the stumps, but Labuschagne really sprinted with intent for that first run and made the second possible.
Yeah, and you've got to give credit to Australia here. You know, there was a danger that they could have played in a similar fashion to England with some of those big shots against the spinners, but actually, because they know what they're chasing, there's just a lot of clinical punching it out into the deep. If it goes for 4, gets through the gap, great. If not, up and down like we just saw. So when you know the equation and you're ahead of the game,
3 inside the ring on the offside, 2 on the on. Labuschagne gets when he tries to pull. Bottom edges into the ground, though. However, a single out to deep backwards square. Salt sends the ball back into Jamie Smith.
It's not raining, though, is it?
I don't think so. In the distance, it looks very hazy, as if it could be raining, you know, beyond towards the pavilion. But mind you, I don't know why we try and hang our hands out the window, because there's a big overhang, I think, just above our head. That's not going to help. I can't see anyone in crowds, you know, in the
umbrellas,
crowd, putting jackets or umbrellas up. I think it's just got that hazy look to it under the floodlights. Potts into Travis Head, and he gets down low to a ball outside the off stump, bottom edges it as he looks to cut it away to the covers. Then he'll only find Ben Duckett. End of the over from Potts, the 200 came up for Australia in that over. So 200 for 3 is the score. Travis Head on 106, Labuschagne on 12. And England so far have used Archer, Potts, Cars, Will Jacks, Adil Rashid, Liam Livingstone, and 3 overs from Jacob Bethell, which did bring the wickets of Cameron Green. So a wicket for Bethell in his maiden ODI innings.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind
a lot of spin.
I wouldn't mind seeing a burst from Cast, because I thought he got some serious pace earlier. He was clocking 90, 89, 90. And I just wonder if, you know, he was bowling full straight at the pads. We've seen a couple of the spinners just sort of trap them on the pads. I'm wondering if just a burst and say, look, you've got 3 overs, bowl quick, straight, and let's see if we could just blast, you know, even if you target Labuschagne, who's not as well set as Travis Head, be my go-to. But he's going to go more to spin.
There's nobody sort of in the side that well, I suppose maybe Bethell was potentially that Labuschagne role, the sort of spinner who comes on where you think, well, yeah, he's not a main part of the attack, maybe the concentration will lapse. And yes, it did bring one wicket, but that was the point when England's innings turned, wasn't it? Because Labuschagne came on and not only dismissed Duckett, but in his very next over had Harry Brook caught and bowled in a very similar fashion. Now here is Jacks, though, and a little paddle around the corner by Labuschagne to move him on to 13, picked up in the deep to come through for the single.
Yeah, another thing I was just thinking as well is actually this is Australia with a weakened bowling lineup with a lot of senior players going through that bug. When you think across the course of the 5-match series, if they comfortably take on the bowlers in this game and then, you know, then they come back with their full attack, they could be even more of a threat than they are.
Well, that's it. Australia are playing with a weakened side because of illness here. Travis Head making a bit of room towards the leg side, exposed his stumps, but punched it off the back foot up towards Duckett at extra cover. A dot ball, 201 for 3.
And Stark.
Yeah, Stark to come back in, Hazelwood to come in. Around the wicket here is Jacks. Chopped into the ground, out towards deep cover. Another single taken. And they had so many injuries before this season, before this series even started, because Spencer Johnson would have probably been in the T20 squad. Nathan Ellis has been injured, Riley Meredith injured. They've lost Xavier Bartlett, who featured in the start of the T20 series. This one out to a short third. Liam Livingstone is there, tumbles back to field, and a dot ball. But yeah, and England's total could have been so much more than the 315 they got, given the platform that they had. Here is Jacks, moves in over the wicket here, and a reverse. They struck on the pad, and it's dribbled away towards fine leg.
Still some good purchase for the spinners there. Will Jacks has varied his pace. You see him sometimes fire one in at 64. That one just more mid-50s, and it bragged and turned.
Moves in again from wide of the crease. Looking to drive way through the offside. Can only find Duckett at extra cover. So Travis Head stays on 107 at the end of this over. 203 for 3. Well, one thing for sure is we probably won't see Will Jacks open the bowling in T20 International for a while. Because remember, he did that, didn't he, in the World T20 against Australia, and got absolutely
the
smashed.
treatment.
When you talk of a tone-setting over, Australia certainly had the upper hand in that one.
Yeah.
And that was one of the questions, I guess, around the tactics that England have employed over the 50-over World Cup, but then the T20 World Cup. Even though they got to the semi-finals, just that sense of they could do so much better. And now they've got this chance with different personnel, very different-looking side. Brendan McCullum, not technically in charge of the side right now, but certainly already making some decisions, like Jamie Smith saying that it was McCullum who told him at the end of the Sri Lankan series that you'll be keeping wicket in the ODIs. Right, a new over, and it is Cars then, Ebony, from the pavilion end. Bit of pace, and Labuschagne has just allowed the pace to run off the bat down to deep third here for 1. Down there on the boundary.
Yeah, I like this. I just think he had just that extra few clicks today. 91, saw some 92, and I'm just thinking if he can get it fast and straight, maybe just get an odd one that maybe just does something off the surface, but he needs to keep the stumps in play, offer no width. What's he got? He's got... Yeah, everyone's set back so he can bowl back of a length. Hit that top of off.
Bleached blonde hair. Falling on the toes of Travis Head, whipping him along the ground, and he'll get 4 for it. One fielder on that leg side boundary. The other is Adil Rashid down at very, very fine leg. But yeah, just a whip from Head to a full ball.
Missed his line here. Straight is one thing, but once you start getting leggy onto the pads, it's too easy to that pace just help on its way.
Cast moves in again. The field's spread for Travis Head, but he could be out here. He's clothed it just over the top of a wide mid-on, and Harry Brook has leapt, but he's now had to watch it go for 4. Well, that's got to be about the only chance that Travis Head has offered in his entire innings. He did not get hold of it.
Yeah, completely clothed that, didn't he? And didn't have control. They were hoping for an absolute fraction of a second. He banged it in, and Travis Head could have gone to the offside. He should have gone to the offside. Tried to drag it all the way. But nearly a catch.
Oh, Harry Brook tried. He leapt. Would have been a spectacular take. Probably one-handed. That's the way he went for it. Full, and Head is really putting a lot of effort and forcing these shots. This time doesn't time it. Up to mid-off and no run.
Travis Head has offered just the one chance. It was dropped by Cars, in fact, when he was on 7, the one-handed.
Oh, but yeah, again, I mean, it would have been spectacular if he took it. Absolutely. Yeah, that was one to look back on the highlights. He leapt. The ball had sort of gone past him. I mean, it's, a chance, but an absolutely specky grab if he'd held on. Around the wicket, cast in here, and Head, he likes it there because it's outside the off stump. He's able to carve it away for 4. There is a fielder on that cover boundary, but the placement is good, just pushing it sufficiently in front of square that it couldn't get cut off. And a comfortable shot for Travis Head to take him on to 119, and Australia 216 for 3. Plenty of sporting highlights available later for you, by the way, on BBC Two. And the iPlayer is to tell you about. It's the BBC's new Champions League highlights show is on from 11:05 p.m, followed by the best of the action from this game, presented by Ebony, Rainford, Brent. Around the wickets, pulled behind square. Should be cut off. Oh no, it won't be. Again, he's just placing it, and he's hitting it so well. That ball is racing at pace to the boundary. Mitch Marsh is clapping in the Australian dressing room, sitting in the balcony, likes what he sees, because Australia are galloping still. 220 for 3. The target 316, and we've had 34 overs now. So just drinks are being brought out here. So just to finish off telling you about that, if 11:05 p.m. Or rather after that, when the highlights of this game will go on. So if that's too late for you, then you can still see highlight clips on the BBC Sport website and app right now. And of course, all our cricket highlights shows stay on the iPlayer for 30 days. So even if you don't watch highlights of this game tonight, you can watch tomorrow, the next day, or indeed any time for the month after, which is pretty good offering. 220 for 3 then. Drinks being brought out. Travis Head 123 off 107 balls. They need to try and induce another false shot from him if they can.
Yeah, Phil, I was just going to ask how many came off that Van Carsover, because it felt like the plan clearly was to bring him in, get some pace, bang it in at a length and cause some problems, and it ended up being quite expensive.
Did 17 off the over, the most expensive over of the day, in fact. 4 fours for Travis Head there as well.
Yeah, that is it can just take an over like that to feel like it's taking the game away suddenly. I mean, Australia really, they're in charge at the moment of this run chase. That takes a big leap forward.
Yeah, I think the issue there as well for him was the line. Like, he got leg side, got clipped, then he gets offside, and, you know, he's pumped through width, and you really just wanted him to, yes, bang it in at a length, but keep it tight to the stumps and that sort of middle and off. So he just drifted on line. The effort was there. The problem is, on a surface like this, seam is coming on pretty nicely.
Yeah, Travis Head is absolutely flying, as he has done since he stepped foot on the British Isles, because he started off against Scotland with a craze. It was 50 off 19 balls. I can't remember exactly what he ended up on before he was dismissed, but the other half century off 19 balls was yes, absolutely took the attack apart. And then he followed that up with a half century in Southampton, 59. And then first of the ODI series, he brings up his first 100 against England on English soil. So, I mean, his hundreds in Test cricket have, I think, exclusively been in Australia. So that, I'm sure, will be a part of his game that he wants to target a bit like... almost a bit like Joe Root, to say, you know, he wants to win an Ashes on Australian soil, and I'm sure Travis Head wants to tick that box of getting 100 in an Ashes on English soil. Phil, you've got something, and then I'm going to make way, and Geoff Lemon's going to come and join you, Ed.
Yeah, Travis Head, as Ali mentioned, in a great run of form. There's been not very many ODIs played around the world in this in 2024, so before today, Travis Head had played ODI against West Indies in Melbourne. He made 4, but the game before that, 137 of 120 balls, 15 fours, 4 sixes. He was in the World Cup final against India.
Thank you, Phil. I remember that game.
Were you there?
Yeah, I was there.
Did you get stuck in the hurricane? Oh, you were both there. Did you get stuck in the hurricane?
Yes, we were a few days delayed in the hurricane. People aren't very sympathetic when you say I've been delayed in Barbados. I've learned that, but I've also learned that it's less fun when an actual hurricane is blowing past about, 40 miles maybe south of the island. So it was very hairy, and a lot less damage was done than might have been, but it was a lot more damage than you'd expect on a beach holiday.
AKA work.
Yes. Well, it was the extra few days afterwards could have been a holiday, but they ended up being rather more anxiety-inducing than that, as you sit there in the middle of the night and wonder whether the ocean's going to come over the seawall and inundate the place you're staying in and get you evacuated, and the palm trees are all bent double and the wind is screaming and the roofs are coming off various buildings. So, I don't recommend it. But there's not much you can do when a hurricane's coming your way. That's what it's doing. You can't outrun them.
So, Geoff, it looks like Harry Brooks' gamble of bringing on Cass and going for the pace didn't pay off. 17 off that.
That was a big one.
Yeah.
And it's been pace that even when they haven't been smashing it, they've been getting a run and ball against the pace and taking it easier against the spin, certainly since Bethel picked up that last wicket of green. But 96 needed at a runner ball. You get the sense, you expect teams to accelerate late in ODIs, but they don't actually need to do that. Australia, they can just pick these off if they want it. Jacks will bowl around the wicket, and a little reverse lap shot, conventional lap shot from Labuschagne. He wants a second run. He's really herring back, and he's quick across the turf. I think he's done a lot of work on his interval sprinting, Labuschagne. He's a much more agile fielder now than he was when he started off in the Australian teams, and he got up and back for that too so quickly. As he got down and just dinked it over a short fine leg, vacant area, 222 for 3. Jacks tries again. Labuschagne skips away to the leg side and uses an angled bat to knock the ball out towards cover, straight to Brook, the captain, figuring out what to do next. Jack's little flight, and he goes for that little dab sweep again. Marnus Labuschagne, very fine, just gets the single this time. The fielder out there a bit more alert to the pace, and Labuschagne was a few steps out of the non-striker's crease saying, come on, let's do it again, but no. 223 for 3. Labuschagne has 18. Travis Head back on strike on 123. He's faced 107 balls. Must be starting to tire out there. You wonder if you often see that with the big innings in a 50-over game. Somebody plays a bad shot at this kind of time because they start to get worn out. Jacks floats it up to him, just drives it to cover for 1. 124 for Head, 223? 224 for 3.
Run a ball. Any stage of white ball cricket, you'll take this, especially with 7 wickets in hand. Just nudging it around, working those little angles.
Well, it's who can affect that equation. Jacks up to Labuschagne, goes back, cuts, 1 run. Out to the deep point sweeper, stays at a run a ball. 92 becomes 91 needed from 91 deliveries. So which bowlers can suppress the scoring, squeeze a wicket, get a few quiet overs, or which batter can get aggressive, find a boundary? A little bit of width, cut to point, straight to the fielder inside the ring. Rashid goes down on both knees to field the ball. 91 needed from 90 deliveries with 15 overs left in this contest. 225 for 3 Australia. They need 316 to win. We're just doing the little drifty thing. Both teams are
just ticking. It's that sort of stage in the middle where the field's spread, battering in the middle, you just say, just rotate it, make 1 punch of the field, knock it, find the gap, reverse, lap, and you know there's 0 danger. Just accumulate. There will be a bad ball, put it away, but there's no pressure.
Yep.
There's 0 pressure, and I think when you see the pace come on, and that's come on nicely and got put away, Rashid's nearly bowled out, which is the biggest spin threat.
Well, we're going to see Cast again, so this is an interesting call. Labuschagne drives it out to deep point for 1 to start the over. So Harry Brook backing his faster bowler, who went for 4 boundaries. Travis Head picking up all of them. Just couldn't get the length right. He was able to be pulled away through the leg side after that close one by Ellie Mitchell's voice in the previous over. I thought it was a done deal. The wicket was falling and the catch was taken. But just evaded the grasp. Cast will bowl to Travis Head now, who heaves into a pull shot and hits it straight to mid-on along the grounds.
He does like a good old shovel kind of pull shot, doesn't he? Like just try and bully the ball.
An uncultivated pull shot, you might call it.
Yeah.
He leans back and heaves the hips. We saw him hitting those at Headingley in that test match last year when he might have been 77. He was belting 6s over the leg side. He doesn't have that nice, graceful swivel that some executives of the pull shot have. He's going back and cutting this time because Cast has given him width, but they've got a deep point sweeper. So just the 1 run. 227 for 3. But he lumps it. He's like someone picking up a big, heavy sack and throwing it onto the back of a truck.
That's a good analogy. That's a very good analogy. It's not Michael Clarke or Ponting swivels.
No.
It's let's shovel this to the boundary.
Ponting was like someone had drilled a little hole in the ground and put a wooden peg in his heel, and he would just swivel on the heel.
Perfectly.
Extraordinary. But Travis Head looks different. Still very effective. Cast bowls to Labuschagne, who's pulling with a bit more grace out into the gap between the outfielders behind square, which means he'll get back for a second run. 229 for 3. Australia need 87 from 86 balls.
Not much happening in this over here for England either. At least it's a quieter one. He's maybe going to have to turn to Adil Rashid here. And he's got 3 overs left. Just chuck it to that senior bowler and say, just break this partnership somehow.
Get me something. Cast to Labuschagne, who dabs it very fine for 4. That is a very fine shot, as well as the angle at which the ball travelled. He saw the width, a little bit of the channel outside the off stump, and with the toe of the bat pointing back towards the wicketkeeper, just places it in the path of that ball and runs it off the face. Very fine through about a second slip away for 4, deliberately. 233 for 3.
Yeah, he plays it so late as well. Like, he watches the ball like an absolute hawk. And lets it come under the eyes. Frustration there for the bowler.
Marnus Labuschagne's first boundary.
Oh.
Is it?
Really?
Oh. Could knock me down with a hawk feather. Tries the same shot again and doesn't quite get it past the wicketkeeper this time. Just hit it a bit more firmly into the ground, which took pace off the ball. So Labuschagne remains on 26. 14 overs to go. Australia need 83 from 84 at 233 for 3. So they're still doing the middle rounds of the boxing match, just still feeling each other out. Who's going to move first?
Well, did you not think the previous cast over was a 1-2-3 jab? That was a full-on...
That was a flurry, but now it's got them level. Now they're level on points, and now it's about...
Now it's just a jab.
About who's going to change the equation, which team can push that balanced equation in their favour. Australia have the ammunition. They've got the backup players, but we saw from England's innings earlier, it's not perfectly easy to start. So just walking out,
conditions
10 to go.
Have also come into the Australia. Like, I just feel a bit of moisture in the air. Maybe it's just kissing off the surface a bit easier than it was for the balls that were stopping.
Yeah, it looked a bit stoppy. The Ben Duckett one looked a bit stoppy, going back, and then he was reaching for the ball and it wasn't quite there yet, spooned it back. It'll be Liam Livingstone to bowl, not Adil Rashid, and he's slammed down the ground by head. He opens that front foot. A lot of power, but they've got Phil Salt protecting the boundary. 234 for 3. Head up to 126. Labuschagne has 100 runs fewer than that. Livingstone picked up a wicket earlier, the return catch off Steve Smith. It's one of only 3 that England have taken so far. Australia need 82 from 83 balls. A long chat between Brooke, the captain, and Livingstone. That's Ebony, Rainford, Brent makes way. Alistair Cook is back. Welcome back. Good evening.
Thank you very much. He's played well, hasn't he, Travis Head?
It's a ridiculous innings, really.
They're cantering towards it, you'd say.
Livingstone up and goes over the leg side. Labuschagne, that's a huge strike. Not a noted 6-hitter, but that has gone an absolute mile all the way over the green stretch of the practice pitches outside the boundary rope and nearly carried into the crowd beyond that net section of the ground down there as he just swung across the line. Straightish bat, wide mid-wicket, and got a lot on that. It landed just on the concrete verge. 240 for 3.
Brilliant shot. You described it well, but also just keeps... If he can hit some sixes as well and the odd boundary.
Comes forward and defends the next ball, which he can afford to do because they've got that.
It's not all just on Travis Head.
The runs required fewer than the balls remaining at this point, 76 from 81. And Livingstone to Labuschagne, who goes again. It's hanging in the air. Does it have the legs? It does. It just carries long on. They didn't have a fielder back anyway. He was having to run back to try to make up ground and probably wouldn't have got there had the ball landed inside the field of play, but it just carries that rope. I don't know why Marnus Labuschagne has decided this, but he's decided this Livingstone over is the one to go for and try to break that chase open.
Yeah, they just dangled a carrot by having mid-on up. So it was a bit of a free hit. Now they've pushed him back and brought deep backward square leg up.
Livingstone to Labuschagne, who gets down and sweeps him for 4. This one along the ground. Sort of paddle sweep, kept the bat flat, horizontal, spun around as he got down in that kneeling position and helps the ball away. 250 up for Australia. They need 66 from 79.
So that's a low risk shot, isn't it? The low risk sweep shot. That was, you can see what England were trying to try and burgle a wicket, but Labuschagne has been too good in this over.
Livingstone to Labuschagne, who drives down to long on for a single. His work done for the over. He's happy to just play at the conservative strike. 251 for 3. They need 65 from 13 overs. Phil Long?
Yeah, Marnus Labuschagne, no boundaries with his first 29 balls. Then he went 4.664 and then that single. You mentioned he doesn't hit a lot of sixes in ODIs. They were only number 8 and 9 in his ODI career.
Well, Liam Livingstone didn't want to see them, but there they are. It was an unexpected twist in this game, Alistair.
Well, both him and Steve Smith have hit more sixes today than you would expect in the innings. I don't know whether it's been something spoken about by the coach. And McDonald saying, right, if you are going to play in this team, the ability to hit sixes is just as important as your ability to not ones as well. Which is a bit of a dangerous thing if Smith and Labuschagne start hitting bombs as well as their ability to rotate the strike and keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, deal with the more dangerous bowlers.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're a great insurance policy for a one-day team to have. It doesn't always have to be sixes. You talked about Ben Duckett earlier, and he's such a good four hitter that he doesn't really need to hit sixes. He's able to play the game that way. So they have turned to Rashid. Break glass in case of emergency, and Labuschagne plays that slapping sort of wristy on drive down to long on for one.
Yeah, a little bit of this. What England's one-day cricket over the last couple of years has been that ability to take wickets. You know, if you take Rashid out of it, the ability to take wickets when you need one. And I know that's an obvious thing to say, but who are England's best seamers? You know, who is the real wicket-taking threat? Because if you don't take wickets in one-day cricket, you know, the modern player, it's very hard to stop them scoring.
Well, yeah, give them 50 overs to bat, and you see some monstrous scores. 252 for 3 is the score here. Australia needs 64 from 77. Labuschagne's on 44. Head on strike on 126, and he's digging out a drive through a straight mid-wicket from Rashid for 1. 253 for 3. And a big problem being that Jofra Archer has gone for 53 from 6 overs tonight and hasn't been that wicket taker.
Yeah, you know, you can't expect too much from a guy who's been out for so long. You know, it's not every ball he bowls is a magic ball. He's a very, very fine cricketer.
Rashid to Labuschagne. That straight sweep again, and he's got it for 4. He was able to put enough backspin on that shot, which initially he hit very square, that it just kept curling away behind square, and the fielder in the deep ended up having too much ground to make up. Phil Salt just collects it from the rope. Labuschagne on a spree, 257 for 3.
Yeah, I was saying about Jofra and his ability, like, it doesn't mean just because he plays he's going to take 5 for every time. So you could almost see him trying too hard today. Not kind of unexpected from how much cricket he's missed and how desperate he has been to play for England.
Rashid to Labuschagne, drives 1 down to long on, 258 for 3. Yeah, there's a problem with expectation with Archer, that because he's been so thrilling at times, people expect that every time.
Yeah, and big injuries and just bowling 4 overs of power play, and it's very different from setting the tone of a 4 or 5 over spell at the top of the order. He bowls some absolute seeds to Travis Head, but he also couldn't back it up for 6 balls.
Rashid to Head, who's swinging away off the bottom edge of the sweep. He'll pick up 4 here, and everything's starting to break Australia's way at the moment. England need wickets now, and desperately. That's the only way they can try to stop this momentum towards the victory target of 316. The score is 262 for 3. Head's 131.
Stuart Broad always said it's almost impossible to defend this ground at certain times. It just feels like England are in that period now, and Australia have earned the right to do it. Every shot just gets sucked to the boundary, even if you don't quite time it.
Rashid to Head, who goes back and cuts. He cuts very straight, down to a wide long off in the end. 263 for 3 as he goes up to 132. 12 overs remaining.
What are your plans then for the next couple of days?
I've got to go and play a game tomorrow.
What kind of cricketer are you?
Terrible.
No, I didn't ask what.
Atrocious.
Seamer, spinner?
The most appalling, slow, loopy moon balls that give people too much time to think.
Jeremy Snake.
That's my plan. Just lob it as high up as you can and see if you can land it on top of the bails.
What's the game?
It's a social game. It's the Final Word podcast that I make. We have a team. We've got a team of listeners to the show who've been pulled together. So we're getting together in London to take on the Oval Dream Boys, who are Felix White's team. So that's happening tomorrow. Round the wicket comes Livingston. It's been driven down to long off for 1 by Travis Head, 133.
I look forward to hearing the outcome. Any favourites, would you say? Or?
Well, Final Word 11, unbeaten on English soil in about 5 years of fixtures. Never
2020?
been. I think it's usually, might be a 25 over game, but thereabouts. It's not the highest calibre of cricket, I'll say that. But it's a good time. Livingston pull shot from Labuschagne, which he hits off the toe, straight into the ground, and back to the bowler on the bounce. Phil Long?
Did I hear you were opening the bowling?
I might be, yeah. I've been threatened with that. I don't want to do it, but sometimes you're given orders. Livingston in at the leg stump. It's just pushed back down the pitch. Labuschagne happy to wait for the right delivery now. Yeah, so we'll do that and then hop on the train up to Leeds on Friday night in reasonable shape, hopefully. And we've got a match up there on Saturday morning. So away we go as this series continues, and Labuschagne continues his innings, driving down the ground to raise a half-century as Jacks comes off the rope to field. And it has been an impressive innings from Labuschagne. He's shown more gears than we've expected. He took his time at the start, settled, and then started attacking the bowling. They need 51 more to win, Phil.
And reached his 58 balls quicker than Travis Head.
Did he?
Yeah, 42 as opposed to 50.
That's a good stat. I like that. Livingston 2, Travis Head, who clears the front leg and smears him across the line down to long on, where Phil Salt gets a one-handed take. A bit like a basketball receive, just looking to get around a defender with the spin. 1 run, 266 for 3.
Yeah, Labuschagne's played a fine knock and also kind of soaked up a bit of pressure early on. When you get off to a slow start, there is that responsibility of seeing it through.
Livingston to Labuschagne, back cut, no run to backward point.
I think it was. I think it's 22 balls to 14. If you suddenly get out there, everyone looks at that knock and it's not a great knock. But he's managed to get through it, and then the ability to play the bigger shots.
You've created extra pressure for everybody else who comes in, but there's not much pressure now with Labuschagne hitting those sixes. He's got 50 off 43, Head 134, and with 11 overs to go, I'll hand over to Jonathan Agnew.
I said earlier, I couldn't see Australia cantering to victory. Luckily, Geoff saved me by saying, unless Travis Head gets 150, where he's well on the way to that. Brilliant, supported by Labuschagne, and they have made this chase look fairly easy. And England haven't looked like forcing a wicket unless they get a mistake from the Australian batsman.
Yeah, agreed. They've made this look very easy indeed so far. Rashid's coming on at the other end now. He's been hoisted high into the night sky and into the stand. And I think very well caught there, given that it's a bit gloomy now. I think very well caught. The chap with the cap on. Well caught, sir.
Did he catch it?
I think so. I mean, I didn't actually see it going to his hands, but I think the reaction out there suggested he clung on to it. It was a big hit again from Travis Head, who's lining up that leg side boundary. It's a gamble because the ball's spinning into him.
I don't know.
I think he might have put it down. Rashid again bowls to him. He drives straight down the ground this time and just he walks the run, if that makes sense. Literally strolls it, except the fielder out there seen all that happening and hurled the ball. We're getting to break into a trot. 273 for 3. It's all ending rather quickly here. 43 to win. And still 10 overs to go after this one. Did he drop it?
He dropped it. Gave it way too much credit, Aggers.
Oh, sorry. I thought the reaction out there was that he'd clung on.
Only because everyone seemed to be laughing. All his mates seemed to be laughing at him, saying there's one chance.
43 from 64 balls. 7 wickets in hand. So our initial reaction, I think, was probably the right one then, that we did feel that England were well undercooked to that score. But we did talk about the spinners and that maybe, but to be fair to you, Cookie, you did say that actually the ball has skid on a bit in the evening here. Now Labuschagne gives himself some room and drives down the ground for a single.
I don't realise you just cover all bases. Yeah. Then you can.
But they were short. I mean, at 30 overs to go, they looked on track for 400.
Right, you say they 200, they were 30 overs, 4 down or 3. Yeah. You've got to get close to 350, 360 at very least.
Rashid again over the wicket. Bowls and Head. Oh, he's going to be caught here. He's spooned it up. A leading edge. Oh, he's got away with it. It just plopped over the head of the fielder running back. Duck it. It's on the edge of the circle there. It was a horrible leading edge. It was in the air for a long time.
And also, if you'd have said to the English batsmen at the beginning of the day, you're... What exactly were they at 30 overs? 200, they 4 down?
There's Rashid bowls. Labuschagne on the back foot steers to point. They're about 202 or something, weren't they?
Yeah, for 4. I can't remember. Were they 4 or
for 2? 201 for 2.
If you'd have said to them, you have 20 overs and you only have 1 over a seam, and the spinners are Travis Head, Labuschagne,
Rashid bowls, very slow this one, swept by Labuschagne. Archer's out there. In fact, he's been out there throughout the innings, hovering around that boundary edge.
At Trent Bridge as well, where it doesn't normally spin. I mean, you'll be thinking, well, we'll get 500.
Yeah.
That's strange, isn't it?
It was a bit stoppy.
A little.
I think you're right about that. Now, it just a skim on with a bit of dew and moisture around. So 40 needed from 60 balls, and Australia go one up. The next match is at Headingley on Saturday. It's very confusing, all these times of starts, but it's an 11 o'clock start on Saturday at Leeds. So unless there's some sort of dramatic turnaround here, England will be looking to do something rather better there, but I'm sure there'll be a big crowd, it'll be boisterous.
To be fair, the crowd's been brilliant there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Brilliant. I mean, not a great atmosphere when England are losing.
Now, Livingston, there's an interesting byplay there. Livingston was about to bowl the ball, and Labuschagne got into a reverse sweep very quickly for the leg spinner, so Livingston didn't let the ball go. 276 for 3, goes in again now, bowls a full toss. He's clumped away out towards that deep square leg, boundary for 4. It is a very short boundary there, you know. And the reason we say that is that, although that was hit hard, the fielders there, they got nowhere near it. Nowhere near it at all before the ball hit the boundary.
There's a little bit of byplay between Livingston and Labuschagne. I thought it might have been like friendly, but I'm not sure it is entirely friendly at the moment.
That's tucked out to mid-wicket. And single taken as Duckett. Fields, 35 needed from 58 balls, 7 wickets in hand. Flags flopping gently. It's just starting to get a bit of that evening chill now.
Yeah, it's definitely not friendly. There's a few, Livingston's not shy of not having the odd word.
Round the wicket then, another full toss.
It's quite hard when you're bowling full tosses to have much of the word to spinner.
A single taken.
But I don't mind it too much. This game's been played in quite a, I would say, friendly atmosphere, but there hasn't been any needle or any kind of angst in it at all.
Well, there's a lot of talk about the future of these bilateral matches, isn't there? There goes Livingston again. Bowls a little paddle sweep there. Oh, it's beaten Smith, the keeper, and that'll run into the boundary. I'm not sure it came off, if anything, no, buys. But not very far away from the leg stump. It must be very close because it hasn't been given wide. But Smith unable to stop it. I mean, these games they've been talked about a lot, and the one thing about these matches is that the crowds love them. I mean, the spectators, they love a day out at the cricket.
It's a whole day, isn't it?
Yeah, you see the results, and you go with your mate every year. Livingston again bowls, short of a length this time, chopped away square into the offside. Running that first one quickly, Archer comes swooping in, picks up cleanly, throws into Smith. And Labuschagne's completed the second. 28 needed from 55 balls. But there isn't the edge, you know, when you see a World Cup.
Yeah.
Where every game, if you lose a game, you could be gone. It's just a different feel about the game itself. As Livingston bowls, that's driven down the ground, it's in the air, but lands one in front of the fielder running in from below us at long on. 289 for 3. I mean, you lose today. I mean, the players would absolutely not agree with this, but you lose today, you play again on Saturday, then you play again in a couple more games next week. It's not the same jeopardy. That's the thing. The jeopardy of if you drop a catch, if you bowl a bad ball, if you play a bad shot and get out, the impact that can have on your team, on the match.
Yeah, well, like Cast dropping that catch, it was a tough chance and probably should have been further back, but if this was like a quarter-final, semi-final, we
talk about it all the time.
Is it? And actually we'll probably brush over it and we'll talk about, well, it's the start of a slightly different era. There isn't a meaningful... I don't quite know how you get meaning into every one of these games, but it does feel like it does need something on it.
Well, the triangular tournaments attempted to do that, didn't they? In comes Rashid, starts a new over. He's swept and very well fielded on the edge of the circle. That really is very good work indeed. That's Cast there. Flung himself to his right. He's athletic in the field. 289 for 3. If you didn't win the games, you didn't get through to the final, so you didn't get your prize money. And that probably helped. 27 to win. Rashid Bowles. Labuschagne flicks that away into the leg side. He's got his eye on 2, but he won't get them as Archer reaches the ball, picks it up on the second bounce. The umpire won't like that. Those being told off straight away. They do look for that, don't they? And immediately umpire Damasina there turned round and just gently admonished Archer. It didn't bounce very far ahead of the keeper for the second time, but just far enough. There's a drive ahead for another single. You see the Aussie balcony, there's people with woolly hats and bobble hats on and all sorts out there. 25 needed. What can Harry Brook conjure up, the young captain?
I'm not sure you can do much from here, can you?
No.
Just got to take the punishment.
Bring himself on. Unusual action. He gets wickets, doesn't he? Occasionally. Williamson. There's Rashid again bowling, hit hard off the back foot. Straight to Brook at cover. Williamson, he got that really awful way you can get people out. With an absolute steal. The batsman edges one down the leg side.
I don't know what you're talking about, Agnes.
He got one of those. Here's Rashid bowling, and that's 4. Short cut straight through the offside. They've brought the men in now. And this is where these games do end quite quickly. 21 from 49. I got one as well, by the way. So there you go.
You got what, sorry?
A strangle down the leg side.
One of your test wickets, a strangle?
Yeah, absolutely.
Bounced out. You got to tell where's the punchline? Was it actually genuinely strangled?
Oh, genuine strangle. The joy was it just goes to show. As Rashid bowls, played away back to him again by Labuschagne. That the other day we did that game, the Sri Lanka match, which had occurred. Someone was saying, "Why? You've got Aravinda de Silva caught down to the keeper." Well, behold, I said, "Yeah, actually." So
I've lived on that.
As the time goes by, you say, "Wow, oh yeah, just held a bit, Nick." You'll get away with it, I promise you. Apart from when I'm there. 295 for 3, 21 needed, 48 balls. Trowbridge does look great. It's all lit up, a bit up lighting around under the roofs of the stands. It's a very pretty ground, this. That is a short boundary, and that's the one thing that you could say, it doesn't detract from it, but it does have a bit of an impact. It's a very short boundary now.
I feel like Liam Livingstone's is England's second spinner.
Well, here's at the moment, and he's been smashed down over long on for 6. And Travis Head reaches a really excellent 150. He's got there with a 6. His sachet down the pitch. We saw an awful lot of him last summer, didn't we? And it's a reminder of what a very fine cricketer he is. He's not raising his helmet this time. He's kept his helmet on. That rather peculiar celebration for his 100.
Have you seen that before?
No.
I've never seen that.
Must have meant something. Livingstone round the wicket, tosses it up, he drives again out towards wide long off. Jacks fields, they take a single. 302 for 3, 14 needed from 46 balls. Bit of mist around now.
His ability to hit the best shot, followed by get himself in all kinds of trouble the next ball, look awkward, and then put it to his one side and then carry on playing. Some blistering shots.
Yeah. Labuschagne waits as that's short of a length, played off the back foot. He'll just let Head have the strike as 13 are needed now.
It just feels like Liam doesn't feel like it should be England's second spinner. It's like a third spinner option who gets through 3 or 4 overs rather than 9. He's going definitely get through 9 in this game.
Round the wicket, he bowls full. Head drives him down the ground, but he's gone for 69 now. He's in his 7th over. So
that's not. Was it 7? No, he's in his
9th over. Sorry.
But it just feels like that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Then how do you balance the side?
12 needed, 44 balls to go. Livingstone again, and Labuschagne. Oh, that's a clever little shot. Little sweep shot over his shoulder. Got much power in it. Doesn't go for 4. But he's played a couple of really delicate shots today. A lovely little couple of runs down to third man, isn't he? That have been so fine. 10 needed. 43 balls remain. Wait, Travis Head's behaving. He could do it in 2 shots, probably. There's a sweep, though, from Labuschagne to take 4. No nonsense. Full. Livingstone 1 for 75 from 9 overs. Well, he's got a rueful smile on his face. I think that's probably the best thing to say for Brook. His first match as captain. He'll have learnt a lot from today, I'm sure.
It'll be interesting to see what he says, wasn't it? Like about the experience of it. You do feel.
Yeah, but also about England's innings too, where they were in such a good position. So, crowds are filing away. Trains to catch, buses to catch, cars to find.
Car parking spots to get out of.
Yes, well, he might struggle there. He might regret stealing my spot.
My understanding, there must be a reason why you've had it for 35 years. It must be a good spot to get out of.
It's perfect. So, Will Jacks, what have you got? The 6 needed, 42 balls left. Travis Head is on strike on 152. He could do it with one shot. Jacks comes in, Bolston, the leading edge, as he pushes forward. And, it's fielded by Archer, who's inside the circle for once. He usually spends most of the time out in the deep. 310 for 3. Jacks comes in, bowls. Head happy just to play that away for a single. And the ground to long on. 5 needed.
Travis Head to 153. That's his highest ODI score.
Is it? Yeah, he's played well. Obviously. Get 150 if you're not playing well, do you? Or very unusually. 5 needed from 40 balls. Crowd coming up. The field coming in. As Jacks bowling is off. Spin goes over the wicket. Labuschagne tucks that away into the leg side. 1 more run. 4 needed.
I feel a little red inker in it now. Just to be fair to Travis Head, up until this last over, he's trying to hit almost every ball for 6. And
he has.
It just feels as if now he's earned the right to lead this side off.
He's hit it for 4, isn't he? Jacks comes in, bowls to him, leans back. Oh, he could have got that one. But he's just mistimed the shot there, rather. And picked out Salt, who's fielding at cover. If he'd hit that just behind square, I think he was aiming for, that would have been the winning runs. 4 needed, 312 for 3. Head on strike, that's the shot he was looking for, but didn't quite beat the deep man, Archer. So 1 more, 3 needed.
Yeah, that's not quite the pace on it from Jacks.
No.
To get it much, to try and find the gap you're talking about. I think.
Yeah.
Knock a few singles, even if he takes 1 more over, you deserve to be not out, and actually there's no better feeling as a batsman to lead your side for victory being red ink up.
Labuschagne cuts, and that's the winning runs. Short wide of the off stump. Labuschagne celebrates. 73 not out for Marnus Labuschagne. And Australia rocked here, they really have. That's 7 wickets with 6 overs to spare. That is, well, a pretty one-sided game, really. England will look back at that 30-over mark, where you think they should at least have got 360, 370 from there. And they fell well short. So they must look at that. Just weren't the wickets there to make the breakthroughs, to put some pressure on Australia's batting lineup, and Travis Head was magnificent. Michael Vaughan's arrived. Just for a few thoughts.
Yeah, the world champions at this format kind of prove why. They put in a display when you think about the bowlers that they've got missing in Stark, in Hazelwood, in Cummins. Ben Dorset had to hobble off, and they just managed to restrict England. I think the pitch got a bit better, actually, in the second innings. It skidded on nicely. And I just go back to those 2 wickets that Marnus, he's just hit the winning runs, but those 2 wickets that he got.
Yes.
In 2 consecutive overs, Ben Duckett, Harry Brook. That's where England probably lost 30 runs. If they'd have got 350 on this pitch, Australia still may have chased it down, but I think it would have given England a lot better chance of winning the game if they'd have got 350.
I mean, Head will be man of the match, I guess. But if you look at Labuschagne, 3 for 39, key wickets, and he's knocked out a little, 70-odd not out. You know, it's a pretty decent performance.
What was strange about the England's batting lineup, say take Duckett's out of it. And I suppose Brook as well, you had to put. The others are caught on the boundary with the shots you'd expect they'll hit 6s. You know, they're the right options. They're all the right options, yet they all clothed them. So that's why I was saying about whether it's just holding slightly in the pitch, and then it did turn a little bit early on, didn't it, for England? And then it stopped turning, but you know, Australia, with that bowling attack, I was saying to Aggers on air, I couldn't believe, if you'd have said to the England batsman yesterday, you're going to face the last 18 overs at Trent Bridge, being 200 for 2, Head, Labuschagne, Zampa,
Matthew Short.
Yeah. You'd have thought all your dreams would come at once.
Yeah.
And you'd think, we'll get 450 here. And maybe mentally, I don't know, I can't quite work out how they've managed to lose those wickets.
Well, you tell me, you're both Ashes winning captains. You tell me, is using 8 bowlers actually very clever and cunning and actually being sort of really on the case and shuffling it around? And when you have limited resources and inexperienced resources, I mean, has Mitch Marsh actually done a bit of a blinder there?
Yeah, I think, in this era, on this kind of surface where it was just grabbing a little bit, I think Mitchell Marsh was quite clever, just not letting any of the batters settle. He's got different variations. He's got, obviously, Matthew Short, who's a different style of off-spinner to Travis Head. Travis comes a bit lower, Short comes a bit taller. And they just use their variations. Zampa's the key. He's the world-class performer. Labuschagne, it's just a bonus what he did for the team, but he had to deliver for the team because of the situation of Dorcas and the seamers were travelling. But I just look at England and the way that they play white ball cricket. Would you ever think that England would play a Marnus Labuschagne style batter at number 5? It just wouldn't happen. And these are the world champions that you go back to India, they won the World Cup with Smith and Labuschagne in the 11. Again, you'd say more geared towards the test game, and they play quite a conventional style. But I think Australia, they see those two players in this format like a bit of glue, and they think that if one of those comes off in every game, the rest of the firecrackers, they can almost just go even harder. So Travis Head can go hard, Mitchell Marsh can go hard, Cameron Green came in and hit the ball hard, he can go hard. If they know they've got Smith and Labuschagne in this team, I think they know they've got a bit of glue and the rest of them can play around.
Well, I'd say Joe Root is probably that person, which I think if this was a must-win game, Joe Root would be playing.
Yeah.
But they have 2 of them, so there's double insurance of it. I did think they've been told, though, that they have to hit if they still want to play in this team, they have to have the ability of hitting 6s. Like today, Smith's second ball, pull shot of arc, 6.
Yeah.
I don't think maybe 12 months ago he'd been thinking like that, and I think that's kind of them evolving, saying, yes, we know that the game's moving and there's so much more power involved in the game, but they do recognise the skill of the ability to knock it around. Because guess what? In World Cups or in Champions Trophies, I don't see 500 win many games.
Consequences always bring those scores down, as we saw in the World Cup, where I think we all went to India thinking, it'd be 350s. 350 plus, well, 270 on a regular basis was a winning total because there's a consequence. And when you're batting at this level, and you know that if you make an error and your team could be out, that's why these bilateral series, it's saying in the green room, there's exhibition games, really, aren't they? So you see players a little bit freer. They're freer because the consequences aren't quite there, and that's why it's actually good to see the likes of Steve Smith. When he comes out, he flicked it, didn't he, over mid-wicket? I went, well, that's a good start. And then he played that pull shot, another 6. When you free up that style of play, it just proves that they've got the ability to do that as well.
Geoff Archer, a lot of talk about him. It looked a bit like a man feeling his way back to me. I mean, he bowled 6 overs for 50 odd, so he went for nearly 9 and over. It just didn't look as if it was a great rhythm. We'll talk about that in a second. Let's join Henry Moran.
I got Harry Brook alongside me. Harry, tough night.
Probably went wrong at the toss where I chose to bat first, and it ended up being a belter at the end there. But tough night, but we move forward. It's a 5-game series, so 4 more games to go.
Was there any uncertainty when you looked at that pitch?
Yeah. Last night I was thinking about bowling first, and then changed my mind about 20 minutes before the game started, before the toss. So a little bit, but hindsight's a beautiful thing, isn't it? So can't think too much into it.
Team were in a fine position, but then those wickets started falling. What went wrong?
Yeah, probably, me included, we probably didn't rotate spin well enough through that middle period. It's something I've been working on personally as well, so I'm a little bit frustrated with that. A few too many dot balls in that middle period, but I felt like at halfway time we were in a good position with nearly 320 on the board, playing how the pitch played in the first half. Obviously, under the lights there at the end, we saw it got a lot better and they could hit through the ball a lot easier.
some frustrating dismissals, shots that were there to be hit but not quite timed. Was it a difficult surface, or was it grabbing a little bit?
Oh, we're not bothered about that. We're out there to score runs. If you get caught somewhere on the boundary or in the infield, who cares? Another day that could go for 6, so I'm not too fussed about that, to be honest. Obviously, like you said, it was grabbing a little bit in the pitch, but another day we could hit all them for 6. They hit quite a few up in the air and they landed safely, so a little bit of unlucky at times for us, but it's just one of them days.
Is it really who cares? You just got it, you approach your game how you approach it.
Yeah, we're out there to score runs. We want to be entertaining, like I've said a couple of times. Obviously everybody cares, but if you get out playing a shot when you're looking to score runs, then that's the way we want to play.
You said to me yesterday, as a captain, you'd be innovative, reactive. Did you enjoy it out there?
Yeah, it was good fun. Obviously not the start we wanted, but like I said, it's a 5-match series, so it's a long way to go.
Andy, thanks for your time. Cheers, Harry. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
There we are, Harry Brooks' first interview in defeat. It's never easy, is it? And you can get a bit scratchy.
No, but I think you can strap yourselves in for the next 4 games, because I think the England players will be trying to launch it out the ground.
Yeah, it's odd, because if you try and process an answer like that, you think it would actually be... It does matter, because you all got out.
Well, I think if he has his time again in a few years' time as captain, he'll be like... might cringe a little bit at saying what he actually said. But I understand what he's trying to say. He's trying to get that message about, look, it's about taking the right option. Ultimately, they've got to be better at recognising the pitch they were on and realising actually probably... I like the stuff he's talking about protecting the strike and almost waiting for the area to hit better. So, but he gave a bad answer to the question about, I don't mind getting caught on the boundary. Ultimately, they messed up from 200 for 2.
Yes.
They weren't good enough today with the bat, whether that you're looking at, I don't know, inexperience or whatever you want to say. The stats don't lie. They weren't good enough on that period, and that's cost them the game.
I think this one-day team, if you go back over the course of the last couple of years, I think they're honest with themselves. On these kind of wickets where it just grabs a little, we saw it in the World Cup, they have an improvement to do on these kind of wickets. When the pitch just starts to spin and it just starts to just hold up slightly, I think most of the batters are still trying to really hit it hard all the time, and I think they can take a leaf out of just Marnus Labuschagne. I think it was easier tonight because the ball skidded on, but I think you do need that ability, like Joe Root can do, that can just manoeuvre the ball into the gaps, so you're maximising every ball. So it's not there to whack and get to the boundary, they can still manoeuvre it into the gaps for 1s and 2s, and I think that's what this team can do better on these kind of surfaces.
I just watched how Labuschagne played in particular. A lot of his boundaries were lower risk than what England were doing. So I think when it is a slightly tougher surface, and it was easier then because of the lights, but actually England, it was all in. All the shots, they were all in, weren't they? And actually,
cards on the table.
Yeah, they're in. Everything's in. Well, actually, the sweep, you can hit a 4. It felt like that. I'm hitting a 6 here, and actually, I think that's that. Even on a wicket which was grabbing for that period, reacting to it. I think, well, I'm going to keep the ball on the
Champions Trophy, there'll be pitches like this.
Yes.
You know, the next World Cup in South Africa, maybe not, but in the Champions Trophy in February time, they go to India as well, don't they? Post-Christmas, in the Caribbean as well. I think they'll get wickets that are quite similar. So they've got loads of opportunities to get better on these kind of wickets, but certainly if you were playing England, you'd probably take them on a pitch that just grabs slightly.
And is it a case like we talked about in the Test cricket, that it's just using a bit of nous, you know, you actually just read it, and it's not about smashing the ball for 6 all the time. There are times we do have to adjust your game, or you'll lose, frankly.
We can talk until the cows go home about slightly using your nous at times, but like as Harry's just said, it's the way that England play. That's the kind of remit in the dressing room, is to go out there and try and hit the ball and try and entertain. And I'll keep saying to them, I love the style of cricket of being positive, but you've just got to have that mindset that it's not possible to play that style all the time.
Yeah.
And I think this group of England players have got so much talent that they should be getting to semi-finals, finals, and winning more than 1 or 2 trophies. They've got enough in their tank, and with so many players coming through, that they really should be lifting a few trophies in the next few years.
And it actually changes during the innings as well. You know, actually when Duckett was whacking everywhere at the top, it was a lovely pitch to bat on, and then it did start to grip, so then you do have to chase. So at that time where, you know, that partnership was a brilliant partnership between Jackson and Duckett, it was lovely to bat. And then when Australia really does take the pace off it, then they have to, like, is that a slight adjustment?
Well, all I'll say is
evolution to an inning.
I would like to think that the England team, even though they're a very entertaining team, surely they have to think Marnus has got 3 wickets.
Yeah.
If it's Zampa's a world class. He's up there with the best, with Rashid Khan, Adil Rashid. But let's be honest, and actually the wickets are coming on the screen now. We're just watching Marnus get his 3 for. It's Marnus who's got 3 for. It's not Shane Warne. No. Zampa, 3 for on that kind of I can accept, but it's Marnus.
Yes.
So if the team aren't going, come on, we've just slightly, we've just gone a bit too hard at Marnus. You don't have to go too hard at Marnus. He's going to offer you plenty.
Yeah. You get some bad balls. We had started about Geoff Archer there. What do you think? I mean, hang on. We'll go back turning him around again.
Very much. I've got a very happy Australian skipper with me, Mitch. You must be delighted.
Yeah, absolutely delighted with that one. I think it's an incredible win. We went a man down, and I mean, the way Heady and especially Marnus's game was outstanding. So very wrapped for the boys, and a nice entrance into the series.
What were you thinking when you saw that injury go down, and the calculations you've got to then make as a skipper?
I almost put the bowling boots on. Yeah, look, we were kind of backed into a corner, I think, and then we sort of realised early on that pace off was going to be really a good option, and then it becomes sort of a gut feel with the team upstairs and the guys we had to take as much pace off as we can, and bowled 18 straight overs of spin, so it worked out well, and it was backed up in the field by everyone, and then obviously an incredible batting innings.
Harry Brook just told me that if they had to do it again, they'd play the same way. England, it plays into your hands. You must be delighted to see them playing with that approach.
Yeah, well, I mean, they got off to a really good start. They had us under pressure there. I thought Duckett was outstanding. And we know that England are going to play an attacking brand. I think most teams around the world do. It's no secret. But I just thought, the way we were able to, I guess, navigate through the last 20 overs, guys bowling 1 over spells, and our part-timers really did amazingly. So it was great.
Not Travis Head's most important 100, perhaps, in a one-day international, going back to Ahmedabad, but was that his best innings?
Yeah. I mean, he's becoming an extremely consistent player, especially over the last 12 months in this format, so we are very lucky to have him. I thought the way he played was just amazing, and he's an incredible talent.
How much do you enjoy captaining against England in this rivalry?
Look, I think anytime you play against England as an Australian cricket team, it's always amazing, great atmospheres, the crowds are amazing. I think it's the first one day where I've captained for Australia against England, and it was, we're a few men down with the ball, but it was a good experience, and hopefully we can continue winning.
Do we expect those missing through illness to be back soon?
I hope so.
Okay, right. And I've got some bad news. This is due to be the warmest of the games, just to let you know.
Yes, it's pretty cold, isn't it? We're certainly not used to this, but we understand that it's not going to get any warmer, so we'll have to get used to it.
Many thanks. Cheers, Edge.
Thank you.
Cheers.
There we go. Mitch Marsh delighted with Australia's win by 7 wickets, 6 overs to spare. Now we can talk about Geoff Archer because there's been so much, obviously, focus on him and the pathway that everyone's hoping leads to Australia next winter, not this winter. What did you think today?
Oh, I think Australia played him well. I think they played some nice strokes. I saw enough in the first 2 overs to suggest that he's going to be a real threat. I mean, those balls that was whipping back into Mitchell Marsh, and then he did find the outside edge of Travis Head a couple of times. Again, I'm thinking Test match cricket. I think both of them would have been caught potentially if you've got a cordon. He gets away with it, goes down the third for a boundary and a brilliant stop on the second occasion from Jacob Bethel. But, he got the ball to bounce at the right times. But he's just... he makes bowling look very easy.
Yes.
He just releases it, that little flick out the hand, and he just seems to gather pace off the pitch. But England have got to have to manage him. I can't think he'll play on Saturday. They'll probably miss Saturday and play the next one in Durham. It's just good to see him back.
Yeah. And the pace is there. I mean, when you've been out for a long time as a fast bowler, bits go to sleep. It's such a rhythmical thing. But then he is so smooth and he is so easy that the snap of the wrist and the fingers and everything else, I mean, it's still there.
Yeah, and it's very, very different from bowling 1 or 2 overs in a power play. It's actually 4 overs up front in a 50-over game where there's a bit... there's a bit in it, and trying to find that rhythm, not trying too hard. I actually think probably today he was guilty of just trying too hard.
Which is understandable.
Absolutely, yes, understandable. And also the amount of work he has had to do to get back to be playing, you know, he probably there'd be certain days he'd have thought, I'm never playing a game with an elbow injury. So actually to get out there and play it, you know, it's not just going to click straight away. But, you know, I think he went for quite a few in his first couple of overs, but he also bowled a couple of absolute jaffles.
Yes.
So followed up badly a little bit, but to me it was just him trying too hard, and we can't expect so much from him straight away, because it's again a very different format from playing T20, which is all he's done for 18 months.
Yes, exactly, and it just shows the groove, isn't it? You know, that couple of good balls and then a wide down the leg side, or it just shows when you're still getting back into that rhythm again.
And when you're meant to go at 10s in 20 overs, it's fine, isn't it? One says the pressure's off a bowler in general, but as you hear ball moving a little bit early on, get a couple of wickets that you're doing your job, and actually you can search for it. So it's just learning how to re-bowl again in one sense, and certainly handling the situation of the day.
Yeah. Just a closing thought or two about the next game, Headingley, 11 o'clock start, so it won't be actually under lights or anything. Would the toss matter particularly there, do you think?
No, not generally. I think it's usually a good pitch. You know, I hope the England side don't just think that it's purely about pure domination and aggression all the time. You know, I think they're a better team that clearly, if you get the chance, just climb into the ball and try and get the boundaries. But I think we saw today that they just needed a little bit of the old school, just rotate the strike, manoeuvre the ball into the gaps, and really capitalise. Look, Travis Head gets 153. If Ben Duckett had got 150 and he was in a great position to do so, England would have got the big score, and I think they'd have won the game.
Yeah. OK, thanks you two very much indeed. You can watch highlights from 12:15 tonight. It's on BBC Two and also on the BBC iPlayer, or you can, of course, see the best of the action now on the BBC Sport website and the app. On BBC Sounds tomorrow, well, you can hear the county commentary, of course, with Surrey on the verge of a hat-trick of titles. I think Somerset are 6 wickets down, aren't they, overnight? Then we'll have the second one-day international in this series from 10:45 on Saturday. That's live from Headingley. Now, listeners on 5 Sports Extra, we can hand you to Matt Newsom and Brian Noble for coverage of the Wigan Warriors against Salford Red Devils in the Super League.
Thank you very much, Jonathan Agnew and the TMS team. As they were saying, they're back on Saturday with the one-day internationals, and of course across the BBC tomorrow on the BBC Sport website and app. You'll be able to hear plenty of county cricket commentary. But from now until 10 o'clock here on Sports Extra,